Hello, everybody. How you doing? Good to see everybody here already. How's everybody doing? See, we got Strange Skies 1111. Hey, you made it first. How'd you do that? You beat Jackie. Truth Seeker beat Jackie too. What happened, Jackie? Yeah, it's Strange Skies 1111, Truth Seeker, Jackie Evans, David Skywatch, Stephanie, Skywatcher Footage. Hello, how you doing? We got Truck Dog 1. What are we doing tonight? Manifesting fear? No, we don't do fear here. We talk about stuff that maybe you consider fear, but we don't we don't promote fear. We're not a fear mongering channel. We're a hangout channel. We chat, we talk, and we talk about current events as well. Hey Lisa, Emoji Queen. Hey, we got Pete the Patriot. How's everybody doing? It's good to see you all here. Slept all day. Didn't get up till like 3:30 today. Yeah, Kelly Kibo. Yeah, I got some rest, but I'm still so tired. Got Zeus Scott, Tinfoil, Tammy DeWitt, Cinder Loner. Hello, everybody. Yep, probably was 3:33. Yeah, much love to all of you. That's right. It's only truth, no fear. Kelly Kibo. Definitely not about fear. No fear. York Venko, hello. How you doing? I dropped the link in chat if anyone wants to come up and join me. You know how we do it. Got Linda DeBose. Hello, how you doing? Yeah, I ended up staying up till like 6 in the morning. It was daylight. Got Grant Harper. Hello, how you doing? Good to see you. Moose Fox 7. Hello. See some new names here. Hello, how you doing? Good guy Jeff. Hello. Yep. See someone new in here. Grab them up. You know. It's good to see you too. It's good to see everybody here. Tinfoil. Much love. Much love to everybody. Hey Pete. Emerald City Transparency. Hello, how you doing? Lisa Emoji Queen. Hello, how you doing? Skies took my drones. Good to see everybody coming in already. That's what's up. 28 in the room. What? 28 already? Skywatch footage. Kelly Kibo. Grab him up, Pete. Chuck Dog 1. Stephanie, hello. How you doing? Thanks, Tony. Shared it out. That's awesome. I appreciate it. I didn't even share it out. I'll have to do that. Uh-oh. I'll share it out in a minute. You're welcome, Pete, of course. Thank you for coming. don't think Jackie will be joining me on a panel tonight, are you, Jackie? Usually open with me. Yeah, Virginia. Like I said, I slept most of the day, but I got up and I checked, make sure everything wasn't going down. Truck dog. You got a wrench truck dog. You can drop the link to your video that you want everybody to see. That's fine. Yeah, it's okay. Jackie can't join me up here tonight. I dropped the link. Someone else wants to come on up. Karma Ghost, much love. All been fighting migraine, but positive vibes, everyone. Love you, sister and Bob. Love you too. Thanks for coming. Same here, Tony. I don't get notifications for just about everybody. I have to find everybody myself, usually. Yep, nothing happened, but there was potential where something could happen. But I'm glad nothing did happen. Yeah, I know, Stephanie. You just woke up, Marcia. How you doing? Hello, Bob, and all the other truthers here at Two Secret 2020. Vernon, hello, Vernon. Hey, Shell, how you doing? Or is it Chelly? Grant Harper, truth, yo. Much love, Pete. Yeah, definitely very relieved. That's what's up. Yeah, you're up late too, Vernon. You're up there, same as me. Def Bread, 3 gun bills got passed. Yeah, I'm sure. Thanks, Skywatcher footage. Appreciate everybody who shares it out. Go enjoy your dinner, Stephanie. Yeah, I hope you're okay, Karma. 1 a.m. UK. It's 1 a.m. there now. It's 8 p.m. here, Standard Eastern Time. Okay, Bill, but I don't think I'm not gonna be up all night again. That's for sure. I think I'll just do a few hours tonight and have some rest for this day. Hey, Jabneel, good to see you here. Leo Lion. Hello, Leo. How you doing today? Yeah, I hope everybody's all right. Where are you at, Skywatcher? You should go to bed soon. At least Emoji Queen. Loose Keyboard Warrior. Hello, how you doing? Okay, I'll be here. UK, okay. Thank you, Leo. Glad you're here. You know, See anyone new in here, grab them up. Ooh, I got 36 in the room. Hello, everybody. It's good to see everybody here. Let me see something. Tim Truth. Hey, how you doing today? Good to see you here, too. You're awesome, Tim. I don't mean to interrupt your live stream there, but we just went over there real quick and did you a raid. Got you some more subscribers, hopefully. If you don't have Tim Truth, grab him up, everybody. Got an awesome channel over there. I hooked up with you on D Live, Tim. I had D Live, but I wasn't connected. But I seen you there, and I grabbed you up. Hold on a second. I'll give you a wrench. Yeah, everybody's growing here. That's what's up. Just keep sharing out everybody's videos. You see some content, people putting out some good truth. Share it. We all need to share, share, share. Yep. Jason, how you doing today? Good to see you here. Yeah. I know I'm getting too many copyright infringements from showing a lot of truths. Yeah, no. That's why I got some sleep today, because I didn't see anything going on. They're hiding it all. Hey, Tammy DeWitt, how you doing? It's good to see you here. Let's grab everybody up. Got a lot of great channels in here. Oh, thanks a lot, Tim. You're awesome. Thank you very much. Thanks for that, Skywatcher. Smash the like. Much appreciated. Yeah, I know. I can show it to you. Just about every one of my videos. But I don't care. How you doing today, Def Brad? You alright? Yeah, Tim's the man. He does a lot of good content there. Hey, come on up, Pete. Come on up, Tim. Just say hi. You don't have to stay long. Yep. That's good. Oh, thanks, Kelly Kibo. That's my Twitter. I'll put my D Live up there as well. You there? How you doing, Tim?
Hey, I'm working off a delay. I don't know why I can't hear you on StreamYards, but I can hear you on YouTube. I don't know.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
now I think I hear you. Okay, great. It's working now. Sorry for the bad start there, but appreciate the invite. How's it going, man?
Good, good. Very good. got some rest. I've been doing some long live streams, averaging about 10 hours each one, plus working, you know.
Good on you, man. It's awesome what you're doing, growing the community, helping people find each other. So those
Yeah.
marathon streams are impressive. Hats off to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm just trying to pass everybody off to all the truther channels that like you that are actually doing all the digging and getting the good content out there. I don't have the time to do that.
Well, yeah, it sounds like you're putting a lot of time in. So
Yeah,
that's great that you guys, and I know whenever I stop by, you guys are always talking about something deep. So
right. We go from topic to topic. It's random, but we do get into some good topics here. But not like you. You really dig in deep, and you know you're a really great channel, and I promote your channel.
Tim's show today was great. He had so many different streams up on the screen at once. It was awesome.
I appreciate that from both of you. Thank you so much. I don't deserve it, but I
Hey,
just I call
do.
it weaponized. What's a good term? Where you don't have any attention span, ADHD. You know, I try to just like I only go live if there's something that I think is interesting. So hopefully people enjoy it. But I'm always watching the news and seeing if anything comes up.
yeah.
It was great. I was going from channel to channel. I had 3 phones and a computer going, watching all this Virginia stuff, and then when I hit your channel, you had them all up on the screen at once. It was perfect. I didn't have to go anywhere else. You did a good job.
Yeah,
Thank you. Happy to help out however little I can.
yeah. I saw you on D Live. I connected with you on D Live today, Tim.
It was really interesting. People were saying that YouTube was throttling a lot of people today who were trying to cover that rally, and
Right.
D Live was working flawlessly. So I wonder if YouTube was doing some dirty tricks.
I'm sure.
I kept seeing them get dropped all the time. Like I said, when I was first on all my phones, I'd be watching somebody and they'd get, buzzed or dropped off by YouTube. And even when you had all of them on the screen every once in a while, one of them would bop off and you'd have to go find another one. So I think YouTube was up to something. They didn't want us watching that rally because it was going so good. There was no trouble, no fighting, and it was just peaceful. And I don't think they wanted us to see that. I think they wanted chaos. They wanted to prove the gun owners were bad people, and it didn't happen that way.
Yeah, exactly. And there's been some clips coming out where there be some like seemingly Asian provocateurs saying, "Hey, let's go storm the the palace in." I don't want to get you guys like red flagged or anything, but like impose violence on the politicians, and everyone just shut it down, and we're having none of it. So it's great to see people not fall into the traps that were being laid for them.
I thought there were traps being laid for sure, and I kind of feel guilty saying this, but when I was jumping from channel to channel, I was just waiting to see the riots and stuff, and it's like nothing happened. It was beautiful. I was
Mhm.
really scared last night thinking, "Oh, this is gonna be a disaster," especially the way they were caging them in, and it was great. Everyone was just great. I
Yeah.
posted a video on my channel today. It was off the news of a lady that they interviewed. It's just 4 minutes long, but she gave the perfect speech, just about how, we're law-abiding citizens, we should be able to protect ourselves. She was real patriotic. She said that all the gun laws they were passing were just making more people wanna, vote Republican. So I really liked her. So that's on my channel if anyone wants to catch it. It's a short one.
Oh, awesome! I'll check that out. Are you in the chat over on Truth Seeker 2020? If you can post a link, I'll make sure. Oh, I see you there.
I'm in the
Keep
chat
calling
right now,
while you're
yeah,
up.
with the
I'm gonna
little
Nice.
purple.
go
Yeah.
subscribe to you.
Thank you. I'm 3 subscribers away from 1,000. I'm so excited. I'm
Oh,
getting
come on,
close.
people! Help her get to 400.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because the night before last night, I hit 1,000. Then I woke up in the morning and like 4 of them were gone, and I'm like, "What is YouTube doing?"
Yep.
So it's like my milestone, and they took it away from me.
You'll surpass it, and congrats on the milestone. You're just about there. And
Yeah.
YouTube does this weird tactics. They probably like deleted some people or screwed some people over, and they fell off the list.
I did a live stream last night. I had like over 60 people watching it. It went on for like 3.5 hours. And when I got done, I looked at it and there was like 38 dislikes. And I'm like, how does that happen? Everyone was in there having a great time. So I know everyone in there was thumbsing up. So I think YouTube does play some games with us sometimes.
They definitely are. And Trey, grab Tim Truth, grab up Truth Seeker. You okay?
Yeah, we're all good. I just got distracted here, but
Oh,
I'm trying to think of how to summarize the Virginia situation. It's a shame that people are put in this position where they have to protest this, and then when they try to protest it, they declare a state of emergency and take away the First, Second, Fourth Amendments, or deprive people of those protections, I should say, for legal reasons.
mhm.
It's really a shame the way people are getting pushed around in all sorts of ways. Like one that really bugs me is they took away the last bastion of defense against vaccinations. And I'm not saying that all vaccinations are bad, but I think that it's ridiculous when they say the science is settled about a whole class, a whole type of medication, which they put metal in. It's ridiculous.
All
I'll
you have
say,
to do is
I'll
read
say they're all bad.
yeah, the inserts that come with them, and it's like it says it all right in there.
Yeah.
But yet they say, nope, force your kids to take this.
And they can't even what I forgot to say is they took away the medical exemption, and that just totally goes against people's right to practice the religion of their choice freely. If now mass media is our forced state religion, and just because the media says that the medicine's good because they're sponsors of the medical mafia,
Exactly.
it's ridiculous.
Big pharma's getting rich off of it at the expense of the children.
Yep, we're all forced customers.
Yeah, I'm deep in that hole, the big pharma, and I tell you, not one vaccination I come across that has anything good in it. I look up every single ingredient in these vaccines, and I can't find one that actually would help you at all.
I don't think that they do. I think they just do it to make money.
And
Well,
probably some nefarious other things as well. Who knows? But yeah, it's really a shame the way that the medical mafia, as I call it, has basically taken over our government and the media, and not solely, but it's like the Democratic Party, for instance, they're all tripping over each other to see who can give the most trillion, who can give more trillions of dollars to the medical mafia. And Warren's plan costs like more than 50 trillion, I think, if I'm getting that right from remembering. It's ridiculous.
don't you think they're all tied in together? It's all going to the same place.
I used to work at a hospital, and we were forced. I mean, you couldn't work there if you didn't get your flu shot and have the little sticker on your badge.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't work there anymore. And I was at the doctor, I don't know, maybe a month or two ago. And she's like, well, I see you're due for your flu shot. And I was like, I've never had a flu shot in my life until I worked at that hospital. So after 2 years of getting the flu shot, I was like, I'm not getting one. She goes, oh, but it'll help you from getting the flu. So I had the little argument with the doctor, and she was a young doctor, and she kind of shut up. I was like, you're not giving me that. I only took it because I had to do it to have my job. But I thought that was horrible that to even work at a place, they were going to make you get the shot. I'm like, there's a ton of different strains of the flu out there. This one shot they're giving me isn't going to keep me from getting a flu.
Soon it'll be a requirement in order to have the state socialism medicine medical care. They'll make us take all their desired shot schedule.
Poisons, yeah.
Connected to your driver's license as well, right?
Exactly. We won't be able to fly or renew our license. It's ridiculous.
Yep.
Well, they do that now with the guys in the military. They have to get them all before they go, just like the children do. They don't have a choice. And I mean, maybe for some of them, I'm not going to say every single one's bad, but there's way too many. It's like the one they're giving the teenage girls for the what's it called? I think it's called gardenia or something, but it's to ward off some kind of sexually transmitted disease. And it's like you're forcing your kid to get injected with the disease to fight it off. Why don't you just teach her not to have sex, you know? And you can't go to school anymore if your kids don't get that shot. And I think that's ridiculous. I think they give it to them when they're 13 or something to all the girls.
It's terrible.
Yeah. How about this? Can you answer this one, Tim? About the 11-year-old boy?
I've been reading it. That's sad. That's really sad. There's been a lot of harm that's been caused by these this practice.
Yep.
One other thing I wanted to say, it's escaping me. It'll come back to me. The shots are shoot, I lost it. Go ahead, guys.
I've looked up all the ingredients in them shots. Not good. Same thing on vitamins. You take one a day vitamins, look it up. It's all synthetic crap.
I don't take vitamins either.
Don't. If it's FDA, I find if it's FDA approved, I stay away from it. Period.
What I was going to say is that I hate these academic quacks who say that the science is settled as far as vaccination effectiveness goes. First off, they don't even really clinically test it, and they don't do like placebo tests, double-blind tests, as far as I can tell. And it's an entire class of drugs. I mean, like, if they said that the science is settled on pills, that would be ridiculous because pill is just like a form of medication, as is injections and vaccinations. So these people are extremely dangerous, and they're just really interested in winning the argument. And it's very dangerous.
Yeah, we're in dangerous times right now. Getting hit from every direction.
And I'm also worried about the punitive psychiatry, where they're going to say people are crazy, and force them to undergo treatment. Trump said something after the El Paso shooting that was really worrisome, where he said we have to revamp our mental health system in order to give people who may be a threat to themselves or others treatment or involuntary confinement.
That's going to fall in with the red flag law. Those two are going to go hand in hand.
Yep.
I cover mass shootings on my channel, so if anyone's interested in those, they pretty much all get covered on my channel. And
isn't there a thread that runs through all of those where they're always on these chemical lobotomy disassociates?
Most of them have had the Las Vegas guy didn't have mental problems, but most of the school shooters, they always find out that they've been in counseling, they've been on some kind of psychotropic medications. The ones that haven't been, they'll always say that was the reason that they did it. And, they try to blame video games. It's like, I call it bad parenting, really, but they are trying to make it sound like it's a big mental health and gun problem. And, if they would get rid of all the guns, these kids wouldn't be able to do it. And I live near Detroit, and I'm convinced that if they take all the good people's guns away, the bad people are just going to rob us, But the mental health thing, I mean, I do agree that they should take care of people if they voluntarily, if you want to take your child to a counselor, but to have them force it on people is just not right. Because then, they could start putting them on medications. My son had problems when he was younger. He was having migraines, and they were putting him on these medications. Well, he started getting really forgetful and forgetting stuff. Like, he's like, no, I brought my backpack home, but it was still at school. And that was happening repeatedly. And then I looked up these medications he was on. Now, this was 30 years ago when I didn't know how bad medications were. So I went into the doctor. I said, you've got to take him off this stuff. Give him something else for migraines or tell us what to do. But he doesn't. They were psych meds they were putting him on. It was horrible.
Absolutely. And they make up all these disorders. Like, I can't stand this term bipolar disorder. Like, maybe there are some people who just go through like excessive mood swings, but just the idea that like having ups and downs in a diverse spectrum of emotions and that being a bad thing, I don't know. I just find it repugnant. I feel like people ought to have mood swings. When you encounter something good, it should make you happy. And when you encounter something bad, it should make you mad.
Exactly. And there's some people I've noticed, like they're medicating all the children now, with the hyperactivity and stuff. And it's like, I was a busy little kid. I was busy. I talked a lot. I still talk a lot. I never shut up, but it's like, should they medicate me to shut me up, or am I just allowed to be me? And they do that to the children now. It seems like half the kids in schools are all on some kind of medication to just make them sit down and shut up. And it's like they want to control them instead of worrying about what's best for their health. And in the long term, who knows what those medications are going to do to these children?
We see it. We see what it's doing. What is it? One in four have autism?
I've got a nephew that's got autism, and his mom said that the symptoms started setting in after baby shots, and she can't really prove it, but she's kind of the one that got me into looking into the vaccines.
Well, we got to go up against the polluted air from being sprayed, the genetically modified foods that were fed, the polluted water from them dumping their fluoride and all that other extras in it, plus the forced vaccines. I mean,
We can't win.
No, and you wonder why the younger is the way they are. Their immune systems are trying to build, but they're being attacked as soon as they're born.
Well, I had a niece that was diagnosed with colon cancer at 24, and she died at 26, and no one in the family could figure out how such a young person could get that. And my mom kept telling us that it was probably because, they're starting to add all these hormones and everything to the food, and they go, these kids have been eating it since they were babies, so they're going to contract these diseases and get things at a younger age. And that kind of scared me, because I've got 3 kids that are near her age, and it was like, you never really think of young people getting these things, and it's like their immune system being knocked down because like you said, the GMOs in the food and the vaccines and what they're spraying in the sky and the fluoride in the water. And I mean, the list just goes on, and it's harming the kids.
Yeah, and the older, we're right in the middle, but the older, because their immune systems are weakened, and the young, when their immune systems are trying to grow.
I think the fluoride in the water is especially insidious in terms of, it seems like it's like a declaration of domestic war on the people, in my opinion. I can't see why they would put that in there.
I haven't drank water out of a faucet since the early 80s. And I don't know that the bottled water is a whole lot better, but it's like, I just won't deal with the fluoride and all the chlorine and everything they put in the water.
Right.
Go ahead. The fluoride, all you have to do to see how terrible it is look up how they handle it in their 55-gallon drums with the hazmat sticker on it and their PP outfits they have to wear.
Right.
Yeah,
and wasn't it developed as a technique, at least, or at least used in the concentration camps in Germany and Europe?
I heard that.
I don't know if that's true. I was hoping maybe you guys had some intel on that. It could just be like a urban legend, but
right, I've heard the same thing.
Yeah, I've heard it, but I've never looked into it to see if it was true. But I do believe it, because most of those chemicals, you do have to wear personal protective equipment and, the hazmat suits and all that just to touch it.
Yeah. But it's okay for us to drink it.
Exactly.
Kids are very special kids.
I don't know. But yeah,
I've got a nephew that's autistic. I've got a son that's autistic. I've got an eldest son with ADHD and ASD, and I have Asperger's syndrome myself.
Yeah, ADHD, that seems pretty popular nowadays as well.
I think sometimes it can be genetics.
Well, I think that there probably are kids that really do have it and need medication, but I think they're medicating all of the children, or not all of them, but so many of them, because they're not diagnosing them correctly.
There's not one medication on the market that is not liver toxic, which means it's toxic.
It's going to take their age away, their lifespan. It's like, if you got the grandpa that's been the alcoholic for 30 years, it's like now you're giving these kids these medications, and what's going to happen to them 30, 40 years from now.
Keeps everyone dumbed down and in check.
Well, yeah, because I just figure if your child's hyper, let him be hyper. Tell him to go outside, run around, play. It's like, I don't know. I was a really hyper kid, and they didn't have to medicate me, but I'm sure if I went to school nowadays, the teacher would be like, shut this girl up and make her sit in her chair, I was a straight A student. It's not like I was bad. I just was busy.
I have an experience with it firsthand. They put me on it ever since I was a young boy, all through college. I finally stopped it, but yeah, it's crazy. It like, I think it's like a propaganda drug in the sense that it must like increase the suggestibility and just make you like a vessel for the propaganda.
Well, some people believe that Vincent van Gogh had Asperger's syndrome. That obviously existed years and years ago.
I can't really understand you.
I think she
Speak.
said
Well,
Asperger's syndrome.
some people believe that Vincent van Gogh might have had Asperger's syndrome.
Oh, Vincent van Gogh?
Mm-hmm.
He was the artist that cut off his ear. I wonder if he was medicated or unmedicated when he did that.
Well, he didn't have medication. He used to drink absinthe.
Oh, yeah,
lot.
they did.
And he didn't eat properly. He
I-
used to use the same pots that he used to mix his oil-based paint, lead-based paints in. So it caused him
The heavy
voices
metal.
in his head, hallucinations.
Detox. Detox regularly. Detox. I've seen. We covered the toxins that we are exposed to every day, and we're exposed to 80,000 toxins a day. From your shampoos, deodorants, toothpaste, all the way up to your work environment. You know, it's everywhere. There's toxins everywhere you go.
You can't avoid everything. It's like you can't live without going outside and washing your hair. And, it seems like all the organic things, they put on the market and try to sell to you. If you start reading the ingredients on them, it's like there's nothing organic about them either. They're just slapping a label on it to sell them.
Detox. That's what we need to do. Everybody detox. Because when you get a disease or chronic anything, it's the deficiency or toxicity or both. You're either lacking something or you're toxic of whatever.
Well, scientists say it's something to do with the brain.
A lot of these heavy metals get stuck up there in our brains.
Yeah, the heavy metals
The
never
brain.
leave. Your level will just keep going up.
Yeah.
The brain's different.
Yeah, I'm gonna start doing some videos on some detox, and I got a few different ways to do it.
Yeah, I was going to ask, can you explain how to detox to us? Maybe we should all detox and come back in 2 weeks and say how we feel.
Well, I know there's a Charlotte Gerson liver detox, and nobody wants to hear about it, but it's a coffee enema. They used to do it way back in the day.
Gerson also did the juicing organic
Exactly.
raw produce, right?
Exactly. You want to put in nutrition and take out the toxins. Simple.
Mine has that strawberry berry kiss the skies forever. ADD.
I've seen people with chronic pain, and the very first day they started this, it was gone.
How many times do they have to do it? Like daily or once a week?
It depends on a person. I mean, if you're trying to combat cancer or something, you have to hit it hard. If you're just trying to maintain health, then just once every few months.
But you just make regular coffee and do it?
No, it's a special
darn, not that
coffee.
simple.
It's like $20 a pound, which isn't that bad, but it's a high palmitic acid coffee, and what it does, it stimulates the liver, which opens the bile ducts and lets it release all the toxins that your liver has collected over all the years, because your liver filters the blood and everything that is in your blood that shouldn't be there. It gets stored in your liver, and your liver has 600 different functions for your body. And when that starts failing, that's when we start having problems.
I've also heard about like chlorella, activated
Exactly.
charcoal,
Yep.
cilantro.
Yep.
I don't know if cranberry juice is a good one, or if that's just for getting passing a THC piss test. But I've never tried the coffee enema. I have to admit. Maybe I'll look into that.
I know many people did it. I got just people off there that was taking 20 pills a day, and even including insulin.
Wow.
The Plavix, the
Princess
blood
Diana
pressure.
used to do those.
Yeah, this medicine that they're giving us. I'm not a doctor, and I say everybody should do their own research. But from my own research and from people that I know that have tried it, It's 100%. I haven't heard one complaint that it works. It really does. And depending on your situation, I mean, even once a year, but a regular detox, because we're subject to 80,000 toxins every day. I use a sodium bentonite clay. It's a very strong pulling power. It's got a negative charge, and it collects all the metals in your body like a magnet, and it absorbs it inside, and it cleanses your blood as well. But then again, it gets stuck in your liver, so that's when you gotta finish it off with the liver detox. And like Tim was saying, when you're detoxing, you're pulling out the good stuff as well as the bad. So you want to replace it. So you want to have a high nutrition intake while you're doing the detox.
Karma.
I'm here.
Hi, Karma.
Oh, Karma.
Hey, Bob. Hi, everybody.
Hello. How you doing?
Hi,
How's your
Clark.
head doing, girl?
It's hurting. I have a
Sorry.
house full of teenagers. Hi. See?
Yeah, but I'll do a video on it in the next few days. I'll have I'll show how to do it. It's not that hard. But I have like over 90 superfoods that I use. And I get in seeds, I grind them up into powders, and you can actually just mix it up in some water and drink it as your one-a-day vitamin. Instead of taking the synthetic vitamins, you take the real stuff.
Where do you find all this stuff? Like at a health food store?
Well, I get some in the health food stores, or you can find online. I mean, I get non-GMO, organic. Like I'll get like 20 pounds of flax seeds. It's not that expensive, and flax seeds are very healthy. You can put them in anything. There's like no flavor.
Just play the right diet, like eating fruit and vegetables.
Right.
instead.
That's awesome, fruit and vegetables, but you got to make sure,
Yeah,
even
There's
though
so
we're
many
buying them
chemicals in
organic
food.
and non-GMO, we got to be careful. I mean, you should try growing your own stuff if possible, as much as you can.
yeah.
Grocery shop in your own backyard.
That's right.
Yeah, except now they're starting to do stuff to the seeds. They're forcing farmers to use certain seeds, and that really bothers me. My daughter lives on a ranch, and she said the government won't give the agricultural grants they used to give if they don't use the certain seeds.
Right. They won't grow
It's
in
kind of scary. Yeah.
the high amount of aluminum in the soil. It's not letting our seeds grow.
What's the level?
One thing I always wonder, kind of a sidebar here, about whether whether spicy food is good or bad. Because I love spicy food, but I worry that I'm like gonna damage myself. But from what I read online, it seems like it's actually healthy. But I don't know.
If you're gonna have some hot spicy stuff, get the cayenne pepper, the 90K.
Okay.
Restaurant is 45K, but 90K is a little hotter, and it's really awesome. And it also helps assist your body in absorbing the nutrients that you're eating up to 400%.
Wow. Good advice.
Really?
Yeah. Same
So
with black
you put it
pepper.
in your chili and stuff, like your homemade
Right.
food, just mix it in.
Black pepper and the cayenne pepper 90K. It helps your body absorb up to 400% more nutrition, as well as loaded with vitamins and minerals.
That's
Oh,
good to
doesn't it?
know.
Yeah.
Well, I eat spicy food a lot. It gives me stomachache though.
Well, I bought a capsule making machine because what I do is I take my superfood powders and I mix it up in some water with some lemon juice and apple cider vinegar, and I drink it. But the cayenne pepper, I'm not going to drink it because because it's very hot and it'll burn all the way down your throat and you'll suffer for a while. So I just make capsules out of them, you know. So after I do my drink and everything, I'll pop 2 of those capsules and let it open up in my belly instead of down my throat.
Doesn't ever give you an ulcer, no problems like that?
No, you just gotta make sure you don't take them on an empty stomach because I did that and I was bent over and it's like, wow. So you definitely want to make sure you have something in your stomach. Drink your green drink. I drink green drinks. It's chlorella, spirulina. I got turmeric, ginger, all kinds of stuff. I mix it all up into one thing, so I can just take a couple scoops of it in the mornings.
Karma says she keeps getting booted.
Is she
Come back,
backstage?
Karma.
No, I'll drop the link again.
Hi, Barb. I love you, Barb.
Looking for Truth sound keeps coming in and out too. Is there something she can do different? I don't know if she
I
needs
don't know.
headphones. Sometimes I can hear her and sometimes I can't.
All right.
Me
I heard you
too.
now.
Yeah.
It's probably because my blanket was covering the.
Yeah,
the
you sound
speaker
perfect now.
mic. Yeah, I think it's because my blanket was covering the microphone.
Mhm. So you doing the detoxing and all that stuff, Tim? You into that or no?
No, man, you're putting me to shame. You're putting me to shame.
Oh.
You got quite an impressive regimen there.
I'm sitting here drinking a Coca-Cola and listening to him going, wow, I'm way far away from as healthy as Bob
But
is.
it's inspiring. It's inspiring to have
It
someone
really is.
lead by example and impart some knowledge on us. I need to follow your lead there. I'm just here drinking coffee and probably not the best health decision in the world.
I'm not 100% either, but if you outweigh the good with the bad, you're all right.
Is that a bud in a can?
No, it's coffee in a thermos, so it stays hot through the whole show.
I thought it was a can of Bud Light too.
I thought it was another bud.
No.
How funny.
But yeah, I made a video. See, I just started doing this. I'm not really a professional at making videos or even doing live streams. But I made a video. I titled it "A Peek at My Superfoods." If you want to go check that out, it'll get you started on some ideas of what I do. I mean, when I buy a pound of a superfood, it usually fits in a mason jar. So I got like 90 mason jars of all full of different things, and on the back of it, I have all the stuff it does for you.
That's a good idea. Just to
And
remind yourself.
powders.
Right. It tells you
Marcia's
the
in
vitamins,
chat says she's
minerals.
making coffee now.
Right. So then after a while, after doing it, you'll know exactly what it's for, you know? So if you got a headache or something, you'll be able to go out there and get some ginger and stuff and make up your little concoction and gone.
One little tip I have for people. Sorry, I muted myself. One little tip for people who get headaches I have is turn your device screen brightness way down. I don't know. It took me a while to figure that out. Like I spend a lot of time around computers and all of a sudden I had this realization. I'm like, why am I blasting myself with this light? I can see it just fine at the lowest volume setting. And it's so much easier to look at a screen for a long time if it's down. So my phones, my laptops, my computer monitors, I just turn the monitors way down. Saves my brain.
I didn't know you could do that to your computer monitor. I do it to my phones, but where's the setting in your computer?
What type of computer do you have? Windows or
Windows 10?
Windows 10 with like a standalone monitor?
No, it's a laptop.
A laptop. Okay. Hit the Windows key and then start typing brightness.
Oh, okay.
And then, or I think it might be display settings, but just click on that and
It'll have the little bar you can slide over.
yeah, I'm trying to find exactly where it is, but it's somewhere in the Windows settings.
Do you have a laptop? On a laptop, you might have it up on your keyboard. I do. You just do lighten or dim it.
Right. I know on mine it's like I hold function and there's like a little sun in the
Right.
I see the sun on my keyboard. You're right. So you hit function, hit one of those, and it'll go lighter or darker.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's going to help because, yeah, when I'm looking at the computer screen, especially if I'm doing like Bob, when he does the all-nighter live streams, if I'm in there late, it seems like that bright light makes it so much harder to go to sleep later because it gets you too awake.
Right. It's just overbearing, and I feel like an idiot for it because it took me so long to figure it out. And I'm a professional programmer; like I spend all day looking at computers, and it was a huge revelation. So if anyone hasn't thought of it yet, just wanted to pass that tip along.
Welcome, Strawberry.
Yeah, I just did that the other day because it was really bright. I just did that a few days ago. It's a coincidence that you said that.
Yeah, sometimes like when I used to go into an office to work, now I work at home, but I would see people with just like their screens just blasting them with like full settings. It's like, I think you guys could probably get away with turning the brightness down a little bit. There would also be the same ones who would get headaches from time to time, and I would just tell them like, dude, just sit, don't put yourself in that position. Just turn it way down. So that's my PSA for the day.
Tim, Sister Golden Hair in chat said, Tim Truth, amazing coverage you did of Virginia gun rally.
Yeah. Tim does awesome work.
I appreciate that. And I was telling Sister Golden Hair the other day, I really liked her name. It reminds me of that song by America. Have you guys heard that song?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, you got to listen to that song. It's a great one.
Did that just date ourselves?
Yeah, hello to everybody in the room. If I miss you, I'm sorry.
Welcome, William.
Yeah, William's got some good stuff too. He might be someone you want to talk to as well, Tim. He's up on a lot of prepping and good stuff.
Excellent. I just
Chrissy-
subscribed to William. Good to meet you.
I gotta find
Chrissy-
William now.
He's
Yeah,
just
I found him. Yeah, I do prepping too, so that's a good one. I want to watch his channel. William, I just subbed to you.
I'm just telling you right now, he doesn't have a lot of content on his channel, but he's gonna start getting it going. But I know him personally, and he's for real.
Chrissy Shunda from chat said, new to this channel, Tim Truth sent me.
Nice, thanks,
Thank you,
Tim. Thank you very much, Tim.
Yeah, more people need to find this channel. I'm loving it. So I'm glad you told me about it, and that I found it. So thank you.
Yeah,
Hello,
thank you. I'm
Chrissy,
glad I
welcome.
found it. I've found a lot of really good videos by subscribing to people that I've met here.
Yep. That's what I'm all
Hello,
about.
Skies took my drone.
Just doing my part, Tim, you know?
But Chrissy is from the float community. She's really a welcoming person over there. That's how I met her. I just signed up for float, and she was like right there to welcome me. So that's a great place for people who are looking to connect and network with other smart people who love freedom and want to learn about the nature of our reality and how to best operate within it. So shout out to Chrissy. She's awesome.
And shout out to Vernon.
I just subbed to you, Chrissy. I like finding new channels to watch.
Oh, we got a lot of channels coming through here every day.
Just sub
5, 6,
Chrissy.
7, 800. Go ahead.
And speaking of the chat, shout out to Rob for Truth, aka Before Our Eyes, in the chat. He's a really great researcher. He would add a lot to your guys' discussion on like the neurotoxins, especially like the the spraying and the food and such. He's a wealth of information.
Awesome.
Hello, 11, Pagan 11.
Hello, 11. Wayne, come on up, William. There's room for one more.
I can drop down too.
No, I got room.
I can mute so someone else can talk.
You're okay.
I never shut up. I'll mute.
Hello, Eric Elliott.
Yeah, shout out to everybody. All awesome channels in here.
So what do you do on your channel usually then?
What's that?
What do you usually do on your channel?
What do I usually do on my channel?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, I unite
Right.
truthers. I find truther channels, people who are awake
Mm-hmm.
to the system, and try to unite everybody. And we talk about many different topics. We talk about some current events, or we talk like we are now, some natural health.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much anything. We're open topics here. If you have anything that you have or concerns with, you're welcome to come up on a panel and talk about it. A lot of
Oh,
people
excellent.
don't. A lot of people don't have people
William.
to talk to. You know,
Hey,
they
how
might
are you
have.
guys?
They're in a community where there's no one else to talk to and they're awake. You know how you get your call to go put your tinfoil hat on. You know,
Hey,
you're
hey, be careful with the
here.
tinfoil.
But here we're a community where we're all on the same page, maybe at different levels, but we can talk about it. You know, communicate with other people, share our ideas.
And that's a tactic that these tech companies employ, is try to make people feel isolated and that the community is rejecting them. But in reality, they're just not allowing ideas to spread because they don't want people to get encouraged when they go
Yeah.
down these threatening topics. But shout out to William who just joined. I'm a happy new subscriber.
Hello,
Thanks,
William.
William.
How you doing, guys?
Hi,
What's
William.
going on today?
William's got a lot to add. Go ahead.
Love you, William.
Love you guys too. What's going on today? What are we talking about? I just got on.
Well,
Anything new topics coming along?
I think
You
it's
talk-
about chemicals and autism and ADHD.
Bob was
What?
telling we were learning about Bob's arsenal of mason jars of superfoods, and I'm super jealous. I need to get some going over here.
Yeah, Bob's
Oh.
amazing. He has a lot of new things that we can learn from. He's very well known for that. Mike has told me all about him, and then I found out that he's done a lot of research on his stuff that he makes himself. That's why I think many of us should learn and capitalize on that and learn some of the stuff that he does. You know, as a prepper, I think everybody should learn some new stuff as well as old stuff, and a lot of health stuff benefits that we can use for ourselves, and try to shy away from all different products that we see in the stores today, because most of them are garbage and, you know, very toxic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's so many stuff that grow in your own backyard that you can actually use and, you know, preserve and stock up on. You know, they have so much health benefits. I think one these days we should put up a chart so we can see what's available to us, and then we can actually learn to pick it and then maybe show each other some techniques and, you know, something we can share. I also want a big shout out to all the patriots that went to VA. Fortunately, I couldn't go. On the last show that we were, I actually got a big call from Big Brother, you know, and it's a little scary because I got a call from the FBI, and then he called me and says, "Hey, do you know a guy, uh, you know, by the name of such and such?" And unfortunately, you know, my Facebook page, there's all kind of patriots, and you know, we tend to accept people and put them on our pages. And I come to find out they were looking for this guy because he fortunately had something to say about the governor of VA. And it was a little disturbing. Then they were asking crazy questions, you know, who you affiliated with and all such and such. Maybe speak to you. So, you know, me, I don't care. You know, I just tell them straight out, you know, if there's a problem and you know somebody that's a problem, then, you know, address the issue. You know, I don't know these people. I can accept millions of people every day on social media. Doesn't mean I'm going to be accountable for what they do or be
Exactly.
responsible for their actions. You know, but it just drew me an eyebrow, opened my eyebrow to realize that no matter what we do, even here on social media, you know, these people are watching us all the time. So it's a little annoying
Wow,
because
that's
here you are expressing your opinions, your freedoms and stuff. And just because you might accept somebody and that person makes a mistake or does something wrong, they want to literally track down all their friends and who are they and such and such.
Well, did you see that bid for proposals as the FBI put out a project that they wanted bids on to scrape all of the people's posts off all the different websites, all the different platforms, aggregate all these profiles on each person, including their different aliases on different platforms and all the people they're connected with, so that the FBI could have a real-time dashboard and basically red flag people. And I think it's outrageous.
Exactly, and I think that's what's part of it. They were probably trying to target myself as well because why would they ask me that? You know, are you on social media? You know, do you go on shows? Are you attending Virginia rally? I
Wow.
mean, in reality, it's none of their business whether I do or I don't.
You know
But
what's funny about
it just makes me realize that, you know, these people are watching you day in and day out. That's part of their propaganda for the red flag laws. So they deem you
Yeah.
as a terrorist or deem you as a problem.
Right.
And then there's an excuse to go to your house and knock the door down, or, you know, let's wake up to reality. You know, this is just their way of manipulating people and trying to, you know, progress their agenda. Because sad to say, you know, this is what they do.
Targeting dissidents, exactly. And it's really a shame because I've called the FBI before. And I said, "Hey, I'd like to report a crime," and they just hounded me, and they just wanted to get my information. And I kept saying, "No, I'd like to take the Fifth. I'm not going to invest. I'm not going to help you in any investigation into myself. I'm actually trying to call in an anonymous tip." And then they'd be like, "Okay, well then, what's your social security number?" I'm like, "No, anonymous tip. Okay, what's your date of birth? No, still anonymous tip. I'm still pleading the Fifth." And it just like what's your address, what's your phone number, what's your email? Every time I said anonymous. And then I said, okay, I'd like to report the people in Washington DC, and I had a big list of them. All of these people voted on rights depriving legislation, and they conspired against our rights, which are federal crimes. I cited the U.S. code, and they basically told me to F off and hung up on me. As soon as they got done trying to get all my information, I told them the people who were committing actual federal crimes that really matter. And no, I guess they're too busy reading all our social posts and trying to see if it's grounds for taking away our gun rights.
They'd probably already have traced your phone number.
Exactly. It's a shame, you know, it's a very uncomfortable feeling for most people.
Right, right.
It's like they're tracking
You
us.
know, and they got to watch
don't want
them,
to talk.
man.
Yeah, I've heard a few other channels talking about it too, where they got contacted.
Yeah, it's crazy. You know, I just got off of Bob's show the other night, and then the next day I get this phone call, but it had nothing to do with Bob's show. It's actually I had a guy that was a patriot that's on my page, and unfortunately he tried to contact me and ask me if our groups were going to VA, you know, and I told him not that I know of, because unfortunately we didn't know what to expect. With a lot of other groups, a lot of people stood back. It's not that they didn't want to go to VA, but wasn't sure what the outcome was going to be because there was other events that happened, like Charlottesville. People went and they attended and they did the right thing, but then they got reprimanded by the state because they were there, even though they were asked to participate, and it caused a lot of problems for many individuals. So, to receive a phone call, and I was like, hey, what the hell's going on with these people, and all of a sudden, hey, we're part of Homeland Security, blah, blah, blah. We're checking on this guy. He made a threat to well, you know what? Just because he's on my page on social media doesn't mean I necessarily know everybody. You see, if you're a patriot, I've always accept patriots or anybody that, love this country and ever, but you can't, even if you knew somebody, you're not responsible for what they do. If they do something, against the law or anything, you can't be responsible for that. But it kind of like made me realize that this could be a red flag agenda. We don't know what it could be. So, sometimes we have to be careful what we say. Same thing like when Bob showed the post about the list that had all the stuff that they would try to do. And one of the things that we discussed here, even as being a prepper, you got to, what if they want to take supplies or they want to know what you have or what you do? So I think sometimes, it's good to talk about it, but don't disclose too much information about your whereabouts. That's why I used to always say, even as a prepper or survivalist or whatever, never keep your eggs in the same basket. Always fan out your supplies away from your home so you never have to worry about that. Even if somebody bothered you or came knocking on your door, hey, there's nothing there. There's nothing wrong with having supplies. There's nothing illegal about it. There's nothing wrong about storing food and having medicines or et cetera, et cetera. It's just a way of life. I mean, they did it back in the old days and, in the 1800s as well. So we're just learning to go back into the culture that we kind of like misaligned ourselves with throughout the years. And we're educating ourselves. And because of what's going on around the world, I think we are all, waking up to the truth.
And they hate it. It's a threat to them. That's why they have this new TAPS Act, Threat Assessment Behavior. I forgot what it stands for now, but it's crazy they want to modify our behavior when it doesn't suit them, when it's inconvenient. And the FBI doesn't work for us. Obviously they work against us, and it's pretty scary. I mean, it takes like East Germany level surveillance to like an exponential power. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So very true, what do? We just educate ourselves, try to be a little more careful on certain things. We got nothing to hide. Like I tell them, listen, you want to go through my Facebook media? I give you permission to do so. You want to check my back Beyond the Backwoods page? By all means, I've got nothing to hide. I can't be responsible for individuals' behavior or what they do or say or nothing like that. I don't condone violence, no matter what. Even as I discussed about the militia or anything, we don't condone violence. We're not about violence. Even one of the questions was, are you affiliated with any militia groups? Of course I am. I have a right to be so. If I want to be in a militia, if I want to be a prepper, if I want to be a teacher, if I want to be an officer of the law, that's my freedom to do so. There's nothing illegal about it.
Exactly.
So
they want
to
they want to make us feel like criminals, even though they're the supreme criminals, and it diverts and distracts people from who we really should be fighting against, because we're just trying to not go to jail. And it's really crazy. Like you said, feel free to go through my my electronic papers and no issue, but you shouldn't have to do that. And they keep using all these excuses. Well, there's criminals online, so no one can have any privacy. We can't have end-to-end encryption because people will sell drugs, or people will do all these terrible things. And it's like, well, we have a right to privacy, even if there are criminals out there. Their criminality should not deprive us of our rights. And
exactly. But you know what? No matter how you look at it, they're going to go through it anyway. So, and I'm not, don't be surprised if they already search everybody individually and look through it beyond your control. It's just, social media is, open to the world. It's the same thing as you post pictures and photos. Anybody can share it. Anybody can capitalize on it. It's open to the public. So
you're right.
You ain't got nothing to hide. There's no worries about it. So,
and even private stuff on the internet and like sending emails or text messages or phone calls, that's all getting recorded and chronicled as well. But it reminds me of the Minister of Propaganda in Nazi Germany, Goebbels, who said, and this is what their mantra now: if you have nothing to fear, if you have nothing to hide. And we shouldn't have to feel like we have, go through all our stuff, we have nothing to hide. We should put our foot down and say that, keep your nose out of our business. I mean,
yeah, it's true.
Especially if they're not actually out there solving crime. Like, why aren't they arresting like Ralph Northam and these people in Virginia that are trying to take away people's rights? That's a clear violation of the Bill of Rights, which is a series of restrictions on government. And that's what the FBI should be doing. What's that?
They'd rather pin stuff on the Patriots and try to blame them for doing bad stuff, like how they went after William. And it's like, really, some of these lawmakers are being so unconstitutional with what they're trying to pass, but they want to pass it down onto the people and the truth community. And the Patriots are getting it really bad. Like when he was saying, if you're a prepper, if you're a survivalist, if you're in a militia, there's nothing wrong with that. Those are all good things, but they'll put you on their little list and then you've got them knocking on your door.
We were told it's going to be good as evil
Yeah,
and evil as good.
It's a very uncomfortable feeling for many individuals. The question is, what can you do to protect yourselves? If you ain't got nothing to hide, don't worry about it. But it's just to me, it's an invasion of your privacy. It's a way of them to tap into you, even if you have nothing to be affiliated with anybody, such as in my case. There's many guys that reach out and say, hey, are you going to to the rally? Is your group going to the rally? So not that I know of, but still no,
Well, they have a lot of lists, and I know you guys touched on this channel, the 72 types of Americans who are considered potentially domestic terrorists. And they came out with that document recently, which just verified this, that one out of the FBI Phoenix office, which said that people who think that there's a small group of people who control industry and governments and media is some sort of a potential domestic terrorist threat. It's outright ridiculous that having ideas and doing research that the mainstream media doesn't agree with is considered an act of violence against the state. It's like feel like they're projecting how they think we should be acting, and it's like, no, we never said that. If you guys have a guilty conscience, that's on you. But it's really terrible the way that they and even like you mentioned earlier, William, you said you don't condone violence, but we shouldn't have to follow these rules. We should be able to do whatever we want. And
and you're right. You're right 100%. But even as freedom speaking people, and even if you're not doing anything wrong, you know, you always, even if you do a show or you write a book or even if you make a speech, you always have to put your clauses in to protect yourself, because anything you say, they would try to use as evidence against you. Anything you say out of context, they would use that against you. You know, you could be innocent, but remember, it's the way around. They say you're innocent until proven guilty. No, everybody seems to be guilty, and you have to wind up proving you're innocent anyway. But
Right.
that's the way their system works. You know, fortunately, this came addressed to me, and then all I had to do was just call, contact superior people and let them handle it for me. And they got any questions, so be it. You know, let them answer to that. Me, I'm just a normal citizen every day that just likes enjoying prepping, learning, and you know anything that we can do to benefit our way of life. But unfortunately, we face, not just me, but millions of people are facing this day in and day out. There's many of people that are being, mistreated from the system, deemed as criminals overnight and made as criminals overnight, even if they're not doing nothing wrong, just because are a part of a group or you sponsor a group or you're a freedom loving American that loves all these patriot pages. That's why I say, even if you post stuff on pages, don't get radical, don't talk stupid. There's a lot of people that run their mouths, they get all the egos up their ass and they get all gun ho and they want to tough the tough talk. But that comes with a price to pay, even if it's your freedom to do so, and you're not doing anything wrong. But unfortunately, Big Brother doesn't think that way, and they'll deem you as a criminal overnight, and boom, there's a red flag problem. That's why I wish they do away with this red flag law, because I don't think it works. It's going to turn a lot of innocent people into criminals overnight.
Yeah, I made a bunch of calls about the TAPS Act and these red flag laws, and I got the Babin, the guy behind the TAPS Act. I got his legislative assistant to agree with me that first off, he said that there's a bunch of red flags that they could have predicted that these shootings would happen in most of the cases. And I said, well, if you go off those, aren't there going to be a ton of false positives? And he agreed, yes, there would be. So it's proof right there that, and we already know this, even if they didn't admit to it, that these won't match up with reality of what would happen. That's the problem with pre-crime, is it casts way too broad of a net to people who haven't done anything wrong. And it's really terrible. My thing is, I think that I don't want to incite violence, but I think people have the right to, and so I'm going to use my speech and try to be lawyerly about it. But I think that people ought to be able to incite violence if they want. That's just my opinion. Hopefully that's not illegal to say, but
no, I understand that. I understand that part. And unfortunately, this is what's happening today. So I wanted to bring this as an eye opener to everybody that this can happen to you. It's not. I'm not just the only one. It's millions of people. Now, fortunately, that's beyond our control. But luckily that VA turned out so fantastic. It actually turned out better than we expected. So many broad amount of different people from different cultures have band together, and it was such a peaceful march. And the outcome of how many people turned up, it was simply amazing. And maybe this is a wake up call to let them know that people are tired and people are going to get together, and it's just going to get bigger and bigger. We love our Constitution. We love the country. We love the way we live. Why change it? Why does try to change society and create I don't know if this is what we say, the new world order or a socialism, and try to push their propaganda. We've been like this for over 200 years, and it's protect us. So why the change? And I think now society's waking up even further. But getting back to like the prepping stuff, then this is why we all do what we do today, and this is why I think knowledge should be shared among our peers here on different broad spectrums of different things that we can learn and capitalize on. And that's what brought me to the show. Was because it's the diversity of all the things that we talk about and the respect that we have from each other on all different aspects. We got for everything from religion to chemtrails to everything. I mean, you name it, it's here. And we all have established a great relationship on this page. I'm getting to actually know all the people by names and numbers, and you know what, this is what we're all about. And I think most social media shows should do that, because the biggest thing to do is be one broad-minded show that only states one thing only. We have to expand our horizon to make things better. And it changes the public's perception of what's going on in the world, as well as we benefit from it.
Yeah, I used to watch, just to add to that, I used to watch a ton of TV growing up as a kid and movies, and I looked at it as like a way to learn, how to behave and how to have conversations. And at a certain point, I saw this pattern where there was never anything of value, nothing, no useful information in any of the content. So that's what I love about people like that are on the panel here and people in the chat are doing, is they're actually empowering people with useful information, which seems to be there's like a total vacuum in the entertainment and media space where they don't want to they just want to distract you and keep you entertained and amused. They don't want it to empower you with anything that you can actually use to better your life and the life of the people in your family and your community. So hats off to everybody out there who's empowering others and sharing what you've learned with people.
Same to you, brother.
Absolutely.
Does anybody else have anything they want to add to that?
Next.
Well, I think you're 100% right, William. And I think there's a lot of people waking up. There are a lot of people in very different stages of awakeness right now. So we need to be patient with the people that are just waking up.
Mm-hmm.
And we might have to rehash a lot of these topics because there's new people out there. But every time that we do, we're just going to grow and grow and grow. And I see 2020 as another growth of another 10% of people waking up, you guys. So I'm looking forward to 20% by the end of 2020.
I see 90.
20% ain't that bad when you think about it. Because when you go to the store and you get 20% off something, don't you get excited? 20%'s good, okay?
90.
We just shoot for more.
Right, and we all have to work on our own truth, arsenal as well, because people use that term waking up, and I've used it before myself, but in reality, we all have so much left to learn. I know I do. And
exactly.
We don't even know what we don't know. That's kind of the sad part. But it's also exciting to know that there's so much information out there that is waiting to be discovered. So no one should ever stop seeking and searching. And I do worry, though, because as hopeful as it seems with people being able to have access to information, the main sites that most people use, if you look at like the leading websites by market share, it's like Google, YouTube, Facebook. These are rigged platforms. So most people are have an uphill battle here where they're just being spoon-fed the propaganda in very deceitful ways that's hard to detect. And a lot of people aren't able to see it, and they're not able to work around it. So we have a lot of fighting to do here.
Exactly.
I agree.
Yep.
But every percent we get more, that's good, you guys. Just go forward, not backwards.
And
we got it.
There's so much propaganda coming out of the TV, and I almost feel sorry for the people that they're spoon-fed and they just believe it. And then sometimes when they talk to people like us, they think we're crazy.
But I have hope. I think like what happened to me is I was watching so much TV and movies and like science, like famous scientists talk, that you start getting the pattern and you realize that they're not telling the truth and it's all propaganda. Like I have hope that people will see what's happening. They might fall victim to it for a while, but they'll snap out of it, hopefully. Although I did have the YouTube algorithm starting to wake me up with things like 9/11 truth. And that was a big smack in the face when I was like, wow, I need to reevaluate everything that I've considered.
I had mentioned something one time that I heard on the news, on the radio or something, and my 11-year-old grandson looked at me and put his hand on his hip, and he's like, "Grandma, you know you can't listen to the news. It's not true." So I was telling my son, I'm like, "Good, you raised him right, you know?" And he was only 11.
Yeah, it's crazy because I have the same discussion even with my own mother now. She's a much older woman, and she's always watching TV, and she'll come out of the room and say, "Hey, he's such and such and such and such," and I'm like, "Hey, mom, they can't believe everything you see or hear on social media, on TV, because the news is the biggest political platform there is for them to use to promote, even talk about their and push their own agendas. You can't believe everything you read. There's always the fine line behind that. You have to get the facts straight. And not everything you read is always true. So, that's why I always tell people, even when you're on Facebook or social media and you hear about events, and then all of a sudden all these wild stories pop up about what's going to happen, who said this, who said that. Sometimes you just have to erase all that and figure it out on what is truthful and what is not, what is hurtful, and and make a decision for yourself. But even as we use this show, we talk everything basically on the truth, everything from your heart. We talk about problems, we talk about many issues, but we never use this platform to push any propaganda of anything with politics to push our own agenda. We don't do that. That's what separates us from them. The question is, what is the truth? And that's why we're here, and that's why there are many good other groups and shows. You got Pete the Patriot, you got Truth Seekers, you got so many different varieties of shows that we can actually listen to. And then everybody seems to we'll get on each other's pages, and we'll share some kind of information on everything, and it makes it more understanding, more enjoyable. But unfortunately, Big Brother doesn't seem to like that at times, so it would be questioned or deemed as whatever they want to say. But I don't give a shit. And sorry that I cursed and said that, but you know what? I'm not gonna fold and panic and oh my God, I got to worry about. You know what? I'm not doing anything wrong. There's nothing wrong with just talking.
Exactly. Yeah, well said. And I like to say that they use the game, and that's an acronym: government, academia, media, and entertainment, and that's how they propagate the lies. And a lot of times they get people with subliminal stuff. So, like Steve Jobs once said, "I spent a fortune on advertisement, but you would never know it." So, like, instead of buying the obvious like TV ad where you're watching an Apple commercial, he would pay off movie producers to put it in the scene in a favorable light with likable characters that people want to emulate. And they do the same thing with ideologies that they do with marketing, and same thing with these politicians, these people that they want to elevate. And we live in a world where the news tells us who the smartest people are, and people believe
Exactly.
it's ridiculous. And then people go to the people and have this trust because the news said they were smart. It's
I think the one guy said it best. And did you watch the guy that was on the Golden Globe Awards when he turned around and told all the elite right off come up on the stage, get your little trophy and everything, and don't use the stage as a platform, and just get the F out. I almost dropped and started laughing hysterical because it's the truth. These people who just they're not in our world. They don't have that problem we're facing, trying to survive day in and day out. They're spoon fed, and they live in the elite situation where they're rich, they got money. They don't worry about the things in normal life. They're not normal people. They're not of the real people, of the real life, I would say, because they're distant themselves from us. So if you distance yourselves from reality, then to me, you're just a phony. You're just a person that, just got in their glory because you're a multimillionaire making shows and movies and stuff. But you know what? You're nothing of importance to me. I enjoy the shows. Yeah, we all watch movies, shows, and actors and stuff. But the reality is, if you're not in touch with your own people and the reality of helping people and doing the right thing, then you're just part of what they are, their own elite.
Paid sellouts.
Yep, sellout liars.
Wizards.
And that's a great point. That's a great point. And also, they really hedge their bets, especially on threatening ideas that they don't want to spread throughout the masses. So they will they'll think of all the ways that we could go to approach somebody who's still asleep and wake them up and shatter their illusions, and they will systematically cover that Achilles heel with armor and fortify it, and basically just ridicule. Like one of their strongest weapons is the laugh track, and they'll make people afraid to even consider ideas because they deem it to be worthy of mockery. It's crazy. And also the other thing you mentioned that I think was real spot on. The last thing I wanted to say was they are so out of touch with reality. They're delusional, and yet that's exactly what these quacks and these indoctrinated people, these psychiatrists, will accuse us of with the punitive psychiatry. They'll say we have schizophrenia, we need to be medicated, we need to be in insane asylums. It's political abuse of psychiatry, and it's coming.
Yeah, and I
Delusional
agree.
psychosis.
Right? Remember, that's what Alex Jones, the defense he took in the Sandy Hook case. He said he had temporary psychosis, which is ridiculous. I mean, he basically threw everybody under the bus with that defense.
Exactly. And, it's kind of funny. Here's a psychiatrist telling us, listening to our problems day in and day out, trying to tell us what is right and wrong. But they themselves go see psychiatrists. So, if it just doesn't make sense, I think people just got to
Or
learn
be
to come to
careful,
terms
you can
with
go to a
reality.
dermatologist and be diagnosed as delusional just for going to the dermatologist, you guys.
Yeah, don't trust any of these people. And
I mean, they're trying to mark us for life with that kind of shit. Excuse me, Adam Schiff stuff in our medical charts.
Yep. Suck you right into the
And
system.
I know this because they did it to me 3.5 years ago when I went in to talk to the dermatologist.
What happened?
I got attacked by that Morgellons shit, the spiderweb crap. Bob knows. I got attacked by that nanotech shit, and it was trying to get in my body, and it attacked my face. Where another person in our group here, Madam Mystic Skywatcher, had the same thing, and yeah, they gave me that diagnosis, and I'm like, you mother, oh.
You just brought something to my attention. It's almost like if you go to the doctors and you tell the doctor, oh, I got this pain in my head, I this and this and that, and the doctor diagnosed you either schizophrenic or you got mental issues or medical depression or something, and they start prescribing medication right away. Soon as you start telling them about these problems and they start diagnosing you and then start giving you medication, it's now become on your own personal list. So now one day when something ever happens, I'll look back and look at all these paperwork and says, well, yeah, this guy's mentally disturbed, he got problems, blah, blah, blah. There's your red flag law, or this is what's going to happen. So
You're in an
I'm
old
diabetic.
folks
So
home one day, and they flip
right.
back to your chart from 20 years ago, and they're like, "Yeah, leave that little old lady in the corner there.
That's why
She's
you
been
never talk about
diagnosed
your problems
schizo."
to a doctor, a psychologist, or nothing. Just learn to deal with it yourself. Same way you learn to heal
Exactly.
your own body with natural medicines. The same way, educate yourself.
And that's what I did, William. I went on the hunt. And for 14 months and for 12 hours a day, I researched and went down every freaking rabbit hole and woke up to all of this. And I'm treating all this holistically, and True Seeker knows that. I'm really into the holistic and whole foods and just eating as clean as you can.
Exactly. Live a healthy lifestyle.
Yeah.
Cleanse your own body, and and even if you go to a doctor's visit, watch what you say and address an issue a certain way. Just say, hey, my foot hurts or whatever, and that's it. If you got a back pain, it's a back pain or whatever, but never talk about your mental state of mind ever, because that becomes
I never even brought it up, William. He just said, "Oh, you've been watching too much YouTube."
yeah, doctors
And
have
then I'm
asked me,
like,
do you face depression? Do you face
no,
this? Do you have any? You know what? Why are you asking me these questions? This has nothing to do with me being a diabetic. That's because of me of drinking so much Pepsi as a young person. Winded up 300 pounds, now down to 220, and I took care of myself. But unfortunately, I damaged my own body because of my unhealthy lifestyle. Was it out of depression? I won't say that. I just
No.
basically was, it's addictive habit.
But you
That's why,
trusted those food producers, didn't you, William? Just like I
you know
did.
what? As
I've
a young person,
trusted that
I just love
everything
Pepsi, the
is
taste of
good
it,
that
and all
I'm
of a sudden I
eating.
realize it's
Yeah.
poison.
It's
Well,
not your fault. It's done by design, and they put stuff in it that make you want more.
and they
Something.
market it.
Becomes
Yeah.
They
addictive.
market it.
Yes.
They have these little like
Yeah.
jingles that you get stuck in your head as a child, and they associate it with fun times and all this
Yep.
stuff. It's insidious. And what I think is interesting about these or these psychiatry diagnoses is like let's take schizophrenia for example, because I'm always afraid they're going to label me with that in the future. Basically, what that means is in that guy's opinion, I'm out of touch with reality. I'm delusional. But for that to be true,
Exactly.
he has to have a completely good understanding of reality. And I don't think these people do. I don't think anybody really understands exactly what's going on with reality. And I just think it's like kind of playing God for them to say they know everything, and anybody who thinks differently is delusional. And that's
If
what these
more than
people
one
think.
person
They know
get
everything.
voices in the head, where do these voices come from?
What's that?
If more than one voices in the head, where do these voices come from?
Where do these voices come from?
Could
In
be
your own.
skull to technology, that technology they have. I mean, what happened when we landed in Iraq and they all laid down their arms? We did
Voice to
voice to
skull.
skull technology. Yes, exactly. And then I wanted to bring up one point, you guys. Chewy.com. You know how the dogs always get excited when that box gets dropped at your front door? I figured it out. They sent the freaking box. Now, is that not marketing to get you to buy for your pet at Chewy.com? They sent the box.
Well, one thing I think is fascinating that a lot of people don't know is that like marketing and public relations are like $1 trillion businesses. And I'm just spitballing. I could be wrong about the specifics, but if you think about it, like how much do they spend on advertisement? Like traditional advertisement, like banner ads and billboards and TV spots. It's like 1% of that maybe. So all of the other stuff is like really nefarious tricks where they're just being deceitful and trying to trick us and using all these dirty tricks, and
I agree.
it's insane.
It's even like this one big word, and this is something that you see every day, and the word is in your own
And
food.
if
It's
you eat
called
Doritos, you can
expiration
be a
date.
hot chick too.
Right. If you look at your
What was the
foods,
word?
everything has an expiration date.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, there's a lot of foods, and I wish I knew how to use this computer, and right now I'm on a phone, but I don't. I would show you a list of all the foods that are long term. People say, "Oh, this food's going to expire within a couple of weeks." That's the government's way of constantly selling you a product and making you throw out a good product because they have to make a turnover. They need to make a marketing turnover to increase the amount of money they make yearly and the annual. So all this tons of food get wasted. I've actually went to like a ShopRite supermarket, even a Petco's food supply store, anything, and you look at everything they dump out in the dumpsters that are long-term foods that could last months. Good food they throw away that they can feed the homeless and all the people that are unfortunately are going through hard times, and they waste it. I'm not talking about metric tons of food and supplies every day. We can
Right.
feed the world. And
How about planned obsolescence, where they do that with electronics and cars and such, where they make it fail after a certain amount of time, even though they could make it way more durable and long lasting.
Exactly.
Like one time I had my iPhone just fail out of nowhere. It was like still great hardware. I went into the
Nice.
store. They gave me a new one, and they're like, "Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen one that's connected to 5G." And I was just laughing. I'm like, I'm sure that's a
Here's an example. Your automobile. Back in anything below 1979, everything was basically carbureted, and these things could run forever, and they last. They take you to the same distance they needed. Don't get me wrong, technology is a beautiful thing as far as comfortability. With all the new cars and everything, it's beautiful, all the luxuries, but it comes with a heavy price. You're being exposed to a lot of radiation. You're being exposed to a lot of situations that are going to cause a lot of problems for you, whether it's health wise or financially, because look at the new cars today. Something breaks, you can't even fix it anymore. Back in the old days, give me a 1979 K5 Blazer truck. I'll drop the transfer case tranny and take apart the engine and put it together and keep going the same day.
It shows where
It's
the
making it
priorities
harder for us. It's making us harder for us to be self-reliant on things, because once we become smart to it, they have to upgrade their technology, so we would depend on them in order for it to work. It's the same thing with food. It's the same thing with medicine. It's the same thing with everything. They don't want us to use the old ways and deal with that. Everybody talked about off the grid. If something happens, if we have an EMP, that's why you have an old car that's carbureted. You know, you could take the battery, bury it in the ground, put a piece of sheet lead over it. The battery's protected. And, you know, you could fire even some of these old cars. If you look at the old days, they used to have hand cranks on some of these old, like the Model T Fords. They didn't have none of batteries. And you could just crank it up and boom, enough spark to get the thing running, and it stayed running. There was a car that was actually invented back in the old days. I forgot the name of it. It had no antifreeze. It just ran on air cooled, and it was a car that was that would run forever. Fortunately, the government wanted that vehicle so bad that they tried to buy the rights off of this guy. The guy refused to give them the right to sell his share of his invention, and then unfortunately, this guy died. You know,
That's the
all
guy
of a
from
sudden
Washington State.
he passed. So all of a sudden, he mysteriously was dead. And then the car was taken away and never shown to the public to be used again. The car was already made. I forgot the name of it. As soon as I find out, I'll show it up here. But here's an
Volkswagen.
example to make an ultimate car that could run for such a long time. You know
Right.
why they did that? Because the automakers would not make no money.
That's
and
their
as they
top
can't make
priority.
money, that was the biggest threat to them, because now they can't promote the industry.
When
So they had to
design
get them out of the way.
When they design products and make them, their goal is, like, over the next 20 years, how can we maximize how much money we pull in? So they're not going to prioritize making cars that last for a long time and are easily maintainable and still have a lot of value. They're going to try to sell you on something that's going to break in 4 years and get you to spend as much money. I mean, 4 years might be a fast time scale for a new car.
Exactly.
They're going to try to get you to spend as much money on this flashy thing that's going to break down, and you're going to want to buy a new one at that point.
And that goes with everything.
Yeah.
A bunch of cheap crap.
They especially do it with cell phones. It seems like, at a certain time, your phone just doesn't work anymore. And it's like, well, wait a minute, it should still work. I didn't do anything to it. I didn't break it. I didn't drop it. I think they electronically send a signal to it like it's time for a new phone.
Exactly.
Same with like the laptops and stuff.
And this is what your food should look like, you guys.
There you go. Look at you.
Look at
Okay,
her.
yeah, I've been doing this for a long time.
Wow, Tin. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I've been doing this for 3 or 4 years, you guys.
Awesome.
I know a lot about prepping. This is just one of my prep stations because, like William said, you got to spread it out. Don't keep it all in one spot.
But now you're talking about that stuff. One thing about the prepping part, people always, talking about saving food, food and water and everything. What I do is I'd rather carry 5 pounds of superfood powders that are high in nutrition versus say a month. Just imagine carrying like even a week's worth of food.
Yeah,
how much
pack
food
your
is that? You know what I mean?
bag and go, right.
Right. Now you get 5 pounds of super nutritious food that lasts you 6 months. You see what I'm saying? And it helps you stay healthy. It helps you fight off the stuff that we're going to be up against, all the diseases and everything, and keep your energy up. Everything. It's just, I don't know. Instead of buying a can of Spam, I'd rather buy a pound of a superfood. And it might fill your belly like a bowl of rice would, but a nice little glass of superfood and some water, that's your daily nutrition for the day. You'll survive.
Does it give you like a burst of energy?
Oh, look at me. I'm doing 10, 12-hour streams at work. I got to take care of stuff around. Yeah, I'm just keep going.
Because one thing that I've really been noticing lately, I'm really focusing on breath and how much energy it fills the body with. And I just think that's amazing that there's just all this energy floating in the air that we just breathe in. And it really blows my mind. Like, we can go days without food, a little less without water, but without air, we just our bodies just like freak out. So I think people need to take a lot of deep breaths.
Well, I
use
agree with Bob
breathing,
on that. You know,
breathing
what Bob
exercises.
stated, what Bob is used does helps a lot, and you know, it can cut the cost down and the amount of supplies. But whether you do it that way or you do it the basic way or whatever, the bottom line is, do you have enough to sustain you? What's going to be the situation? Are you going to get up and go, or are you going to sit down and stay where you are and bug in, or are you going to bug out? That's the whole question.
I
If
have
you're
a
going to
plan to go.
travel, you have to minimize your weight distribution, and you know, maybe making packages like Bob has for the go is going to be even more better and beneficial for yourself, especially if you have to travel. You know,
Right.
your food supplies are important because you know, if you don't have nothing now, if he does that a little every day, in a month's time, 2 months time, a year's time, it grows, and he'll have enough supplies to sustain him. A lot of people tend to be a little bit lazy and they don't want to go out and take 5 minutes of their time just to pack a few little packages and put stuff away. You know, you might, and this is why, you know, people think that preppers are crazy. You know, the society says, hey, you know, you're nuts because you guys think the world's going to end, and we discussed this many a times. But the reality, it's not about that world's ending. It's about sustaining ourselves and being more self-sufficient and self-reliance. Because if we don't, we're not going to survive. That's just the bottom line, you know. But there's many
And
different.
William,
Okay.
why is it that we have car insurance, homeowners insurance, rentals insurance? You guys think about your own food insurance. The government ain't going to be there for you. And you can buy stuff, good stuff, nutritional yeast. Look at
You
this.
know, you why not
Yeah.
just, if you
Pomegranate
have a,
moringa
listen, you guys
root.
got property, you got a house, you got a backyard. Why don't you grow stuff? Do you know? I just started with chickens. Okay, I've got a flock of 19 birds. Um, they were chicks. Now they're mature. I'm already started. Now it's not supposed to be laying until spring. I've already started with about over 50 eggs in less than 3 weeks period right
Hmm.
now. So I got more eggs than you can shake a stick at. So we've been cartoning them, put them on the counter. They last forever. You know,
If you dip
growing
your
your
eggs
own
in
vegetables.
mineral oil, it'll last for years.
My girl grew her own vegetables, and everybody in the area, their vegetables didn't grow so well. We found a system how to get the plants growing and everything good, all because we save all the ashes from the firewood, mix it with good topsoil. And before you know it, we just started with a 10 by 10 raised garden bed, and I produced over 300 tomatoes from 4 plants. Okay, no chemicals, no spraying, no garbage, you know, none of this crap. All natural stuff, grown from little tiny plants that we handpicked and bought. You know, and it's amazing the output. We grew zucchinis and everything, and you know what? All that can be canned, all that could be stored. We save a ton of money. You know, now even with, like, going back to the eggs, now we have fresh eggs compared to what's in the store. All those eggs you buy in the store, they're washed. They only last 3 days in shelf life, and then outside, and then they rot. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
my eggs, because they're natural and we have a rooster, our eggs can stay up to 8, 9 weeks on the counter and not even rot out whatsoever. And if I bury the same egg in wood ashes, they can last up to 18 months. So there's so many things we can learn from farming and agriculture to sustain ourselves. And you know, as a prepper and a survivalist, if you're in a prepping group or you become a part of a community of preppers, you guys can work in an orderly fashion, just like a chicken flock. Everybody has a pecking order. One's a farmer, one's a carpenter, one's a mason. You know, and you can build your own little homegrown community to sustain yourselves during these hard times. But what's to happen with that? This is why, you know, people don't, you know, I think a lot of times the government gets upset with a lot of preppers and farmers, and I think because they want to be in control of the way we exist and how we live. They need to capitalize and make money off of us. If we start taking care of ourselves, then they don't make no money. So they have to put all these restrictions. One day they're going to say you can't collect rainwater. They say you can't collect rainwater. Some people say you can't burn firewood in some states, uh, just to keep your house warm. But they want you to buy solar energy. They want to, you know, pay for electric, oil. You know, it's ridiculous. We didn't have none of that back in the 1800s, and our forefathers done so well and sustained themselves for the turn of the century. So what are we missing here?
I've heard of people that live off the grid that they've actually gone to arrest and tell them they're not allowed, because they're sustaining themselves on their own land and because they're not buying things and spending money, they want to find some reason to, arrest them or harass them.
Yeah, it's happened in many states, and the whole thing is, where do you live, and check your local state laws and see what the clauses on what that's allowed and not allowed. It's not a question of what you can and cannot do, but you want to know what they're trying to restrict you from. It's good to get some kind of knowledge of your area so you can do these things. I prepping is the most important thing of them all, because it's just not only it's enjoyable way of sustaining yourself, but you get an enjoyment out of it. When Bob opens that bag and he made that and he eats, he feels great. He's enjoying it. When I go to Bob's house one day and meet up with him, I want to learn what he's doing, and I'm going to show him what I'm doing.
I wanna
Anything
go
that
to-
we can learn from one another, it's beneficial to our future. And even if you do a prepping course or survival course, you can sit among people and learn different things. How and we emphasize on this many a times. It's amazing how much we know on technology, but we don't know a grass that grows under our own feet, and we don't even know how to use a primitive stick and stone to light up a fire. But yet we're so spoiled with technology that we forgot where we came from.
And dry canning's really easy, you guys. That's what I do.
Dehydrating, smoke houses, building smokers.
Yep. I dehydrate too. Yeah. I nothing goes to waste in my house. If the celery's starting to go bad, I blanch it and I dehydrate it. I dehydrate so much stuff, you guys, like
Exactly.
apples. Yep, and see that CO2 thing in there?
Yep.
Yeah, oxygen removal packet.
Okay, and those are apples I dehydrated. I dry can. These are beans. These are
That's awesome.
walnuts. I buy walnuts, lots of walnuts, because this is a protein source. Apples, dried strawberries, all kinds of pastas, anything dry, you guys. It's so easy. You just invest in these jars. These things are worth gold.
Yeah. That's
And you
good for
can
bugging.
reuse them.
That's good for
That's good
bugging.
for long-term storage. That's good for bugging out. That's good for just daily living as well. But there's also
Yeah.
many different techniques on prepping. It's not just that. There's also hydronic farming, which people will actually use water. Your rainwater to feed your garden. Your garden feeds your fish. Your fish feeds you. And you can even grow algae and make liquid algae in jars that you can actually drink for certain protein. There's a different type of people actually. It's hard to explain, but the other side of the prepping world is, so there's people who know how to actually grow certain type of bacteria as food. It's kind of crazy. It sounds same thing like when I go mushroom hunting. How many people here actually go out and harvest different type of mushrooms in the woods? Do you know what particular plants are non-poisonous, poisonous? And what you can use and what's beneficial at the time of the year. Same thing when you forward your plants. Do you know what particular plants for that particular month of January, February, March, April, May, June, July? Every foliage grows, everyone dies. So what you can do to sustain yourself when that food that we stored has run out? You have to learn a little bit of everything, because you just can't concentrate on one, because every little bit of knowledge is going to help you a long ways, especially when things start to run out. We can only sustain ourselves for so long, God forbid, and then we always got to content with people. There's got to be millions of other people doing the same thing, getting the same product, searching for the same, stuff. So prep now. Don't wait till later. Be
Well,
ahead of the game.
Exactly.
with prepping too, it's also not just the food. It's like you've got to have batteries, you've got to have ammo. I mean, there's so much other things that you need to stock up on besides just food.
And a
Yes.
grape bleeder.
But tinfoil, like I started to say, that's good for bugging in. But if you have to take off real quick, you're not going to be carrying 100 jars on your back in your backpack,
No,
right?
I have other stuff in Mylar. See, that's
Exactly.
the thing. I've got plan
Yes,
A,
Mylar
plan
bags is
B,
exactly everything
and
that even I
plan
use.
C.
And the other thing I want to throw in real quick, you can make your own probiotics. It's very, 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 very simple. Easy.
Yes, yes.
And I'm dry canning right in front of you guys right now with a special mason jar top that's got a little hole in it that you can put your ceiling meal hose into, or if you don't have any electricity, you're going to use a brake bleeder. And you're going to pump you put this at the top. Shit.
Look
You're
at
going to put this
tinfoil.
in here.
She's got it going on.
Yep.
She's all set. She's smart, you know, and she's ahead of the game for
That's
herself.
all the time. All this time I've known you, tinfoil. You never broke this stuff out before. Uh-oh.
That's awesome.
We lost her, I think.
I have here in my possession in my hand is I keep a little book, and I'll show it on the screen. I tend to write down things about what's going on and different training methods, because eventually I will set up a class where I can try to help people and educate people and maybe do a little prepping training to get them started. There's a lot of topics that even just in regular conversations, you know, like I'll read to you one of them. One of them is called the retreat. You know, a retreat is a place where you find water, food, shelter, protection, medicine, and warmth to prepare yourself until society returns to its normal, non-destructive, repetitious rut. Okay. Now, how many of people here have a place to go if shit hits the fan? You have a spot in the countryside. You have a preparation of a plan, because if you don't, I suggest you do so, because eventually you might have to step out of your element and evacuate. So,
do have
what's
a
your
place up in the
contingency
woods.
plan?
Good.
Now, why do we retreat? You know, it's one of the questions. You know, almost 90% of our friends, neighbors, and countrymen will have to admit these things, and they might not continue as they are now, because we would have to admit that we need to retreat some to be completely, you know, it'll be completely impossible for many. And we are at a disadvantage as Americans, because there's a lot of people who are overweight, handicapped, who, you know, fortunately can't get out and run and go. So your retreat could be with your own, staying within your own home and your own confines, but be prepared to protect that as well, because what are you going to do if that time comes and your neighbor becomes your enemy? What do
Right.
you do?
Tinfoil, her neighbors are going to come after that food, so she needs to stock up on ammo
I'm
too.
going to Tinfoil's house. We're going to go have dinner
No,
over
they
there.
won't, because I have a sheriff that lives on my block, and we've already got all this taken care of, you guys. Even try to come down my block. We're all blocking it off with all our motorhomes and our boats.
Oh, so you got the neighbors all involved. See, that's what he was talking about earlier with the teamwork.
Exactly.
Okay, so I just sealed that jar, you guys, with the brake bleeder. So there was no, you know, electricity, and I pop it off, and now I got walnuts that I can save for up to 24 months, because walnuts only have a shelf life of 24 months because of the oil in them.
Yeah,
But anyhow,
tinfoil.
that was my little demonstration on how you can eat good and buy the good stuff, you guys. Spend a little bit of money and experiment, you know, like
It's really
Yeah,
not that
and
much more expensive than regular GMOs. You know, you spend $1 or $2 more. That's it. It's not. Everyone thinks it's so much more expensive, but it's not. Everything's expensive.
yeah, and
everything
you know
is.
what? It's just about time consuming for yourself. Are you willing to sit there and take the time and do it religiously? I mean, once a week is fine. Spend $5 or $10. You'd be surprised how much you can pack with $5 or $10. You know, you could buy a 50 pound of rice, or you can buy beans or anything like that. That's, you know, you can get. But if you can get other products like what Bob has, then you can learn that method. You could do so, and you probably would get more for your money than what you spend on a bag of rice. So, and you got
Exactly.
more food, and you'll be able to supply yourself with more. So you have to look at your options, what you're able to get, or what you're willing to use, and how to use it.
And rotate it, and make sure you have a
Rotating,
short
yes.
term, mid-term, and long-term stock. So this
I
is
have long
part
term
of
that'll last 40 years, and then I
this
have
is
my short term that has to
part
be rotated constantly. That's you
exactly.
know.
And in that other room, I have to rotate, and that's my midterm, and then I have another stash off site. So, and I know that sounds kind of weird, and I'm fortunate to be able to have a stash off site, but I have a stash off site because You know, way back in the day, Kennedy was the one that first enacted this defense thing with FEMA, kind of. And then back in the 90s, Clinton decided that he was going to change it even more and make it so that they can come in and take your stuff. You got food, they want it, they can take it. You got medicine, anything you have, your water on your property, they can take it. So just be one step ahead of them.
That's all. Here's a basic list of stuff which I'm going to read out to you that it's basic from your stores or from, you know, a farmer's market or fruit, or you can go to a local farm. You know, these are basic food storing. That'll last quite a bit. You know, you got white rice. You can't use brown rice because of the oil becomes rancid. Okay,
Exactly.
pinto beans, red kidney beans, black beans, bean soup mix. You got flour, white wheat, red wheat, oatmeal, which has a 10-year shelf life, hard wheat, honey, organic only. Watch the honey because honey is a little tricky. A lot of it's fake honey, so you got to be real careful. Go to your local beekeeper and get actual honey from the beehive that is just taken right out of the hive, not from the stores. They contain a lot of chemical sugars and they're fake. If you boil them, they'll turn black. So watch out for that. Salts. Sea salt and kosher salt is good to store a lot of salt because that's very important, not only medically but for your health as well. I know this is probably garbage, but you know it still has a long term for those who are poor that really can't afford it. But like some ramen noodles, even though it's very toxic, um, that's a long term
Pasta.
story of food.
Any of your
Right?
pasta right now that is organic and it's on sale, buy it, you guys, because you
Exactly.
can dry can that stuff and it can last a long time.
Instant
And the
coffee.
prices are going. Oh, coffee.
Yeah.
I got lots
Instant
of
coffee is
coffee
the only
watchers.
coffee that you can store long term. The rest of it breaks down in time.
And
Sugar.
guess what?
If you're
It's a
gonna get
good
sugar,
barter
try to get
item.
pure cane sugar or natural sugars. Don't get none of the garbage, and make sure you got them in airtight containers. Vinegar is great to have, but you got to keep it in the cool, dark places. Cornstarch. Believe it or not, liquor. Bottles of liquor, whether it's Jack Daniels or whatever the hell you like to drink, keep it because it's not only good for you, it's going to help you medically when you got wounds and stuff because of the alcohol. Vanilla extract, maple syrup is good to store, but remember one thing: when you store maple syrup, it tends to get moldy. Don't get disgusted if you get a little bead of mold across the top. You can always skim it with your fingers, and it's still fresh in the bottom. So as long as it's airtight, bacteria can't get into it. It's bacteria resistant. So just if it gets moldy on the top, just run your finger across it. Quick oats, roll oats, red wine. Red wine lasts 100 years if it's stored in a cool, dark area. So wine is a good thing to store. Powdered milk, which has a shelf life of 25 years. Cornmeal is one
Red wine.
example. Um, Here's other food sources too. You laugh at it, but spam has been one of the military's long-term food for hard times. Spam is cheap to get. Vienna sausages, canned ham lasts up to 25 years in a can. Tuna fish, as long as it's in vegetable oil or water, no other stuff they can't use. It's no good. Soy sauce never expires. Okay, canola oil, lima beans, northern white beans, dehydrated carrots, dehydrated peppers. Any foods that are dehydrated can be stored. MREs, meals ready to
MREs
eat.
right here.
Get your
Yep, right.
MREs. They're
What
cheap.
do we got here? We've
You can
got
buy a case of
pinto bean
MREs.
stew with ham.
They
And this
last
is
a long time. They have a whole bunch of food packages. I know they're gonna taste like crap sometimes, but when you gotta survive, you're gonna love it. Okay. Um,
an actual MRE right here, you guys.
Awesome.
I'm everything that you're pointing out. I'm pulling out to show everybody because you're totally on the money with this. Because I've started this 3 years ago, and I've got an immense amount of all the things that you're talking about. One thing I did want to mention, though, you guys, you really might want to get some of this or make your own.
You are so awesome. I'm glad that you're showing this because fortunately
This
I don't
is
have any of my stuff in my possession. But that's
organic
fantastic.
ghee.
There
And
you
this is
go.
butter. and it's stable shelf butter because it has the milk removed from it, and it's called
Do you
ghee, and that's how they used to store butter back in the olden days.
awesome? Do you know every time you cook bacon, save the grease, the oil, and
Exactly.
put it in a cup, and then reuse it over and over and over. Don't go buying oils and grease and stuff from the stores. Use your own natural grease from your own meats and your own oils and stuff. Reuse it. It's healthier than buying
I,
stuff that's from the stores.
And
no, I use
molasses.
coconut
Molasses.
oil,
Oh,
raw,
Yes.
I got that
cold
too.
Oh,
pressed.
yes.
I use it for cooking everything. Don't, yeah.
So now that
Very good.
we're covering some food stuff,
Okay,
which is
hang on. Let me
fantastic.
grab the coconut oil.
I love
Hang
this
on.
lady. She's
Just
giving
gonna
us
throw this
a
up
Okay,
real
great
quick.
so
insight.
Just gonna throw that up real quick. That's just a picture I had already here on StreamYard of
Beautiful.
some of my jars, and they're too deep. There's jars behind them jars.
That's
that's so
awesome.
Bob and I both like the jars.
Well,
That is fantastic, Bob.
that's for at home. Like I said, if you have to go somewhere, I got the bags. 'Cause I buy 5 pounds, 10 pounds, 20 pounds at a time. It might be a good chunk of money to buy all at once like that, but you save money in the long run. And
So
plus,
I
I
use
help a lot of other people out too with it, not just me.
coconut oil. I use sesame seed for high heat. All extra virgin olive oil, avocado oil, raw honey. Like everything's just totally good in my cabinet. So you guys could come and eat here. Hey, I found my white pepper. Yes.
That's awesome. You guys are doing so fantastic with all that stuff.
She's doing
That's
a great
great
job.
thing to show everybody.
Well, you guys, I'm
Now,
gonna bug out for a while. I love you all, and I'll show more products next time you guys are talking. And this is awesome. Thank you. I love you guys.
I
Thanks,
love you too,
tinfoil.
Jen. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm actually
that was
impressed.
wonderful stuff. Very impressed with them.
Well, all this time I've known her, I never knew had that all. She's got a good hook up there.
Yeah, she's got it going on. She'll
Yeah.
make it as long as she doesn't get robbed.
Well, yeah, you
Well,
have
the
to.
third thing is you can show stuff. Nobody knows her location. Then that's what's the key to it. Never. That's why I said that, and I emphasize that all the time. Never keep your basket, all your eggs in the same basket. Always fan out your food and put it in different locations. So if that ever happens, you're not going to be completely decimated and wiped out with your supplies. That's very important.
Yeah.
And then now that we get into the prepping talk, prepping, it's not just basically food. It's about a lot of different skill sets, and it's conditioning your mindset as well. For the elements, for nature, and everything. I'm gonna give you a little sample of what training for prepping is all about. You have fire starting skills. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4 different type of category of fire starter skills. You got shelter skills, building up and skill testing yourself. You have tracking and trailing, winter wilderness skills, the art of camouflage, compass reading, and navigation, something you guys should learn. Stalking of the art of silence, learning how to stalk and walk without making so much noise. Trapping skills to trap your own food, bug out defense protocol, how to protect your property and your perimeters in case something happens. Food storage, canning, smoking, and dehydrating, we know that. Knot tying skills, how to tie knots in case you got to go and set up camp right away. You should learn how your hunting skills, even learning how to set up booby traps to protect your perimeters. Man tracking, how to track and find someone that's lost. You know, uh, Campsite evaluation on how to build a campsite with a group of people, and everybody will learn how to have a way of doing it. Basic first aid training. I recommend everybody get basic first aid training. That's very important. You also need to learn plant tree identification and foraging, which is very important. Bug out bags, how to make a 72-hour pack, 24-hour pack, whatever. There's different packs for different size for the amount of distance and time that you have. Communication options and protocols. You have to learn to use different ways of communications, from whether it's ham radios, CBs, anything. You have to learn something in order to keep in touch with people, because once the communication's down, you're going to have to use alternative measures. Scent control. You have to learn how to control your own human scent in case the dogs are looking for you, or even your predators and prey. You become the prey if you don't know how to control your scent. Um, Learning your national trail systems, maps, topos, roadways, etc. Learning the rail trails, learning all the old railroad routes, even your subway systems. If you're urban survivalist, you need to know how to travel these routes even through the mountain interiors in case you have to evacuate and you can't use main roads and bridges because everything is blocked. You need to know how to get around. Infrastructure breakdown, highways, bridges, and roads, when those get damaged, where can you, which way can you get across? Do you have a boat? Do you have other means? Do you the guys know how to use a rope where a number of people can actually circle the rope in a circle and walk across a wide body of water without drowning by holding this rope, and everybody keeps turning it in a full circle to get away. Um, there are communication plans, gathering information, meeting at destination sites. Do you have a plan where if your family has to evacuate, they can meet at a certain location if you guys lose contact with each other with communications? Disaster drills. If I told you, there's a drill right now. How fast can you evacuate your house? How fast can you gather your supplies and get out that door? Have you ever practiced with a backpack ready to go? You have your go bag, and how fast can you move? That's the question. Gun safety. You're learning how to use your firearms in a safety measure. Gun cleaning. You have to learn how to clean your gun. Preparing your bug out vehicle. Your vehicle for bug out should always be different from your vehicle you drive, because once the EMP hits, you might want to have an old car laying around set up ready to go. It's not to say that you're crazy, but a lot of people do this. Uh, Prepping your bug out vehicle. Okay, now we got prepping your bug out bag, learning what to carry in certain bags. You need Sawyer straws. You need, in case you can't get water, at least you have the straws to filter water so you could drink out of a lake and a pond. There's things to have in that bag for, all kinds of different stuff. You run out of matches. The best thing to ever have is actually a magnifying glass. A lot of people don't even have one. And in case you ain't got matches, no means of fire starting unless you know how to use primitive. Um, Hand-to-hand combat skills. You have to learn how to at least know how to defend yourself if you actually face something head on. I suggest most people just get up, walk away, run, or stay away from that. You know what I mean? We're not all experts, but if it comes to the point where you cannot get away, you have to defend yourself. Archery skills, and training. I mean, I'm a bow hunter. I train. I can shoot. If I lost my gun and I ran out of ammo, I know how to archery hunt because I bow hunted for years since I was a kid. Mushroom identification, learn how to, and poison plant identification, what plants to avoid, and so you don't get sick and get and suffer in the woods if you eat something the wrong way because you identify something. There is wilderness skills of living, from building log cabins and stuff. This I go through 1, 2, 3, and 4, teaching different wilderness skills. Mental conditioning training, facing the stress levels of reality. Mental conditioning is one of the most important things people should face because you got to learn how to deal with the stress. Let me take you out of your elements, take away your food, put you in the middle of an area and make you feel like you're lost. I want to see how you're going to fare well with you breaking down mentally. If you ever look at shows like Naked and Afraid, the people break down, they go through hard. That's actually a mental situation you face. Can you deal with that in a catastrophic event when all hell goes loose and everything is upside down? Can you stay focused? Um, urban emergency preparation. If you're in a city compared to being in the woods, it's going to be a whole different protocol for that. Farming livestock skills. Do you have the skills to know how to grow plants, farm agriculture, grow your own food to sustain yourself? You need to learn those skills as well. The evacuation planning, the do's and the don'ts, what you can do and what you're not supposed to do. No one ever explained to you how it works, the way it works, and why it works. Medical supplies, collecting and storing of medical supplies, one of the most important things. Your survival knife, understanding its many uses. Not every knife is created equal. You got to learn that. Fuel supplies and logistics. You keep gas in certain areas and locations. You run out of gas, you should have areas where you can get to get another supply of gas. Never keep your fuel at home. Like I said, your neighbor or your friends or the system can become your enemy. The fuel is one of the biggest things that they're going to people look to steal. Safety considerations, your family, your land, evacuation point of interest. We can't save all our family. We have to face reality. What did you feel? Who are you going to take with you? And that's just the harsher reality of it, is knowing that you have to leave somebody behind. when it comes to a life and death situation, we all want the women and children first, but we can't take grandma because grandma just can't keep up with the flow. What's going to happen? We have to make sad mental decisions. That's some of the things we have to face in reality, and this is part of the training. You know, position compromising. We have to learn to take positions in a group on switching our protocols. If you're a farmer and you're growing stuff this week, next week you got to be gathering lumber. Next week you got to become a medic. Next week you got to do something that you have to learn to be compromise your own position to different positions in order to survive. You know, there is so much different things. My list can go on and on and on. You know, being a survivalist, not just putting food in the closet, not just about putting up a bug out bag and everything. It has to do with a lot of training for yourself to adapt to your environment when your environment is at its worst. So these are just something I want to give you guys a heads up on to think about.
Thank you, William. That was a lot of information you just threw
Yeah,
out there.
that was great information. I used to think I was prepared. Now, nope, not at all.
We're never prepared. We're still learning, and we always learn. It doesn't matter if you're a young kid or an old person. We can always learn from one another. You just gotta keep those binders off your eyes like a horse with a binder. You gotta be open-minded. You have to be, understanding. You have to accept truth and reality, and you have to never contradict your neighbor just because he has a certain thing. You can learn from that, capitalize from it. That's part of your survival, is understanding your environment and what's around you. It's like being on this page. You want to seek the truth. To learn the truth, you got to pay attention to the truth.
Mhm.
That was great information. We're gonna need to hear it again to get it to soak in.
Well, it's something I think about every day. I teach it. I train for it. It's just beyond myself. It's just me, myself. But if I can help someone individually get a better understanding of what they can and cannot do, and try to explain how it works, the way it works, and why it works, this is something that can save somebody's life. This is something that can help you in your future. This is something you could pass on to your family or your generation. Buy books, learn, read. I mean, it's all in black and white. It's everything is in front of you. Nature's in front of you. It's a whole different world. Step out of your element. Step out of your vicious cycle of life that you're doing every day in and day out. I know we work. I know we go home to our family. We cook dinner. We do the same thing. Next day we go to work again. Sometimes you got to step out of that element and get away. Go on retreats. Go on vacation. Go hiking with your spouse, your lover, or your family. Take the kids out. Do something.
I agree 100%.
Well, if anybody got anything to add, by all means do so. That was just a sample. I couldn't really put it all in one context. Too much to go through. Like I said, I write stuff down every day. Somebody could have a conversation that, oh, yeah, you know what? That's something we can address. And I write it down. Don't be afraid to take a little notebook with you and a pad and a pencil, because every time you see something, like if I go to Bob's, I'm going to bring a pen and pencil. If Bob wants to do some hands-on training, I'm going to teach him. Or anybody else could do something. We learn from each other. Write it down. Sometimes you got to read it over and then try to do it with yourself a couple of times before you get it down packed. You're not going to learn overnight. It's going to take a while, but at least you're enjoying it. It's just a routine for you to enjoy. It's part of life. They did it in the 1800s. We can do it today.
That's right. Pine Noodle Tea, Grumpy Troll saying high in vitamin C. Yeah.
Well, anybody want to add anything to that? Feel free to do so, because eventually it's 10:15 and I'm gonna have to step away soon. But yeah, add something to it. There's a lot of other things we could talk about. And I think we have so much that we can learn. It's very important. It's vital to our lifestyle, our way of life. Whether it
Okay.
works or not, it's up to you.
Little off of that topic. Being you got some inside info, what do you think is gonna be going on there in Virginia and anywhere? I mean, with this situation that's been going on. So far, it's been going good. We're all right, but
It's not over. You
exactly.
understand? It was just a big step for all the people to, stand together as one from every nationality. It was a show of force to
It was a
show that we
test.
had
Yeah.
enough. But what is the system gonna do? Is it gonna continue? There's a lot of battles up front. I'm sure there's other states are gonna try to do the same thing. It's a chain effect. We don't know what's gonna happen, or we hope for a peaceful resolve every time this happens. And it's not always gonna be. We got lucky on this one. This is the biggest one, but lucky no one got hurt. No, there was no guns drawn. There was no fighting. There was so much unity in groups. It was amazing from what I see on all the photos and stuff on Facebook. But the battle is not over. It's never going to be over. It's an ongoing thing, and that's why you need to go out and vote. Maybe that's why you need to get involved and you know talk to your community representatives and see there's a lot of states that are turning into sanctuary states where they're sanctuary cities that protect its citizens to keep those constitutional rights. They're forming that now at a fast pace. So what's going on? Well, something that we're going to learn sooner or later.
Just saying thank you, William.
Yeah, I know. I see them. Thank you guys. I really appreciate you guys allowing me to even have a little airtime to do this. But I gotta go, and I just want to wish you all the best. Stay safe. Freedom on. Never give up the fight till the fight is done. I always say that. But protect your families, love everybody, and do not, by all means necessary, condone any violence. We here don't condone any violence. If violence steps on our doorstep, then we have to protect ourselves. So be it. But until then, stay away from all the nonsense, the bickeries, and all those crazy fanatics out there. All you do is get yourself in trouble. And always
Yep.
remember, Big Brother's watching. You don't want to be targeted for stupidity. Okay, so be careful, guys. I love you all. God bless, and have a wonderful night.
Thank
See you
you,
later,
William.
William. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, William.
Okay, take care. Bye bye.
All right.
I stay down with Big Brother, and I think that people should be able to condone violence. I don't, but I think that that's an infringement of the First Amendment that they're doing. Congress shall pass no law abridging freedom of speech, and that's exactly what they're doing. So I just, on a philosophical grounds, I just have a problem with them rigging the system so that people can't even discuss the possibility of overthrowing tyranny. It's just total tyranny, I think. And I'm not condoning violence. I'm just on a hypothetical situation. I don't think if someone does, it should be against the law. But I get his point. We should, be lawyerly in how we talk because they're looking for any excuse to take us out.
They're
Right.
watching. Yep.
That's for sure.
But yeah, I learned a lot today about prepping and all the good skills that I need to work on. I'm so bad at that stuff.
I thought I was good at it until I heard him tell all his stuff.
Well, it's good to hear, Tim. That's awesome.
Well,
Yeah,
I think when it comes
I
to
thought you knew it all.
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say it's important to have a network of people, because each person's going to have a different skill set. So, if you've got 6 people and they've all got all the food, but nobody has the gas or the other piece of property to go to or doesn't know how to hunt. Marcia had asked earlier, when is grandma too old to, come and have to be left behind? And I had told her when she can no longer offer her skills. It's worth dragging grandma along if grandma knows how to can and do a bunch of stuff you don't know how to do. And I know it might be hard to drag elderly people along, but sometimes they know more, especially a lot of them, if they lived during the Depression, they know how to get by on hard times. So, unless they're, not able to speak or something like that, it's like you can always get the older people to teach you things. So I think it's worth taking them along with you, even if it's a little harder. Grandpa too, because he can teach the kids things, how to fish, how to hunt, stuff like that.
Yeah, I can't imagine leaving anyone behind. But
Hey, I've got a question for you guys, a little off topic, but I just wanted to know what woke you up and it got you kind of outside the mainstream paradigm of just, marching to the beat of the establishment's drum. Because for me, it was waking up to 9/11, like 10 years after it happened, and realizing that it was not at all the official story, and that these people were probably in on it in the media and the government, and that um, there's like a nefarious web going on, and I just had to reevaluate everything. And then it was a kind of a stepping stone process, but I feel like that's what started me along. I was wondering what it was for you.
See, I did pick up a little bit about the tyrannies going on and everything with after 9/11, but I didn't really wake up then. I woke up like 7 years ago when I walked outside and seen lines going all across my sky, going every direction. It was so crazy. I was like, "What is that?" And I went inside, went on my laptop, typed in contrails because I never heard of chemtrails before, and jumped into a rabbit hole and never left. And it just went from one to another to another.
I actually was
I
fortunate
woke
enough to have
myself up.
crazy parents. I mean, what the society nowadays would deem crazy. My mom was pregnant for me when Kennedy got shot. So from the time I was a baby in a high chair, I had two parents that talked like how we're talking tonight. Always be prepared, don't trust the government, and they learned that from their parents. So it's kind of a generational thing where
Same.
all the kids in our family by the age of 7 have to go out and get trained and know how to shoot and clean a gun and fish and hunt, and it's just something that's been passed down through the generations. So I kind of was born awake, I guess, just because of my parents and grandparents.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. I never heard any of that kind of stuff. You know,
Well, I
I
had my son actually, tries to teach his friends things, and they're like, "Where did you learn all this stuff?" And he's like, "From my mom." And they're like, "Well, your mom's like paranoid, but she actually like knows how to like, do a lot of things." And after the Las Vegas shooting, they live in Austin. They were going to go to a concert,
Oh,
and
I grew up there.
yeah,
It's a
the
cool
friends
city.
were gonna chicken out and not go, and my son's like, "I got this. We'll go. We'll be fine." They're like, "Well, if something happens," he's like, "Trust me. I was raised by the craziest lady around. We can do this." So he drags his friends to this concert, and as soon as they walk in, he's like, "Okay." He goes, "This is what you do every time you go somewhere. You identify 4 exits. You identify, where tables are to hide. And he's just kind of pointing around inside this venue, going, "There's one. There's one. There's one." And his friends again were like, "Oh yeah, hallelujah for," they call me crazy paranoid mom, but they're starting to, they're in their 30s now, so they're starting to learn that it's like all these things I taught them when they were little are coming in useful when they're older. And they asked him, they go, "Well, aren't you scared? I mean, to always think like this." And he's like, "No, from the time I was 2, if we went to the mall, we had to know where the exits were. We had to look around for anyone that looked strange, trench coat, anyone, leaving a backpack anywhere." He goes, "We were just raised this way." He goes, "We're not afraid at all." He goes, "Because we know that we're going to be safe."
Yeah, I definitely did not have the luxury of having woke parents. Mine were very, very indoctrinated and
Yep.
big in the liberal party. uh, I had a question though for Bob about the chemtrails, because that's an issue that people keep bringing up to me, and I'm definitely very skeptical about what they're doing up there. But I don't have like for 9/11, there's Building 7, and that's just like the smoking gun.
Mhm.
And I just wonder, like, is there what kind of baby steps would you take somebody who's like heavily indoctrinated into not thinking there's any issue up there to get them to where they need to be? Like, what evidence would you present to them, or like what really woke you up to that as as the truth?
I woke myself up. I just typed in contrails and I saw chemtrails and I actually clicked on it and I just have an open mind and wasn't that indoctrinated where I couldn't accept that they're spraying us. And I came across like geoengineeringwatch.com or yeah, it's geoengineeringwatch.org maybe. But anyway, I went to that and that channel shows everything. That's one of the channels I first, like 7 years ago, was following for a while, and they do the test, on the soil and the water. Um, we're not supposed to have aluminum in our soil.
Right.
We're not
Yeah.
supposed to have. Yeah.
That's amazing. And do you have any idea about the motive? Is it just to make us sick or to make us autistic, or what do you
Well,
see as the motive? Or is it something even deeper that we don't, or that I don't understand as far as like technical capability to control people?
I've seen videos where each country has a certain amount of people they have to depopulate every year. I think it's all part of just controlling the population, but now we're at the point where they want to really depopulate because all forms of life are under attack. You know, you can't live without a sun. And what are they doing? They're blocking the sun. It's always hazed out. You never see a sun. And our sun is not white. I mean, orange or yellow like it used to be. It's white. We're missing all the color spectrums out of the sun.
Now, don't the controllers have to live in this world too? Like, I see the obvious objection, but do they have? I guess
Right.
they have workarounds that they can use.
Right. Well, they must have all the real foods that wasn't messed with by man. You know what I mean? So they have all the stuff that would keep them healthy. Plus, I've seen videos where there's land that we don't even know about.
Yeah, I think that's highly likely. I don't have any proof of it, but just
Right.
They have underground bunkers too.
Right.
Holes
Underground.
underground some places. Denver
Yeah.
has a whole system.
Yeah. I heard that a lot too from people who are like, well, they're breathing in the same air, and I can't really prove how they're doing it, but I have ideas. And you can you can live. I mean, your body regenerates itself. Every 4 months, you have new blood. Every 2 years, you have new bones. Your body is completely always regenerating. But they have us to the point where our immune system is attacked every single day, is breaking us down, where our body can't function like it's supposed to. So our lives are shortened down to 60, 70, 80 years. How
well,
long would we How long would we live if, like, back in the day when the food was not even tampered with, when everything was natural, the air was so clean?
well, hypothetically, if they're living off somewhere else, and these are like the public lands, the land for the livestock, well, why would they need to cull the population? That's one thing I'm just trying to work through, just hypothetically.
Right.
Wouldn't
I
they be more beneficial to have a ton of people competing for resources if they're riding the backs of the slave class?
Well, I think that we completed all the work that they needed from us. They got artificial intelligence that can do our work faster, smarter. They don't have to go out and have a smoke break, and they don't complain. We're we're whiners. We go out in the streets. You see, we're like, I don't know. They're probably tired of babysitting us. They don't need us anymore.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sometimes the truth hurts when, I mean, of course those things aren't true if you're like a humanitarian, but if you're looking at it through the eyes of the controllers, uh, you can see how they would come to that conclusion and how they would act in some of the ways we're seeing. And it
Right.
seems like the chemtrails are also kind of an attack on the food supply and the ability to grow food and such.
Everything. We cannot survive without the sun. Everybody is, I'm sure, vitamin D deficient.
Yeah, my doctor told me I was vitamin D deficient when I went a couple months ago, and I was like,
Mm.
yeah, because they're blocking the sun, and of course, you thought I was nuts, but you just don't. You get your vitamin D from the sun.
I used to take a lot more vitamins than I do, and I remember getting like a huge boost whenever I took vitamin D. I need to get back on that. I'm probably still deficient.
Vitamin D3, and make sure it's
Right.
organic, non-GMO.
Yeah, I take it every day.
Mm. Yep.
Good tip. Yeah, I got to get back on that.
But
What
it's
would be-
sad that we have to take a pill for something that we should just be getting naturally outside.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
And the other one that really boosted me a lot, I need to get back into B12. What are your
Yeah.
thoughts on that one?
Well, like Tinfoil showed us, she had the nutritional brewer's yeast. That's high in all B vitamins. I haven't found a B vitamin from that you can actually buy that is good. You know what I mean? It's all synthetic and they mix fillers with it and other coagulants and crap.
Yeah, so much of the vitamins and medicine and stuff at the store isn't really doing
Right.
what it should do. They're just bottling it up and selling it to make money.
Which is the same thing with the D vitamins. You also can get that through these superfoods as well. Actually,
Oh,
all of
that's
them.
good to
Every
know.
vitamin, mineral. You know, the sodium bentonite clay I use for detoxing, but that is so high in vitamins and minerals and enzymes and everything that it's actually could be used as a one-a-day vitamin.
That's awesome. That's
Mm.
awesome. First off, I think you should get on Float and do some posts about like the top supplements. And that was kind of my question I was going to ask is like, if I was to go out and buy 3 superfoods, what would you recommend?
3, definitely sodium bentonite clay. And it's tough. I got so many. But I go for the spirulina, the chlorella, because they're very high in nutrition and detox capabilities also. They help pull the toxins out of your cells and puts it into your blood. And the sodium bentonite clay does the same thing, but it also cleanses your blood. So it grabs everything in your blood, then it gets trapped in your liver. So that's why I mentioned the Charlotte Gerson detox, because you want to take everything out of your liver. That eliminates it from your body altogether.
Good tips. Yeah, I'm going to buy some of that stuff. What was the second one you mentioned? Spear or something?
Spirulina.
Spirulina.
Yeah. High chlorophyll. Anti-radiation. You'll see. It's loaded. I'll do a video on it.
Awesome.
That's great.
Yeah. I'm gonna get on it. And I think I did get you on Float, Tim, a long time ago, but I'm basically just a YouTube guy. I'm not like I said, I don't make my videos. I never did live streams before. And I do have a Twitter, a D Live, all those accounts, but I've never used them. I only got them for backup because I thought we are gonna lose our YouTube channel when they did that update. So I really don't have many subscribers on any of them or any content, but I have them there. You know what I mean? And I
What you
don't even
should do, what you should do is open up a free Restream account, and then you can simulcast to all the different platform and then
see,
just make your
I'm-
platform just go out that, multiply it by 4 essentially.
that's what I want to do, but I have no idea how to do it. No idea.
Just go to restream.io and create an account, and instead of pointing StreamYards at YouTube, point it at your Restream credentials.
Okay,
I think it'll work.
Restream.
.io is the website.
Also, you can start going in other people's live streams and get shout outs to get subscribers.
Yeah,
Like,
I
you
do.
told me about Tim, and I got on Tim's, and I'm glad I found Tim.
Yeah, I do. That's how I found Tim too. I see these when I find Truther channels. I go in there, and I actually go into their about section and try to grab their email. A lot of channels don't put their email there, but Tim had his email there. I emailed him several times, and I left messages in your chat several times. But I'm sure you get that all the time from people.
It's not too common to have people proactively trying to connect. So I appreciate you did it, going out and having the initiative, because YouTube does not do us any favors in terms of helping us discover good people.
No, they're shadow banning all the truthers. They don't want us discussing things.
I'm trying to keep up with my emails. I'm having trouble keeping up with my emails. It takes me sometimes 2-3 days before I get back to someone.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's good that people are reaching out, seeing the value and connecting up.
Yeah. But thank you for that. That's awesome for that restream.io. That's all I have to type in?
Yeah, I'm trying to see if it works well with StreamYard, or how exactly. I've never used StreamYard as a way to do the streams, but I'm looking into it right now to see if it'll be compatible.
StreamYard actually has a YouTube channel, and once a week they do what they call a town hall, and people in their live chat can ask them questions, and the guy will teach them stuff. It's kind of cool.
I don't care what platform I use. It doesn't have to be StreamYard. I could change it. It doesn't matter. I just heard a lot of people saying use StreamYard, so I did.
That's what I
And
use too. It's really simple.
they only give you like 20 hours a month though live stream.
I got a deal.
Oh, StreamYards only does that?
Free version.
Free.
Yeah.
I did the pay version, and I got a discount by buying a year's worth of it. So I had to
Oh.
spend $200 the other day. So now I've got unlimited for a year. But before that, it was only 20 hours a week.
Yeah, 25 a month I'm paying. This is only my second time I had to pay. Dude, that's a good idea though. I'll pay for the year if I'm gonna keep it.
Yeah, they sent me an email with a special deal, so I think it was like $15 a month, but you had to pay a year in advance. So I went ahead and did it because I was like, I don't want to have to remember to send them the $25 every month, you know, and worry about going over if I was in the middle of a stream and they're like, oh, well, you didn't pay this month. So I used a charge card and just put the 200 on it and figured now I don't have to worry about it for a year. It's off my mind.
It is it's an awesome service how it allows people to share their webcams and their screens and just rolls it all up into a nice feed and
it's simple.
Right.
Yeah. It's fairly easy to use too.
Yeah, I'm not too computer, technology literate, and it was a breeze to learn. And other programs I've tried to use, it's like I can't figure this out.
Yeah. I know. I was looking at DLive because I connected with Tim earlier today at DLive, and I already had it. And I'm looking around, checking it out, and like, wow, how am I going to operate this thing?
DLive
looks like.
Yeah, I just do YouTube.
That's all I do. But I'm gonna expand though, definitely. Like
yeah, the cool thing is with Restream is you should be able to do all of them at once and not even have to worry about it.
Awesome. I like it.
Let me know if you have any issues. I'd be happy to help you set it up and because it'll let me know how it works on StreamYard side. That's the one piece I don't use, but you should be able to have like custom RMTP settings.
Okay.
RTMP. And you just plug in the Restream address. And do you have to go into YouTube and create a new stream? Is that how you usually do it? Or does it just
I just open up StreamYard and it gives me option what site to connect it to. I just click on YouTube.
Click on YouTube.
Awesome.
And I open it up on YouTube on another computer because I see like over here on the YouTube side, I can click on next to the name and it will give me options to go to channel or report or remove, put timeout or hide on the channel or remove moderator or make a moderator. But on StreamYard, it only lets me put timeout or block.
It's cool. One thing I really like is when you can highlight somebody's comment on the screen.
Right.
And it shows their profile pic nice and big and the text. Right. That's a cool feature.
And not only that, you can put a banner that goes across the bottom too.
I haven't done the banner yet. I haven't taken the time to look and see how it works. Oh, there you go.
Like that.
So in your StreamYards, is there just a button you click on that says banner and you type something in?
Yep, that's all you do.
Good idea.
And you can have it. And you can either have it as a banner like that, a ticker banner, or you can have it so it goes right up like that.
It's amazing how the technology allows us to do what they used to have to spend millions of dollars on to get working at CNN, and we can do it on a shoestring budget, and it terrifies the people that we can make more compelling content than they can. I sat down with and tried to stomach. Someone said there was some good predictive programming in that new Godzilla movie. King of the Monsters, and I was looking at their budget. Let me see if I can pull it up. It's some ungodly amount, and I'm just thinking I couldn't even sit through the whole movie. It was so boring. I'd rather watch channels like this. $170 million they spent on making this 2-hour movie, and they must just hate that people would rather just watch real, genuine people on the internet on a shoestring budget.
Exactly.
But I love it. I think it's awesome, but it's scaring these people to death.
Yep.
That we're not just going to lay down and go back to the propaganda because they made our life a little bit difficult.
Yep.
Well, just think of tonight, all the different topics we covered. It's like we learned so many different things. We did vaccines, we talked about Virginia, we talked about prepping, now we're talking about StreamYards. So, you know, you've got all the people in the chat, plus all the people that'll watch this later that aren't even in the chat. And there's so many different topics they can learn. You could never learn that sitting there watching a 2-hour movie.
Yep.
I mean, you can learn how to fight off Godzilla, but I don't think you'll ever need to do that.
Yep, exactly. And it's great to see people also becoming active and speaking, because I think presenting is the best way to really master something. Once you explain it to other people, then you reflect and think about it, and you really just I don't know, it commits it to your mind at a such deeper level, and you can move on and just keep adding to it. So I just encourage everybody out there to open up a channel and start making content, start
Exactly.
streaming. That's half the battle is hitting that go live button, and then the first time is the hardest, and then it just gets easier and easier. And same with making videos. Although I think streaming is even better than making videos, just in terms of turnaround time and interaction. Exactly. People love watching live content.
Yeah, everyone in the chat, go ahead and subscribe to everybody else. I've been subscribing to people even that don't have content, because I figure eventually they'll have content, or that's another way to connect with them. And you can never have enough people on your sub list. So I just sub to everybody that's always in here, and there's always new people.
Well, you gotta be careful doing that in other places, though.
Oh, I've learned that. Yeah, I went to one of those gamer ones that did the sub swap thing. I was in there for about 4 minutes and got out of there. I was like, these were a bunch of just kids that play games. So it's like, I don't want to sub them and have my news feed full of a bunch of games. But this is all people that are truthers that are in here, you know. It's like, that's what you want. You've got some people that specialize in vaccines, some with chemtrails. It's like every day my news feed is filled with interesting things that I want to learn and watch.
And that's a great thing people can do, is subscribe to people even before they put out content if they're interesting in the chat, because it encourages them. They're much more likely to see value in themselves making a video if they have a couple, a dozen or 20 subscribers. They're like, wow, that's a good audience, good size audience. And
exactly.
And I just encourage everyone that encourages people to make content and supports people and uplifts. I'm always amazed at how nice the internet is, and how or not the internet, the people on the internet, just how nice people in general are.
Well, and it's not that hard. I mean, when I've made my first video, I've only been making videos for about a year. I was always just a commenter. And when I made my first video, I was kind of rusty, but it's like about a month into it, it's like you start getting good at it, you learn how to add music and add pictures and different things. So if you only have a couple subs and then you hook up with some more in here, like you said, if you've got 12 or 15 subs, just start practicing with little videos, and then you can get better and better, and then start going live. And live streams really draw people in, because people, like you said, Tim, don't want to watch TV at night. So they like to come here with Bob because it's fun and everybody gets along great and learns stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah. We always encourage making videos and sharing.
And the establishment hates it, which is reason enough, because we keep seeing all the little tricks they play, like being live streaming from your phone now takes 1,000 subscribers. That was an attack on just people with diverse perspectives getting an audience. They don't want people to be able to speak their mind, and people to find different perspectives and realize that we're all in the same boat. They don't want people to turn to each other and be like, hey, they hit you too, they hit me. We're all in the same boat here, and we have the same enemies. They don't really want us to see
I
that.
got 2 videos removed last week, and they gave me strikes for them, and these were from August, and there was nothing wrong with them at all.
What type of strikes? Community or copyright?
Both of them were community strikes, but there was nothing wrong with them. I mean, I got all my videos saved on flash drives, and I'm going through and I watched them both again twice, and I was like, there was nothing in here. It's like they almost just wanted to hit me. Like when I said I was at 1,000 subscribers, and then all of a sudden it went down. And it was like, I've been going up, about 20 every couple of weeks. And then all of a sudden I hit 1,000 and they went away. And I just think, like today I was watching the Virginia live streams, and a lot of them were being taken down. So I do think that the Silicon Valley, I don't know, whatever tech people that run YouTube they're messing with the truthers.
Of course, they're watching every move we make.
Mm-hmm.
And they're trying to discourage us and get us down. And COPA was a big one where that was, I'm pretty sure, concocted in a high budget think tank, and they're like, how can we discourage as many people as possible? Oh, let's get them worried about a $43,000 fine per video.
Yes.
And make it very confusing. You got to mark your stuff for kids or not. And it's YouTube that's stealing the privacy of the children and selling it. It's not the creators.
They wanted to pass it on to the creators. Right. It was them that did it.
And let's be real, they're all in the establishment is just like one big party, like in 1984. Like the big tech companies and the government, they're working together. They're getting the marching orders from the same people. And they just have this fake battle going on. It's like, oh man, the government's out to get us, and we have to pass the buck along to the people. And there's a new round coming, I think, out of the UK, I hear, of censorship on behalf of the children and holding the tech companies liable. And whenever they hold the tech companies liable, the tech companies just pass the buck along. And people don't know who to blame, but it's like, one thing I've realized is it's really a big conspiracy. It really is. There's a lot of people working together to do nefarious stuff, and they just kind of like have these different entities that they play off against each other.
Well, the thing with the children that always gets me is it's like, it's a parenting issue. My kids would not be sitting on YouTube cruising around when they were little. They didn't have it when they were little, because they're older. But I see these parents whose kids are 7 years old that have a phone and they just have free reign to do whatever. And it's like, there is no way I would have let my kids do that. So it's the parents' fault that the kids are finding this bad stuff on YouTube to watch, but yet they want to punish us for it.
Yep.
And the COPA one didn't even make sense, where they're like, we're worried about the children's privacy, so we're going to go after people who post videos on YouTube. It's like,
that is nothing to do with kids' privacy, exactly.
Right. YouTube is the one who's collecting privacy and selling
they
it.
Were harvesting stuff so they could throw ads in them and different stuff like that.
Right, and the creator might make some a couple extra pennies on the dollar for personalized ads, but it's really YouTube that's doing it. And it's super confusing when you look at like what's the definition of appeals to children. So like just family-friendly content that children might find value in and think is interesting.
I mark everything no for children, no matter what it is, even if it's okay for kids to watch. I mark it all no. That way I figure I'm covered if they ever try to find me or do their thing.
Dude, that's the riskier option. Right. I mean, it's definitely what you should pick if you don't make your stuff for children, but it's actually the one that can get you in more trouble. Yep. You'll only ever get the $43,000 fine if you mark it no, and they say you should have marked it yes.
Really?
It's insane, because most people would think, well, they're trying to protect children against content that is inappropriate. That's not what this is about at all. It's about, what it's really about is a separate issue, but what they claim it's about is protecting children's privacy. And if you mark it yes, they turn off the comment section, they turn off the thumbs, they turn off notifications. So people who want your content, who say, notify me when this person puts out content, they don't send those out. And it's just basically shooting yourself in the head, metaphorically.
I can't really mark mine for children because, like I said, I do a lot of false flag and mass shooting stuff.
Right.
On my channel, so it's like I don't want kids watching that. Some of it's kind of graphic.
Like I always say, I'd be lying if I said I made this for kids. That's certainly not the target audience. And I think that's like another trap, is they're going to be like, well, you said you made it for kids. Are you making are you doing fake news for kids? And they'll come after, later they're going to have a second round where they say, look at all this content you yourself said you made for kids. And you're like, well, I was just trying to protect myself and keep the kids' privacy safe. And they'll be like, I don't know. I smell a trap. But
I mark mine so it's not made for kids, but I don't make it so you have to be 18 and above.
It's not even possible. I made a video about this. You can't check those two boxes, which is totally counterintuitive. I've been going back and forth with YouTube support. They're like evading the issue, but you can't say no. This is not made for children and restricted to 18 plus, which you think would make sense if it's an adult content. You would say no, it's not made for children and it's 18 plus. But they won't let you pick those two options and say
they changed it. I didn't even realize that until you said that. There used to be the box to check.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's supposed to be like complicated and devoid of any logic, just to mess with people and make it like not worth people's time. I mean, it's like to be a lawyer, to be a YouTube creator now.
I think what they're going to pull now is as it gets closer to the election, they're going to get rid of the more conservative sites, and the patriot type sites.
Right, which is election meddling, and that's the talking point they push. That's the sales pitch. They say, "Oh, we need to stop election meddling by being the supreme election meddlers." It's ridiculous.
Crazy.
Yeah, the election meddling, the misinformation, these are their talking points. Also, fake news is going to be a big talking point in the future. Oh, you have the right to free speech, but not to push fake news, not to push misinformation or anti-science.
Don't touch, complaining about the government or not being trustworthy or anything bad like that, like the chemtrails. They don't like that either. They want people to just be asleep and believe that all that up there is normal, and it's not.
Yeah, exactly. They even admit that they raise up authoritative content when people are looking for breaking news and information, which is like the two broadest categories I could think of, and the most important categories. It's like, isn't every video on YouTube have information? At least the ones I want to watch.
Well, I've noticed when you use the search bar on YouTube, if you're looking for something, you're getting all mainstream media stuff. And it's like, wait a minute, where's the stuff from people like us?
And it's sad because that's such an important feature, because there's trillions of videos on YouTube, and discoverability is like the most important problem that they need to solve, yet they don't want to do it because they don't want people to find the good stuff in there. They want to bury it, and they want you to see the propaganda. And they actually give huge grants to these mainstream companies. They work out deals where the mainstream media gets 100% of the ad revenue on their videos.
See, check this out. On this stream we're running right now, is telling me this video is running limited or no ads due to the content identified as not suitable for most advertisers.
Oh, really?
And that's what I got on most of my videos.
Yeah.
Where are you seeing that printed on your video? Like, where would I look to see that?
No, I go I'm in my studio, and I click on videos.
Right there in your
video list.
YouTube or in Streamlabs?
On YouTube.
YouTube Studio.
YouTube Studio.
You have to be a partner with YouTube to start seeing that kind of stuff, which I forgot the point where they welcome you in, and they claim to start
1,000.
That might be the threat. That might be it. I can't remember when monetization, when they claim it does.
It's 4,000 hours and 1,000 subscribers.
I've got like 29,000 hours, but how many subscribers?
Nice. 1,000.
So if I hit 1,000 tonight, I've already got enough.
But it's 4,000 hours in the year, though. It's not.
I've only been doing it for a year.
Okay.
So I'd be good. I don't want to monetize anyways. I don't like having the ads and stuff that show up on some of the videos.
Yeah. I'm not in it for the money either, so it really doesn't bother me at all.
Me either.
It's just showing me what they're doing,
The sad truth is there is no money. Like, even when you monetize, you don't make anything because they just demonetize it within the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, I've heard that people that are monetized, get like $7 or something every 6 months. It's nothing.
Yeah, it's next to nothing. It's really crazy. And they got people that's how they built up this platform, is by actually paying people to make great content. And then they just pulled the rug out from everyone once they got everybody on the platform, because all the content that was coming out was awesome. And it was because people were getting paid per view. And that was a big incentive for people to make great content. and now they're just treating the average creator like they're nothing.
They want to get rid of us and only show the mainstream media.
Exactly.
My news feed's full of the mainstream media, and I used to be subscribed to a lot of news channels, and I've started to unsubscribe to them because I'm noticing that a lot of them are putting out like a video every hour. So if I'm scrolling through to see what's new for today, that's all I'm seeing, and it's like I don't want to see that. I want to see stuff like Bob's and yours. You know, if you make a new video, I want it to show up on my news feed. I don't want to have to, you know, scroll through 50 things to find you. So every time I go on a news station and subscribe, it's like usually by the next day I'm unsubscribing just because I don't want them clogging me up.
Yeah, exactly. And it's such a shame how far they go out of their way to push the mainstream propaganda. You'll search for something, you'll like have a specific clip in mind, and you type it in exactly, and then they just find like the closest thing that CNN or NBC or CBS came out with.
Yep.
And it's like completely different than what you typed in, but they just had to come up with some way to put a mainstream article first.
When I tag my stuff very specifically, and just for that reason, so I can go check and I'll type in my exact wording that I know nobody else is going to have, and it's like my video's still not showing up.
Right. They just get these, they have boosts and restrictions or suppressions on a per channel basis and also for topics. And these channels like these night show hosts, these propagandists, and the mainstream news just get this huge unfair advantage baked in for any of their videos. All of their videos get this huge head start on anybody else, irregardless of how many people view it, irregardless of their rating.
They buy them.
It's just some sort of unholy alliance between them where they just say, oh, you're authoritarian, or no, what is it? Authoritative. And so therefore you deserve to be at the top. You're trusted news.
Yeah, none of us are trusted news.
Yeah.
I mean, we are, but they don't think so.
It seems pretty hard to get to like 300,000 subscribers.
I do see people that have that many, and I wonder how the heck.
I think they buy them off a list. They buy them from YouTube, I'm sure.
Oh, because YouTube will sell them, yeah. But then they aren't going to get anyone.
Don't know that. I'm just saying that's what I think. That's just my opinion. I don't know for sure.
Well, I don't think YouTube sells them. There are sites that claim to
Right.
sell it, and people do use that. One thing that I think is, well, definitely, it's a completely different time now than it used to be. Back when like good content would actually make the rounds, and YouTube was trying to maximize watch time. They would share people who are interesting with far and wide, and people would subscribe. And now it's so hard to get traction because they're not going to share your stuff. So it's important for people to start like going to other avenues in order to get their work out.
Well, that's why I think shows like Bob's are important, you know, because everybody in here is encouraged to subscribe to each other. So we're going to go watch videos, you know, like every day I check Bob's to see, because I don't get notifications. So I check to see if he's got a live going that night. And I knew today to go to you because I knew you had said the other day, you and Pete both, that you were going to handle Virginia. So it's almost like networking, because you're not going to just see it show up in your news feed if you don't know to go look for it.
Right. That's how bad it's gotten.
Right.
They're certainly not going to share your stuff with anyone who hasn't heard of you. Even people that subscribe to you who really want to be notified, they have to like go to the channel or check their subscriptions tab, and they have to already know about you. So yeah, that's why this show and shows like it are so important, as are like fair social platforms. And again, I recommend float.app for people who are looking to find new audiences and share your videos.
Drop your links, Tim.
Yeah, let me put a link in there for people.
Yeah. Take care, Zeus guy. There you go. Tim dropped a
What's the
float.
Float app?
Click on it.
Float.app. It's really cool. It's kind of like Twitter, except for there's no shadow banning, and it's a really nice community. So you can just post your videos and people will repost it and share. And it's really amazing. It's blowing me away. And the amount of support, like people can pledge. It's kind of like Patreon, but in Bitcoin. And you can have tiers and posts that you only release to certain tiers, which is pretty cool. There's also live streaming there with Bitcoin super chats. But like I just signed up a couple months ago and I've already gotten like $16 a month in pledges, which is really cool.
So when you do StreamYards, is that another one that you click on? So your same thing you're doing on YouTube automatically gets played there?
Unfortunately, they don't have integration out of the box on the. So when you sign up for Restream, you can check a bunch of different options. So you can do like YouTube, Periscope, Twitch, and D Live are the 4 that I do, and that's all under the free plan. But in order to get Float, you'd have to do the premium plan, which is like I forgot exactly, but it's out of I don't really like paying for stuff, so unfortunately it's not supported.
Plan.
I can get it to work if I fire up 2 instances of OBS, the open broadcasting software. It kind of does what StreamYards does, except for not as easy to use and doesn't work well with everyone's like webcams and all that cool stuff. But I'll have like Discord going behind the scenes for panels, and then try to get something interesting on the screen for people to look at. But I think Float's mainly good for like it'll let you upload videos. It'll let you do posts and network with people and find interesting content and news tips. They also have a really ambitious plan of getting people funding. So like you can opt into their advertising plan. So underneath your post, there might be a banner ad sometimes for people, but 100% of the proceeds of that ad go to you.
Oh, how nice.
Yeah, it actually allows you to actually monetize your work, which I think is super important. I don't think people should shy away from, like, it's one thing on YouTube when they monetize you because, or when you monetize on YouTube because they take like a large percent of the advertising cut. So you're kind of like feeding the beast when you monetize and you want to make some money off your hard work. But I think people should make money off of their research and presentation, especially if they need it. If they don't have like a job, even if I think everyone should get paid.
There's a lot of people that just do YouTube as a job, but I think those are the people that have like the 300,000 subscribers.
Right.
I think people should get paid for doing good work, especially because when you make videos, they can be watched over and over again. Like 1 million people can watch that same video. So if it takes a couple hours to put together, someone ought to be able to get paid a fair amount for those couple of hours.
A week or two working on the same video, because I want them all to be really factual, like I'm looking up the documents and putting copies of the PDFs and links to where they can go to find everything to, fact check to make sure I'm not just, BSing. So I put a lot of time and work into and I mean, I have some where I'll just find like a good clip on the news or something and put that on there. But usually the ones that I like make from scratch, they take a long time to make.
Right. And there's all the legwork you've done over your life, all the, experiences that you've had and all the research you've done and all the perspectives you've heard out and weighed. And, and you're sharing that with the people. You're doing them a service. So I think that people need to stop. Like, one of the things I hate the most is when people harass a creator for like giving people options to donate to them or doing like a GoFundMe or something. Like, I'm not saying you have to support people, but don't like criticize them for trying to monetize.
I hear that all the time where people are like, oh, so-and-so's channel's trying to just make money off this tragedy or, this or that's going on in society. And it's like, they're putting a lot of work into this. If you don't want to give them money, don't give them money. It's like some of them sell product, T-shirts, cups. If you don't want to buy it, don't buy it. But they do. They criticize them, and I think that's bad.
I do too. They'll say they're grifters or that they're e-beggars or that that truth should be free. And it's like, yeah, they're giving you the truth for free. You just have to sit through them, plug in some merchandise which is actually a great way. It depends on the merchandise, but I think it's cool when people can get like messages, like red pills, put it on a shirt, and then people can buy it and spread the message, and a couple bucks go to the person who came up with the idea and had the channel and stuff. But yeah, I think people should just pitch in. Obviously only if you have money sitting around, but pitch into people that you like. It's the best way to
Yeah,
get more
like
of it in the
buy
future.
Bob a cup of coffee, you know, something for his time. He's always working, and I always wonder, you know, some people will have their chats and they'll have the super chat, and it's like I watch it go on and on and on, and it's like no one even puts in even $2, and it's like if it's somebody you're watching all the time, you could do that, and every little bit helps.
That doesn't bother me because I'm not here for the money.
Yeah, I'm not either, but I know that there's a lot of channels that
It's
are.
nice, but it's not about the money. I'm here to just do what I have to do. This is my duty.
I feel the same way. Plus, I enjoy making the videos and I enjoy doing the live streams. I like to interact with the other people.
Right. Yeah, I did not expect this. I did not when I started this channel, I did not expect to meet such great people and become so close to so many people. It's really awesome.
Well, a lot of your people
It's a
came
bonus.
over. I used to do live streams and only have like 30, 35 people in them. And I did one the other night that had 60 people in it. And a lot of them were names
Awesome.
I recognized from here. And it was really kind of nice because I already knew him from your chats. And,
Yep.
and it's like, I went over to Tim's today. I wouldn't have known Tim if you hadn't had him on the other night.
Yep.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. And people should also try to get courageous and join the panels in the future. It's a great gateway to having your own channel in the future. I remember I used to join this guy's panel called Vegan Warrior way back in the day. The first time I mustered up the courage to do it was when he was like dissecting 9/11 truth on an anniversary. And I was just like, I've done a lot of research. I kind of want to go speak my mind and go through some of the evidence I found and, run some ideas past the people. And it's a great way to try out, speaking your mind, telling your story before you actually make a channel. So I think that's a great service that Truth Seeker is providing here for people, and people should take advantage of it and, get some notes, write some notes, get some topics, and bring them to the people. Run them, it's a great way to further your own research, I think.
Well, and it's always good to have new, fresh people that come on and just want to talk because you get to know them better.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's amazing how people are coming together.
How long have you been running this channel, Bob?
You don't want to know.
Not very long?
Just 2 months.
You're just doing awesome. You're doing great.
That's what I mean. It's blowing up fast. It's awesome.
How many subs are you up to?
I got 1,500.
Wow, that's good for 2 months. That's really good.
I was just looking at it. It's 280 a month. 280 in 28 days is what I've gotten subscribers.
I found you from
It's all good people, all awesome
Wake
channel.
Up. Is that her name?
Wake Up, yeah, another
Yeah,
awesome
that's where I
channel.
found you at.
She's awesome.
Yeah.
She's great.
I'm surprised she's not here.
Yeah, she usually is in here.
Yeah. I didn't send her a notification either.
Yeah, but she probably goes every night to check. Maybe she's live. She goes live
Oh
sometimes.
yeah, that's true too. Yeah. That's right. But she's definitely an awesome channel. She comes in here and brings a lot of info with her.
Yeah, she does. She's really knowledgeable about a lot of different topics, and she always brings stuff to screen share.
Mm-hmm.
It's just amazing. We have all these great minds out there, all these great tools. All we can do is do our best and try to spread as much truth and empower as many people as possible, and shatter illusions and kind of work people through those painful stages of grief out of their trance of all the lies they're being fed. But I think we have the tools to do it, and we just need to be be brave enough to take a shot at it.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, congrats on the explosive growth there. That's awesome, Truth Seeker. I'm glad to hear that it's catching on, and I'm definitely going to be shouting you out as much as I can in coming streams.
Cool.
Bring him on one of your streams, and he'll get a lot of subs too.
Anytime.
Yeah, we all need to be sharing each other's. You should make a playlist, and every one of your subscribers take one of their videos,
Good idea.
and throw it in there.
And then people can find him easier. That is a really good idea.
I say that just about every live stream. I even got a banner for it. I heard it up before. I encourage everybody to do that. Share each other's stuff. Share it out. We gotta reach more people. We gotta wake up a lot of people because everyone around us is asleep. They don't want to hear it. We're conspiracy theorists.
Oh, they make that be such a bad word. I hate that because that's the thing. It's like when you're on your channel and you're talking the truth, it's like we're not just making stuff up. It's like when Tinfoil was showing all of her stuff, she was actually showing us.
Right.
You know, but yet they'll put her on the bad, dangerous list of preppers. And it's like she's healthy as can be with all that great food. That was awesome.
Like I'm trying to reappropriate the term in like a good sense, but they've done so much work to weigh that down and to put all these nasty connotations with it. It's almost like not even worth it, but it seems like a valid term, you know, people who theorize about conspiracies. Conspiracies happen. I mean, you don't talk about like theoretical physicists like they're some sort of like stupid people. You know, why are you theorizing about things you can't prove?
Well, yeah, you've got 9/11, the Gulf of Tonkin, you know, the Northwoods report. I mean, there's documented stuff. It's not just making up conspiracies.
Exactly.
That's like a trigger word that they put out there for the masses.
Because they don't want people being wise to this biggest problem. I mean, one of the biggest problems. Like I said, they hedge all their bets in proportion to how big of a threat it is.
To make us dumb.
My one question I love to ask people, I'd love to run it by you. I just like a thought experiment. If you were, because one thing I used to do, I don't do it so much anymore, but I would get in a Lyft every day or an Uber and go like 30 minutes to my office. And I always would try to like wake the person up or red pill them in the 30 minutes. And I think it's an interesting exercise. Like what would your tactic be like with a cold start, you know, with a new person that you don't know anything about, to try to help them out a little bit? And because my strategy is always to like use the Socratic method, try to give them evidence that they haven't seen before, and kind of feel out where they're at, and then kind of take them to the next stepping stone. But I'd love to hear what you guys think.
I usually just like, if you start a conversation, like whatever they first start talking about, like just for example, if they started talking about Virginia, you know, it's like I'd go into the red pilling about, you know, the other side trying to take the guns or whatever. So I feel them out for a topic that they actually know a tiny bit about. And then you start red pilling them on that. And at first they're, you know, oh yeah, they agree with you a lot. And then I kind of move into the other stuff. You kind of have to break that ice at first so that you've got something you agree upon, so they don't think you're totally out of your mind. Then I'll just jump into the other stuff. It's hard in 30 minutes, though, to red pill somebody, especially if they're really asleep.
Sure.
I do it with a short 3-minute video because, like you said, the attention span of people is short. You don't want to go give them all kinds of information, you know, overdo it. So I have a few videos I use, and one of them is like the NASA lies.
Yeah, but you're supposed to be on a 30-minute trip in an Uber, so you can't do the video.
Right. But you know, like a song that has a lot of questionable things that would get someone to think. A 3-minute song, someone will sit there and listen and watch a video of a song, but you show them a video that's just like 59 minutes long. They're like, no, I'm not gonna watch that. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
There's all these mental IEDs in people's brains that have been put there, where you hit a trigger word and they're just like, oh, this guy's crazy. Shut down.
I've been so crazy so many times that I've gotten to the point that it's like, you know what? I'm crazy. but it's a good crazy. You
Being
know,
called crazy by somebody who's still asleep at the wheel is compliment in my eyes.
I know. I want to be crazy. It's like I'm crazy. It's like whatever. They don't want to believe in, the chemtrails, the vaccines, and all this stuff. And it's like, okay, call me crazy, but you know what? At least I'm awake and I know what's going on.
Yeah. I like to try to think about like my awakening process and what's the first ones that seem rational or that are semi-rational, at first blush. And I like to ask questions and then tough questions, because when the person has to realize that they don't know, that it's always better when they ask you, I don't know, what do you think? Like, because then they're actually open to hearing what you're going to say, rather than just telling them what you think off the front. And also, I think there's the Socratic method is so powerful because if people never are confronted with difficult questions, then they don't adapt to having to think critically or deeply. They just go along to get along. But if people are getting deep questions, then they're going to start like preparing for the next question. They'll be like, oh, maybe someone else is going to ask me something. Better start thinking these things through, and they'll also reconsider the answer that they gave and be like, should I have said something else? And I don't know. I just I think there's something so powerful because we're all trained to answer questions, for better or for worse, through the public school system. And so if you just ask, like, speaking of NASA, like I just love to talk to people about the moon.
Oh yeah.
And I'd be like, I've been thinking a lot about the moon lately. How do you think it stays in the in our sky for billions of years, like they say, going around once every 27 days? And I just like to hear what they say because I haven't found a good explanation yet.
Well, I've gotten to the point with a lot of people where it's like if they're 100% completely asleep, I always think that if you have like that 30-minute Uber conversation with them, even if they act like you're crazy and they're totally not open to it, I always have the hope that it's like they're going to go home and start looking up some of this stuff. And then they're going to be semi-awake, which is their first step. Because I've had that happen even with like, friends and stuff, where you'll have a conversation with them and then you bump into them 6 months later. They'll be like, hey, remember that thing you were talking about? Well, I looked into it and, now they're all really into it and real active. And I think that so it's not really a dead end, even when you get those people that are looking at you, rolling their eyes, going, you are crazy.
Exactly. I remember overhearing somebody in math class in college, and I thought he was so dumb. And I like actually like went around and kind of was telling people like, I can't believe what this guy said. And a couple people were like, I kind of agree with him. But the me ridiculing him was like the best thing for me. Like it helped me wake up because I realized afterwards I'm like, I was kind of, not fair at all. I was the stupid one. And if I could go back and thank him, I would. But what he said was, he was like, these orbits they tell us about don't really make sense. Everything just flying around the sun.
Yeah.
And he said it was an proof of a creator. I've come to different conclusions. I think that creator or creators definitely is needed, but I think that the whole orbit story is not what they tell us. In the sense, it's not a factual description of our reality, but it could be. Maybe I'm off, but it definitely woke me up to the fact that the mainstream science explanation does not address everything. And their arrogance that they have it all figured out is unfounded.
Because they don't know.
Right. And one other thing, I think that people go through a series of stages known as, like, I guess the 7 stages of grief. And the first of them are like shock, denial, and anger. And when we're confronted with those things, we just have to look at it like, well, we're kind of breaking through the most painful part of the process. And we're doing everyone a service by helping people along through the process,
getting them through the steps a little quicker,
right? Because no one likes to see their illusions shattered.
Well, as a kid, I remember always wondering, like, what if the sun goes out?
What is the sun? I have no idea what the sun is, but I don't think anybody does.
Yeah.
At least the vast majority of people don't.
I know it's not what it used to be.
They say it's been burning for 4.5 billion years, and and they say it's 75%. Oh, I always get these switched. I think it's 75% helium and 25% hydrogen. I might have this backwards, but I'm just thinking of like if it's a big ball of gas, wouldn't it just burn itself
Evaporate by
up?
now? Yeah, or burn
Wouldn't it
itself
use
up.
all the fuel?
I think so. Huh?
Just keeps going. They're like, oh, there's something to do with like nuclear, and it just keeps going. I'm like, you guys can tell yourself that. I'm gonna say I don't know, and I'm guessing
Yeah,
you're
they
wrong.
don't know, and they just
Yep.
say it. You know, it's like in the 1600s, they thought stuff totally different than what they think now. And I don't think that they do know. I think that they just find the best story, and they're like, yeah, that sounds good. Let's just stick with it. And 200 years from now, if we're still here, they'll have a whole different story for how the universe got there.
Well, you know
Right,
what?
it's all mythology, and I think there is some bad acting involved where people some ideas are planted and cultivated rather than people arriving at the truth.
Didn't China there moon? They're gonna launch the moon.
Say again, you cut out a little bit.
Didn't China there say they patented the moon and they're gonna launch it for
China? Yeah, I
Yeah.
heard that they were they had like an artificial sun. But I didn't hear
Santa?
anything. Yeah, they had a moon too. I didn't know that.
I've heard people talking about seeing two suns in the sky, and I'm always looking up there, and I haven't seen them yet.
Yeah,
I've heard of
people are like really passionate about that and trying to convince me, and I'm like, are
I
they
haven't
hiding one of them behind the other one,
Right.
Yeah.
or are they like on a
Why-
circuit where we only see one? I haven't been able to understand the
and
theory
they have
yet.
photos of them and stuff, and there's lots of people, and it's like I always in the summer I'm looking up there. I'm waiting one day to see that other artificial sun, and I
I
haven't.
think it's more likely that it's a camera malfunction,
That's what I would think, yeah.
but
But then again, what if they're right?
I'm starting to wonder things like obviously, like I said before, what is the sun, and is this whole? I know that there's some sort of a creation, but is it just like a kind of a like a petri dish where the sun and the moon are just there to create the life, and it's all like constructed by who knows what? I mean, that movie, The Truman Show, always made me think. And obviously, it's not that simplistic, but
I love that movie, yes.
I watched it as a kid, and it just blew my mind. It just like something was really eerie about it.
Are we living inside? Well, you know, it's like they talk about like the flat earth and the dome above us and stuff. And it's like, I'm not a flat earther, but it's like that dome thing makes me wonder sometimes. Because, like you just said, the petri dish, you know, it's like, are we in a terrarium and we're all just growing down at the bottom?
Yeah, those are the kinds of questions I ask. And I'm not a flat earther either, but I have no idea. I don't trust what they're saying anymore in the mainstream science. I don't take it on fact because I think it's too easy for them to do propaganda under the guise of science that they just tell us, hey, it's the best system we have. You know, smarter people have already figured everything out. You just read this book. It's going to tell you all the answers. I mean, it's just like a new iteration of religion, but they say now we have it all figured out and just believe it. And I just want to know. I just want to see like a compelling proof of everything they're saying. And I haven't seen that yet.
Right.
Well, there's different stories throughout time too. Like, you know, the books that we went to school with, say 30 years later, it's like your children have like totally different books. And it's different in different areas. Like my kids were raised in Michigan, but when they were in high school, we moved to Texas for a couple of years. And two of them came home and they're like, Mom, they're teaching us different stuff about the Civil War. They're like, and what's a Yankee? And I'm like, well, technically we're Yankees and we're in the South now. And they're like, but everything that we already learned is different. And they're like, what should we do? And I'm like, study what's in your book and get an A on your test. Do not question your teacher. Don't go in telling your teacher they're wrong or anything. It's like, just learn what she's teaching you, pass the test, and then you make your own mind up later.
Right. But it's such a waste of time and like the peak years of like children are like sponges for information. I just, it's such a shame how the school just it beats all the wrong things out of them and fills them up with complexity and confusion. It just wastes all their time. I mean,
And
8
those
hours
are
a day
their
and nothing.
formative years, yeah, that they're learning everything.
indoctrinating.
Yeah, it's like the thing where, they've got the drag queens coming in reading story time, and it's like, I have nothing against drag queens, nothing against gay people. I've got a son that's gay, but it's like, do you really need them in there confusing, fifth graders that haven't even hit puberty yet? It's like, I mean, they're going to make up their mind and find out what they are when they find out, as they grow into it. But they're, putting this stuff and shoving it on them before they're even to that age. And I just think that that's bizarre.
It's certainly bizarre. It definitely is. Just there's so many more useful things that they could be teaching children. But it's and I don't know how nefarious it is if people are just like fooling themselves in the sense of teaching lies to children, or
they're training them for the future, what they want them to be, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
The state's making up the curriculum and they're getting orders from someone above them, I think. And it's like they have a plan of what they want them to grow into, almost like they can't reteach the older generations because, like we've learned about chemtrails, we've learned about vaccines. So it's like they're going to push the stuff on the younger people and figure, they'll get a whole new generation in a couple of years of voters and citizens that will be docile and follow instructions. And, like you guys were talking about TV before, it's like they'll just believe what they see on TV.
Yeah.
Yep. I believe it's well underway.
Well, these fires bother me too. I think that it's something weird. They're not just natural fires. You see the way the cars are melting, and now Australia is pretty much burning up, and it's just like, I just am not buying that this is high winds and drought. There you go with the cars. That's not a regular fire. And in Santa Rosa, all those trees that were still standing up, there you go. So you're on the same page as me with these fires, I say, because you've got the pictures right there.
Yep, on it. Look at that. I mean, the forest fire where the trees don't burn.
They're clearing out these areas for either depopulation or they want to move these people closer to the city or something. And I don't know why they're doing it all over Australia.
Well, I've seen some interesting memes, which is how I do most of my research. I'm just kidding. Of like railway stations or something that line up exactly with where the damage is. Also, they're utilizing this for a problem reaction solution to scare people about climate change and regulate the hell and tax the hell out of people.
Yes, I've heard all the climate change stuff too. It's like they're doing this on purpose, which is really sad because, I mean, people are dying and losing their homes and stuff, but they've got an agenda, and I just don't believe that these are just natural. I don't. I've seen the trees inside out. I went to way back when the fires first were starting years ago. There had been a fire in Gatlinburg, so I was there on vacation one time, and I was like, I'm going to go in the woods and look at some of this burned out stuff. And it was exactly like what you were seeing in Santa Rosa, where it's like the trees were still standing, but there was holes in them, like they burned from the inside out. And then it went, I don't know how they stopped burning, but you just saw these holes, the black hole going into the tree, but the tree was still standing and it was all charred around the hole. And I was like, that was just weird. If I had lived closer to California, I would have went and checked out those fires there, but I live in Michigan, so we haven't had the fires yet.
Probably not allowed in there anyway.
I don't put anything past these like evil tyrants that are at the helm. I mean, after 9/11 and the thing with California was really upsetting to me, where they said, well, it's too windy, so we're going to shut down the power for millions of people because there might be a fire.
Oh yeah,
and that
wanted to shut it all down, and it was like, whoa.
Right. Is this going to be the new normal? Every time it gets windy, you guys are going to shut off everyone's power? It's ridiculous.
I think that was a test to scare people so that they knew that they have control over us.
And see how far they can push people and what they would do.
They want to shut off all the power. They could lie and say we got hit by an EMP or whatever, but it's like they could just shut off all of our power. And I think they were showing us that as a, not that PG&E was showing us, but they obviously had permission from some high government.
Yeah, they're all the same team.
Mm-hmm.
And it's amazing. I feel like this. Yeah, you mentioned depopulation. It seems like they're really trying to drive people out of California, and I
Absolutely.
have no idea why. But like between the taxes and the whole state being on fire, it seems like a not very fun place to live by design, and
Yeah.
I can't really figure out why.
But what they're doing in California, if you watch where the fires are, it's like they're moving the people down. It seems like the people that are all comfortable up in Napa Valley and stuff like that in Paradise, it's like they're burning them out, so they're forced to move down. And that agenda, it used to be called Agenda 21. Now I think they're calling it Agenda 3030 or whatever. But it's the same plan where they want people down in the cities where they can control them more. They don't want them living out in the country.
Mega
And
cities.
they want to put them in apartment buildings and stack and pack them.
Yeah.
And, I don't know if that's true, but it seems like the fires in California followed a pattern. And if you look
Absolutely.
at Australia at the fires on the map, they're going all the way around the perimeter. So even
Yeah.
people that are trying to go to the coast to get out on boats can't get out. And I'm like, okay, so are they burning around the center, which is where the people live, and trying to push them more into the middle? I mean, I don't know, but it's like when you look at the fire maps, they always seem to have a pattern like that.
Something really weird going on for sure, and I wish I knew what it was entirely.
Well, sometimes I like to think, okay, there can't really be these evil tyrants running the planet. I mean, there just can't be. But then when you see all the things that happen, it's like, yes, they are. There's a mastermind, group of people that are doing this stuff.
Right.
There's too much to say it's our imagination.
And that's what you would think would happen if they play out markets for billions of years. And I'm not like criticizing markets. I don't want the alternative to it, but there is the problem with that way of life is that some people are going to amass like everything given enough time. And that's what I think has happened. And they just have a ton of different agents on their payroll.
And they don't need us anymore. We're collateral damage. They could get rid of us and not even care.
Hey, Tim, have you ever heard of Mike Morales?
I have, I think he's on Float. And he's into weather, right? And
he shows the spraying operations.
Yeah, I'm subbed to him.
Was his wife just in a car crash?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
I saw the picture of the car. It was horrible.
You should check him out. They are controlling the weather, and they can.
They've admitted to it.
Yeah, they've told us. And put down to that, there's countries that actually pay for their weather. Oh, I almost forgot, but yeah, I saw videos a few years ago where California and some other states were actually signed over to China.
I heard that too.
And they also, when it was signed over, that they were given the legal right to cleanse the land with bioweapons, which I think this is what the burn-in is.
The burning.
That actually makes a lot of sense. I've been doing some decodes on various things like the Iran mural and iPet Goat, and there's this repeating pattern of like one state breaking off, and specifically California. So it's weird that it could be like China just ridding it of Americans with the help of sellout Americans who are running the government there and burning it. You know what I mean?
Right. So I think they're just coming to claim their land.
Wow.
Get rid of the people first.
Right. You take Agenda 21 map over top of the maps that are flooded and fires and everything. It matches right up.
So who made that deal with them? Who do we have to blame for?
I don't remember who it was.
The elite evil people. We don't know who they are.
Was that like
the Bilderberg group?
I'll have to find it.
Was that a way for them to like kick the debt can down the road a little bit?
Yeah, I think it was the debt can.
Yes. Yep.
And I also don't know like how much of this is real and how much is theater between the different countries, but it's really hard to tell. Like we don't have enough of the information. We're all just kind of like guessing what's in the shadows.
Well, yeah, you go searching for something, it's like everything that's going on in Iran. It's like, how much is propaganda and how much is really going on,
Right.
Well, when we sanction a country, the people are the ones that suffer. And we sanction the crap out of many countries.
Exactly.
And people starve. War. And the people standing up saying, why are you doing this to us? I seen them. Why you do this to us?
Well, that's why when they took out the general, I was like, that's the way it should be done. He's the one running the evil little army. So, we should have just sent a couple guys in to get Osama bin Laden instead of bombing the heck out of people, all these innocent people for 20 years.
That's
and then
why
when
we hate it.
we finally get a president that actually takes out one of the generals, it's like, oh, you're such a bad person. And it's like, really? That saved, thousands of lives of us doing carpet bombings,
I don't see it exactly the same. Then again, like, I don't know exactly what's going on over there. I have a problem with all the aggression against these countries. I look at like any pushback that we get as like a resistance to unnecessary tyranny. Like, I would do the same thing if there were people doing what the United States is doing over there to us. I would fight back.
Yeah, I think we should all come home because it's none of our business to be in these other places. It's
Right.
like my brother did a couple tours in Afghanistan. My dad was a Vietnam vet. And the stories they tell, it's like they're just being used as pawns. And it's like we should just mind our own business. We've got enough oil of our own. We've got enough weapons to, keep them from harming us and our own land. And it's like, let them just fight it amongst themselves over there. Why do we have to police everybody?
On that terrorist list, returning veterans was on there, wasn't it, Tim?
Yes.
Yeah, they're afraid of these people who are passionate and trying to think of a good word. Not ideology. They're very freedom oriented, and they're trained too. They know how to fight for what they want.
Well, my
their
dad,
leaders.
Vietnam vet, was the one that started
that we
teaching
don't
all that
see.
stuff.
But it's so sad because it's really just for like business interests and banking interests, and it's not even. That's a lie too. I think they tell us that we're like policing the world. It's not. We're not over there to like stop criminals. We are the criminals.
My brother
committed more war crimes than anyone.
He cleared out towns, killed people, and guarded poppy fields. He was like, we weren't policing anything. It was almost like extermination.
We're enemies of the state since 1933.
And the other countries don't like us.
Right? They sure don't. Well, they don't mind us. They don't like our government. I mean, a lot of people conflate the two, but I think that, well, maybe they're starting to lose faith. I mean, anyone who supports the government, I'm sure they lump in with it, but it's not a good situation. I mean, my favorite photo is that photo of all the veterans walking down the street holding that sign like, we won't fight another rich man's war. Now that's a good one. And it's just sad because they get swept up by emotion, and then by the time they realize it, it's too late, and they're disillusioned and have PTSD, and
they come back broken. My brother's just totally broken. I mean, he's got all these physical things wrong with him, and he's got PTSD. And my dad was kind of the same way. He had the PTSD really bad, and it's like they go over and they fight when they first join. They think they're going to do the right thing, and then they just get run through the ringer, sent home, and basically tossed in the trash. They get illnesses, and the VA's like, well, that's not from your tour of duty. And it's like,
and they're usually like lab rats there too. They're shot up with all kinds of vaccinations and crap too.
My dad got all that Agent Orange and stuff, and when he was dying, his doctor actually filled out paperwork for him to say that the kind of cancer that he had came from the Agent Orange. And my dad was like adamant to get this paperwork filled out. And I'm like, Dad, I mean, you don't have that much time. It's not like you're going to get it turned in and get any money before you die. It could take years. And he's like, I don't care. He goes, I want the piece of paper because I've been telling him forever that I had all these things wrong with me from the Agent Orange exposure. And it was so important to him to like have this document in his hand before he died, which he did get the document. So he was excited. But I thought it was strange that he, so much wanted this. And he just said, I just need it for proof. Because they've lied to us all this time. And a lot of the Gulf War veterans came back with things wrong with them. And they told them, nope, it's not from your tour. And it's like, well, when you've got, 10,000 guys that all have the same thing wrong with them and they were all in the same area, you pretty much know that's what it's from. And the government denies it because they don't want to pay them their disability benefits.
It also seems like kind of like how like a gang or the mafia will take out witnesses. It's kind of like what's going on. The people that see what's really happening up close, because
Exactly.
people only see what they're supposed to see, and the populace isn't supposed to see what's really going on, how the gears really turn, and the people that get the sight, they just I guess it's in the interest of the politicians to hamper their life afterwards.
Well, yeah, my dad used to always say that,
Exactly.
that they just want us to die. You know, they're going to give us all these chemicals and medication for PTSD to dumb us down so we don't question anything. And he's like, it's almost like they just don't care once they're done with their service.
It's super sad.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. That's what it is. But once again, we are declared the enemies of the state.
You said since 33. Why that year?
I don't know. Just type it in.
World War
Ameri-
II.
America. How do Americans enemy of the state since 1933? Just type it in. It should pop up.
Like where you're not allowed to question the government during wartime or something?
Um.
And it's always been perpetual war.
Yeah. And also, we're under English maritime law. So our government is it's just a world stage. That's all it is. It's just a world stage. All of them.
Yeah, I don't trust the United Nations and all the New
Yeah.
World Order talk and stuff. It's like they're all working together. It's not just the
Yeah.
United States.
Right. When you see the president, when you see him on TV with the gold fringed flag behind him, that's not our flag. Our flag don't have gold on it.
Exactly.
You know, it's got the hanging bobs and stuff. You know, that's their symbol for being under English maritime law. And everything word if you what's the guy's name? I can't think of it right now, but he covers it good about the maritime law. Everything that is in our society is treated as water. Even like in every court you go into, they have the maritime flag because we're under maritime law.
I've heard stuff about that. I just don't know enough about it to really have a opinion. But I've heard the gold fringe thing, exactly what you're talking about.
And I studied that years ago, so I don't have it fresh right here in front of me, but I can get it back.
So the other law is just like a smokescreen? Is that what they're claiming?
That's
Or
what I'm claiming because we're under English maritime law. So if we're under British rule, what's our government?
see, the way I
States.
see it work is that Congress passes all these stupid laws, and then the law enforcers arrest people, the judges sentence them, the prisons lock them up. I just don't see people getting charged for maritime crimes.
Well, when you go into the court, you're treated as if maritime though, under maritime law.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely heard the theory. People are like, well, you got to dismiss your straw man. They write your name in all caps, so you're screwed.
Right.
And I'm just like, yeah, I mean, I know I'm screwed, but I don't think it has to do with it being in uppercase on my birth certificate. I don't know. I don't know what that really buys us.
What's this birth certificate thing? I've never heard of that.
Something about all caps.
So
I
we
don't
should
know.
look at our birth certificate and see if we're in all caps or not.
See, that's the problem with it is there's nowhere to go once you accept the premise, and I don't think that's really the problem. Personally, I just I think the laws suck, and I think that both sides are passing awful laws that deprive our rights.
Our rights are getting trampled.
Right, and I don't get the importance of the maritime admiralty stuff. I think that they could be under British rule. They could be working for. They definitely are working for, not for the people, but for the special interests, specifically the small group of people.
Yep. Yes, Super Dave.
Oh, Super Dave's here. Hi, Super Dave.
Yeah, he's one that comes here. He doesn't support me, never comments on any of my videos. Gives me thumbs down when he leaves.
He does not.
Don't tell me. I know. That's all right. Trying to remember that other guy's name, though. The one for the maritime law.
Oh, the channel that covers it?
Yeah. It's a really awesome information, too. I'll get it for you, Tim, so you can check it out.
Yeah, I'd be interested. Because I hear these people, I think they call themselves the Moors. They're always talking about how there's like some paperwork that you can file and get out of all the bad stuff and get out of taxes and stuff. And I'm just like, it sounds a little too good to be true. I mean, maybe there's a special form that we can fill out, but it just seems like, I don't know. It seems like people trying to find a solution, and I just don't necessarily agree with it being possible.
Yeah.
But maybe I just am not looking hard enough. I think regardless, the answer is for everybody to get on the same page and realize that we have parasites ruling us that we just need to get free from and declare our independence. And
I think so.
And I don't think it's hard. I think there's a lot of different avenues, and if enough of us are chipping away at the illusion, it could happen.
You think so?
If we get good people in office, that's the thing. It's like there's so much infighting going on with the government and politics that it's like they just fight. It's like, aren't they getting any work done? They're just fighting.
Well, they have the show fighting, but then they always agree bipartisanly to do all the nefarious stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they'll pass the $1.4 billion budget, which I've also heard is like 4.5 billion, or excuse me, trillion, which I don't know how they how there's that big of a discrepancy as to what the budget is for 2020. Is it 1.4 or 4.5 trillion?
Yeah, that's a big difference.
It is a big difference, but I've seen both numbers, and but they'll pass that with all the spending in it, but they will argue about impeachment for for months and months and years. And what else did they pass? Oh, they'll all agree about red flags and background checks. And
yeah, they're really trampling on the Second Amendment really bad.
Yeah, that one's on the chopping block.
That one scares me because it's like, you know, they always say Hitler did it and all these other countries that in the past have done it, and history is going to repeat itself. And now here it is right here on our doorstep. And it's like, why do they want to disarm us?
Right. Probably because they're going to do something that'll make people want to shoot them.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
And the question is, what is that exactly? Because
they don't want us to fight back.
Right. And it means they're coming after the First Amendment, too, which is never fun. I don't like being told that I can't say what I want to say.
Oh, yeah, I'd hate to live in one of those countries where, you know, you get stoned to death or whatever they do to you if you say the wrong thing, and you're forced to go to protests and forced to support certain people. It's like, at least we have freedom.
Got it.
For now.
Jordan Maxwell.
Oh, I have heard of Jordan Maxwell.
Yeah.
I will check that out in further depth. I've seen some good videos by him, but I've by no means seen his entire what's the word? Not discography. What is that, like? Truthography?
Yeah. He might be one of them too, you know, but there's a lot of info there. I mean, I've heard, but I don't know.
We'll definitely check it out.
Yes. Then you'll see what I mean about the water. I can't remember it off the top of my head. It's been a couple of years since I've researched that.
Well, they definitely, yeah. I mean, I definitely see what people are talking about, where they say, like, you know, currency and relationships, all these words with ship in them. I just don't get like I'm more about fighting to like wake people up about the Federal Reserve and call for it to be abolished. Like why is the government borrowing money at interest from a super secret private bank owned by the Rothschilds, who own, at least in large part, who also own like all the other central banks around the world.
Right.
It's like, what's going on here? How is this not bigger news?
And how have they let this go for years and years and years without anyone addressing it? It seems like, in the last 10 years, people talk about it, but it's like this has been going on forever.
1913, I believe.
Yeah.
And it's a long time that we've been just being robbed over and over again every day. And it's just going to the banks and politicians and their friends. It doesn't make any sense. All on our dime and debt.
I worry about the debt. It's like they spend and spend and spend money that we don't have. And it's like a little bit of debt's not bad, but it's like, gosh, we're trillions of dollars in debt.
Right. And then you hear like Elizabeth Warren pitching like $50 trillion medical extortion from the country. And it's like, yeah, I'm for people getting like well, I'm not even really. I was going to say I'm for people getting medicine, but so much of the medicine is junk. I'm for people getting good medicine.
Well, if they ever pass that, it's things where now we're going to be forced to go to certain doctors and take certain prescriptions. And it's almost like, they're going to give it to you, but yet they're going to control you with it.
Right. And we're still going to be paying for it. We're just going to be forced customers.
Yes.
Yeah, it was FDR. It was when the United States went bankrupt in 1933. All assets were seized by the bankruptcy. All coins of the citizens were seized, and you were made the enemy of the bankruptcy receivership.
Ooh,
FDR.
That's interesting.
And so we've been declared enemies of the state since 1933.
I missed that part. How were we enemies of the state?
This isn't the one I researched, so this is, let me see.
And who are we? We're the people the dissidents, or just everybody?
People?
I think everybody. After
Wow.
FDR, socialists confiscated our gold in 33. The FDR socialists on March 9th, 1933 removed domestic transactions from the exclusion to the 1917 Trade with the Enemy Act. Trade with the enemy is always illegal prior to the March 9th, 1933. I don't know. You'll have to research it.
Scary.
All I did was typed in enemies of the state since 1933, and there's a whole list of things you can check out.
Be a good t-shirt.
Yeah. It all comes together, though,
Yeah, I've heard all sorts of different theories about like when we got screwed over in history. Some people will be like, well, they have a new constitution. The old one was thrown out, and the DC made a new constitution. The Bill of Rights is not real. It's a lie. And I don't know. It's just like I've heard like different conflicting explanations of when we lost all our liberties. I just see it like Congress just keeps passing laws, but I guess what you described is the government passing laws. It's screwed up. They can basically arrest anybody at any time. There's so many complicated legal statutes.
And
so
when you're an
enemy of the state, you lose a lot of rights.
Yeah. And they just further, I mean, if we were screwed in 1913, then we're really screwed now with the or 33. Then we're really screwed now with the Patriot Act too.
Mm-hmm.
But they that's kind of along the same lines where they just say you're a domestic terrorist, enemy of the state, and you don't have any rights.
And they can put that label on anybody.
Right. And everyone would be like, oh, well, we never thought that he or she was like that. They caught another bad one. It's crazy.
Yep. Just reading the chat here. By saying 33 to 36, I don't know.
Well, it's midnight here. I'm going to jump off. Giggles is on, so she can take my place. Thanks for having me on, and everyone have a good night. It was
You're very
great
welcome.
talking to both of you, and I liked when William was on too. Hi,
Have
Giggles.
a good night, Truth Seeker. I
Hey.
subscribed to you today, so I'm looking forward to your content. I'll have to go back through your archive too. But it was great meeting you.
It was great meeting you too, and you did a great show today, Tim. And thanks for having me, Bob. This was really a good time, and we learned a lot tonight.
Yes, very welcome. It's always a pleasure. You're welcome.
Have a good
anytime.
night.
Take care, Truth Seeker. It's kind of weird calling someone else Truth Seeker.
Right.
How you doing? How you doing, Giggles?
Okay.
You're good.
Yeah. No, I was liking the conversation and she left. Darn. Oh, heck. Just came in here to get my mind off stuff.
Yeah, I know you had a rough day, right?
Oh, yeah. Buried him today.
You okay?
Yeah. Yeah. I like the conversation. I was listening for a little bit before I started talking.
There you go, Peanut. Truth Seeker. Truth Seeker's my stunt double. Funny.
Representing both sexes.
Yeah.
Hey.
Peanut. How you doing, Peanut?
Hey, Peanut.
Hey, Tim. How's it going?
Doing good. Getting tired, but
Yep.
been up for a while watching those Virginians over there exercising their rights. But
yeah, I saw you earlier. You were doing that. That's cool. You're like streaming about that. That's awesome.
Yep. I'm happy that they had a good showing and no false flags. People were like, "There's definitely going to be a false flag. Nobody go." And if nobody goes, then we'll know who the crisis actors are. And I'm like, I don't think that it's a great strategy, but it all ended well. We're still kind of screwed as far as the rights deprivers taking away our rights, but
yeah, I'm kind of embarrassed. I don't know a whole lot about it. I just know they're trying to take guns away. And then I did watch what you showed about Brian's channel too, where like he was like exposing the cops out there and how they were acting towards them and stuff. So yeah, it's whatever it is. So it looks like they're starting to make their move and take the guns away though.
Yeah, definitely. They're rolling it out across the country and seems to be a pillar of the Democratic Party.
I think it's just all distractions. They're not really worried about our guns. We got pea shooters compared to what they have.
That's what I kind of think too, actually.
They want us to keep the guns, but it's just a distraction. They want us to kill each other.
Actually, you know, I think it's going to happen. I think it's kind of like what Tim's saying is that like I think we were talking on this channel too, Bob. I think you brought it up too, Bob, how they're like labeling everybody as terrorists or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I think what's going to end up happening is they're going to I know they want to eventually get rid of everybody, like with the Georgia Guidestones and all that. But I think like specifically what they want to do, what the real end game is in my mind, is they want to take out the Christians, right? And so I think they're going to, I know they already sort of do, but like on an intense level, they're probably going to do some kind of like chaos out of order thing where
another distraction.
Yeah, right, exactly. But I think they're going to set up Christians though, or to do something, and they say like, look, if those nutty Christians that have all these guns and they're shooting people, so we need to round them up, and that's when they bust out the FEMA camps and all that, and eventually something I think along the, or they're also gonna say this: look at those Christians are not immunized, they're getting they'll probably like maybe spread some kind of disease or something, and look, you know, we need a solution to this. What is going on with all these wacky Christians that are shooting people and infecting people and whatever other agenda? They're hateful. They don't love the trannies, and you know, and so they're the problem. If it wasn't for them, then all this, and that kind of sets up the two witnesses too, how they're going to set them up too, and then the whole world's going to cheer and be like, yeah, thank goodness we got rid of those two pesky witnesses. And That's, I think, is something, I don't know the exact details, but I think something along those lines is what's headed down the pike.
Well, look at the Noahide laws that they're trying to put in here.
Right, exactly. Giggles. It goes along right with that, huh?
Yes, like this topic. Yeah, and exactly. And look at the history of, you know, the Vatican and everything, and the Jesuits. You know, all the Christians that they killed throughout time. You know, World War II also. It was all Christians that they were killing because the Vatican wants them taken out.
We're all enemies, though. My opinion is they want the transhumans are going to be here after we're gone. You know what I mean? They got their artificial intelligence to take care of everything.
Mm-hmm.
The other type of transhuman.
What's that?
The other type of trans. Like,
right, yeah,
right.
That threw me off
Right.
too for saying. I was like, what, the trannies will inherit the earth, right?
Like,
A tranny army, huh?
But
They're
yeah,
like, let's go.
because no matter, because the people who are coming against us, you know, to take us out, they're gonna go too. They just don't know it yet. They're just being used as a pawn.
Well, one thing
Yeah.
I think about the gay pride and the LGBT, I think it has something to do with that Bible verse. And I'm not a huge believer. I think there's a possibility that the Bible is completely true. There's a possibility that Jesus is really the Son of God. There's a possibility that Moses talked to God. I don't know. I'm looking for proof. If anyone has it, send it my way. But what I want to say is I think there is something to them playing out the Bible. And
Right.
pride cometh before destruction, right? That's in the Bible. I think that they might be like making a kind of a joke with, you know, the pride movement.
Yeah.
It's kind of a weird name for it, right? The pride. I just wonder if they're kind of hinting at that verse, pride cometh before destruction.
Makes sense.
They're
Yeah, I
mocking,
can see it.
they're mocking God. They want to mix
Yeah.
iron and clay, and you have to look at the Kabbalah and what they believe. And they fully believe in Lucifer.
I agree.
You know,
too.
and in the
Yep.
Baphomet.
Yep.
You know, that's what that's all about, is
It is.
mixing it.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm not convinced that they really believe in Lucifer. I might be wrong, but I've
Look up the Synagogue of Satan, honey. You'll see.
well, yeah, I mean, I've heard all this stuff. I just don't know if we understand what's going in the mind of the few people who've amassed all the wealth in the world and all the resources and control everything. I think it's a little simplistic to think that they believe in the Bible and they're taking the side of the arch villain of the Bible, but they think it's an accurate book.
Well, they believe he was God.
So you think you understand exactly what they think? I mean, we know like 0.0001% of what's going on in their mind, in my opinion. So I'm always skeptical when people think they know exactly the mind of God or the mind of the people that are calling the shots in this world.
I'm not claiming that at all. I'm just giving you my opinion because I've put a lot of puzzle pieces together, and I will say it's my opinion. But when you look at it, they think Lucifer is light. If you look at the Freemasons' Bible, because theirs is, you know, completely different. The Morning Star, they fully believe he's.
That's a good point, Giggles. That's a very good point.
But how many times has history been rewritten? How many times has history been rewritten?
42.
I think
I don't know.
I think the Bible is a playbook. It's just a playbook.
Exactly. The history's been rewritten. You know, why wouldn't that book, just that one book, has not been touched? No, they had book burning. They burned all the books before you had the computer. You know what I mean? Why? You know.
Well, the Bible is a collection of books, right? It's kind of like a library in the sense that there's a lot of books in there, and I don't know what to make of history. Like, I honestly, like, I don't really believe any of the accounts. I don't believe the science account. I don't believe the Muslim account. I don't believe the Christian account. And I don't mean any disrespect to the scientists or the Christians or the Muslims. I'm withholding judgment. Because I don't know. That's all I'm saying is I don't know. But I'm not gonna tell people that I do.
All you gotta do is look at what they're putting up, a bunch of statues of Moloch, right?
That's true. Drop. That's definitely
amazing drop. Thank you for coming up. How you doing?
I'm tired.
Introduce you to Tim. Oh, you don't know Tim, do you?
Yeah, I don't know, Tim. We went over there for raid yesterday.
That's right. Okay.
Well, good to meet you.
Good.
Tim, you're not a believer, I take it?
Oh, I believe in gods or God and gods. whatever. I don't know. I don't claim to understand. I'm not buddy with the creator. The God that I worship, I have no understanding of.
What's your idea of a missing link, Tim?
In terms of evolution?
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of missing links in my understanding of what's going on. I don't really prescribe to evolution.
What's something that's not been spoken about in the scientific community, doesn't want anybody to know, but when they found that so-called Lucy, remember Lucy?
Yes.
Okay. 3.2 million years old, correct?
I don't believe that.
Well, let's just say that Lucy is 3.2 million years old. There's also a set of footprints that are also next to hers that are modern day humans. Which means if Lucy's 3.2 million years old, modern man's at least 3.2 million years old. Because modern man has a unique footprint, modern man today, than any other simian or whatever.
Well, I know that I believe in natural selection and the ability of organisms to adapt to their environment given time. Question is, like, what timetable are we really looking at here? What's the history of our creation? How long have organisms been undergoing? Because we can agree, right, that children resemble their parents.
Correct. But I also agree with you that even with carbon dating, that's not accurate, and we both know that.
Yes. I feel safe in saying that they're wrong and whatever they said. If they said 1.3 million years, I don't know what it is, but I'm sure they're wrong. I'm not sure.
3.2 million.
3.2, excuse me.
Yeah, and if you think about it, how many times have we found architecture that we can't build?
That is really interesting. Yeah.
Like the fireplace that pits in houses where there is no chimney, but it's a fireplace. And then Wilcox talks about this power device that's about the size of a suitcase that could power a major city. That they've got hidden away. Think about it. I really think that they play this thing out over and over again. And when it gets too much for them, when they can't hide in their castles with the moats around them, and they get too many people that are awake, they reset everything. And the way I think that they reset everything is that they not only depopulate, but what I think they do, since they worship that evil god Moloch, or whatever you want to call him, Baal, what they do is they turn around and kill most of the population and save children 6 and under that they want selected with a few handlers and start society again. And nobody has any history. That's what I believe they do.
I've heard that theory. It's certainly a very interesting theory. And I appreciate when people bring those kind of like interesting thoughts that could explain what we're looking at. I think that there is a very interesting phenomenon going on with, and it kind of ties in with the biblical story of like Noah's flood. And I think that throughout history, if you look at how DNA works and how the tree of life would really look if natural selection really and evolution played out for as long as they say it's been playing out, it doesn't make sense. Like you can look in Africa at giraffes, for instance, and there's some different types, but they're remarkably similar. Like you don't see all these different types of animals. You see the types of animals and some different varieties amongst them. But
yeah,
take
chimpanzees, for example. There's 3 different varieties of chimpanzees.
Right.
Only one is like humans, where they can breed 24/7, 365 days a year. The other ones can only breed and have offspring at a certain time, like cattle do, or a dog, or
like a rutting season, like that.
Yeah, there's a season there. The season when you get all the calves, and it's only one time a year or twice a year that they can breed. That one simian, the one variety of simian, the chimpanzee that can breed like humans, exists. So there's a lot of variations. What was that jellyfish that never really dies? Because jellyfish don't even have a brain; they just have a set of nerves. Their brain is a whole string of nerves. There is no central core to the. I don't know if Wilcox is a Mason, Richard. I don't know.
Perhaps it's a peanut butter and jellyfish.
I don't know.
Right? Peanut butter and jelly.
Peanut got jokes.
Yeah.
He brings jokes to us.
Yeah, usually I try to do that, but I'm just so tired lately. One of my clients said, "You going to work today?" And I said, "No," but we got all these time constraints and everything. And I was like, "It's not my fault. I'm not the one that misplanned and sidetracked other stuff." It's, your emergency is not my problem.
Bob, are you a believer or not?
I think there's too many questions. You know what I mean? That's why I can't go full force ahead. No. I have too many questions. I think a lot of stuff's been rewritten, changed. And look at everything else. Why wouldn't that be changed? If everything else is a lie to us, why wouldn't that?
Yeah. What exactly you're asking, Peanut? Could you finish the sentence? Are you a believer in what?
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, what I mean is like, are you guys? And I'm not trying to pick on anybody because I respect everybody else's point of view. But from my point of view, though, it makes me concerned for you guys. That's all I'm saying. So it's like, but what I'm saying is like, are you guys a believer that Jesus Christ is our Savior? You believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, and that He died on the cross to take our sins. And that He rose from the dead, like his grave 3 days later, and that if you believe on Jesus Christ, that you will have everlasting life. That's what I'm asking.
Okay, gotcha. Now let me take a shot at it. I think there's a possibility, but I put it at a low chance. But yeah, that's kind of what I think. But
yeah, that's honest.
But I'm not going to say I know that it's not the case.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
Opinion,
yeah.
Now, Peanut. How long did it take for them to actually call Him Jesus Christ after His death?
I have no idea. I don't know.
It wasn't until a couple hundred years later.
He was like Yeshua, right? And then Christ is like translates to Messiah or Anointed One.
Yes, the Jesuits called Him Jesus, right?
Okay. Right.
And but it took a couple hundred years before he was considered before he was considered not only a prophet but the Son of God. A couple hundred years, I forget what it is. Maybe it's 300 years.
Right before that Roman emperor supposedly became Christian, I guess.
Well, he adopted the Christian religion to unite the empire because he was in big trouble, and he won a battle because of a natural disaster. It was either an asteroid or a meteorite that took out his enemy that he was facing against, and he was going to lose. He knew he was going to lose, so he thought it as a miracle, and then he adapted this Christian religion to unite the entire Roman Empire because it was falling apart by then.
Kind of like we are today, actually. I mean, like it's very similar, the pattern there. With I'm not the first person to recognize that between the Roman Empire and the United States.
There would be no Christianity without the Roman Empire. It would be an obscure little religion in the middle of the desert somewhere.
Well, I'm not sure if I completely agree with that because, like, because Christianity spread beyond the Roman Empire, one, and
Absolutely
two,
it did.
Yeah, and it wasn't like Rome was like, we really got to push this. Although maybe they pushed their own version of it, though. But really, all they did was take over, put a stamp on a movement that was out of control anyway. You know what I mean?
And Rome wasn't built in a day either, right?
No, Rome was built upon silver and slaves.
And it wouldn't be the first time that Rome has absorbed other religious ideas.
It was built over hundreds of years, but I had to jump up here because if somebody's going to stomp around in my Torah and my Bible, I got to be a voice.
Oh, good, Vernon.
Can I just make a point,
number one, huh? What, Giggles?
I was just going to make a point real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, sweetie.
While we're throwing everything around, why is it that the Vatican for so many years have been killing hundreds of thousands of Christians? There's something, to it. My
That,
opinion. Go ahead,
talking about
Vernon.
Moloch too, I bet like that's the other thing I think is connected is like between Hollywood and government, like through the Finders cult and the Vatican, they all have that kind of Moloch type of circumstantial evidence associated with them. Where
And
like
Moloch's
not
the
only
bull,
that,
or is it the owl?
Let's say this too. In Rome right
Owl.
now, they have put up a bronzer or whatever it is. I haven't actually seen the metal, but a statue of Moloch with the open mouth that they used to feed the children to in the flames. And that's when Yeshua told them, he said, "You shall not pass your children through the flames and not be damned."
I thought Moloch was like the bull statue.
No,
And-
Moloch is that's Baal, the storm god. Moloch is the one with the open mouth that is ever hungry, burning your child in his stomach.
You know, a lot of those things are kind of interconnected though, like mythologically. And I've heard, like, I've seen someone break it down. And it's just too complicated for me to remember how, like stuff like Venus and this and that and the other thing, like all these kind of
every day of the
things.
day of the week is a Roman pagan day. They're not actually even. They're not even Christian days. They're the days of the week for the Jews is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the 7th day is Shabbat.
Now, I talked to somebody who was Jewish. I guess he's
I
like
am a Jew, so.
Well, he was the well. I'm glad. That's why I wanted to ask you this question. He was the father of my uncle-in-law, and it was at a bar mitzvah for their my cousin, and I was asking him about. He was kind of telling me some cultural stuff and how they don't use like lights and stuff on, I guess, the Sabbath. Is that right? And no. It was one day of the week that they don't use the lights, and he said they hired.
We light candles.
Or he said that they hired a Christian to come and turn the lights on or something like that. And and I asked
a true Jew won't even let anybody work during the week because it says, "Let no man, let no slave, let no donkey, not your ass, not your sheep, nor your goat, nor anything under your house, under your roof, on your land, anything, work on Shabbat, because if you do, you are guilty of breaking it."
Okay, because I asked, my follow-up question was, I asked him if it was like if he thought that God doesn't want them to do it, or if it was like to show respect to God, and he said God doesn't want them to do it. And I guess that ties in with like the 613 commandments. And
well, you've got the Noahide laws, which are a bunch of crap as far as I'm concerned. I'm a Messianic Jew. Let's just
Vernon, is that do you
let me hold on, just before you go, I just want to clarify this because I'm a Messianic Jew. I follow the example of Christ, not Jesus, because there is no Jesus. I'm sorry, but Jesus is a name given to a man that had the name of Yeshua, who got in front of Pilate and said, yes, you see him. If you look at me, you see the Father. Okay, so he was Yeshua, he was Yahweh, he was Ruach, he was all of those things. He was, quote unquote, God in the flesh.
Amen.
So God is a secondary name that the Jesuits gave in the Bible for the creator, who is YHWH, Yahweh. And normally we don't even say that. We just say Yah, or the creator, or the Father, or Abba. But because you're not supposed to use the name of the creator, the Father, Abba, in vain or unnecessarily. Now, what were you going to ask me, Peanut?
Oh, I think you already answered my question for me, so don't even worry about it.
Oh, what was that?
Oh, I don't even worry about it. It's not an issue.
All right, brother. But anyway, yeah, So the thing is, I kind of forgot where I was going now.
Well, let me ask a question while it comes back.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
wanted to know about like exactly where the Jewish people, and if I'm ignorant and I'm like phrasing things wrong, I don't mean any disrespect.
There's no such thing as a stupid question or ignorance, as far as I'm concerned. It's all a learning experience that we're in.
Right. I'm in the same boat. So
Right
where they get the ideas of what they think God desires. And I think a lot of this was passed through Moses, and then maybe also some to Noah, and some
well,
to
Noah to a point, but Noah was a simple man. He was a farmer, really. Yahweh gave him the job of saving what little was going to be saved on the face of the entire planet, because he was sending a flood, because in the hearts of men in those days were nothing but evil and death all in them all the time. And of course, the angels had come and made wives of the daughters of men, the Ben Elohim, as they were called. Even now, they're the Ben Elohim. They're the sons of God, or the fallen ones, or the Anunnaki, as some people like to call them. They are just fallen angels. That's all they are. They had sons, and those sons were giants. They grew up, some of them say up to 80 cubits in height. And in that time, Moses understanding this, he grew up in culture of the Egyptians. So he understood the Egyptian cubit, which is about 2.5 feet. So it doesn't even relate literally to the Hebrew unit of cubit, which is from any man's elbow to his forefinger, his middle finger. The Egyptian cubit has been around for 3,000, 4,000 years, or however long they've been here.
Would you guys
actually the pyramids were built by giants? They weren't even built by normal men. They were not built by the Jews either, because the pyramids were there before the Egyptians ever even got there.
Would you guys say that that Hollywood is programming us?
Definitely.
I would say that Hollywood is using anything they can to create in you any kind of doubt that they can to extinguish what they perceive as a threat to them, which would be the word of Yahweh.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Like if you look at like television and the programming and the movies and all that,
it's collusion.
They're constantly like saying downing on Christ, trying to make him look like a fool, or Christians look weak, or whatever. So for me, that's some part of the circumstantial evidence that shows, like what Giggles is saying, which I agree with, that they are Luciferian on top.
Right.
Now you mentioned the word.
If we want to call them Luciferians, well, if Lucifer exists, Lucifer means angel of light. He was the bright shining one. And if you believe in Lucifer, if you believe Lucifer exists, if we believe that these people worship Lucifer, you've got to believe in Yahweh, because Elohim is the father of the Ben Elohim, or the fallen ones, or Lucifer.
You can't have one without the other, basically.
Can't have one without the other, period. End of story.
Right.
So Yahweh is a single entity. Is that what you're saying?
Yahweh is not a single entity, because even in the beginning of the Bible,
Elohim, right?
You have Elohim, which means many, or gods.
So it's a plural now.
And it's a plural, and it's also not masculine, and it's not feminine.
Are they human-esque or animals in any way?
I'm sorry?
Are they human-esque? Are we being ruled by like a class of people? Is that the claim here? Or is it a completely different type of entity?
It's an entity that was the creator, literally, of everything. We're not talking about just some idiot aliens that found a planet, backwater, whatever, idiots, monkey, fish, lizard people, and turned them into humans. We're talking about literal human beings that were golem made. They were made from the mud of the earth, and life was breathed up into their nostrils.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking about monkeyfish, lizard
giving
people.
them yeah, that's fine. Giving them a soul. You know, and I hear too many times where people think, oh, well, you dump a little water here, throw this and that, and you got sea monkeys. Whoa, you know, no, it doesn't happen that way.
I
Right,
want
I
to see us
agree.
like protest that we need to free the lizardfish monkey feet people or whatever. Right?
But-
That'd be hilarious. Right? Right?
My next question is:
Monkey.
you mentioned that the word of Yahweh is a threat to the establishment, and my question is, like, the word of Yahweh, you're saying is what he told Moses, and I hate to use the word he, but for lack of a better word, the English is
Absolutely.
English is a limiting language.
He is a perfectly respectful term.
Is that a yawn, Giggles?
So my question is, like, how, in what way did Yahweh speak to Moses? Like, was it just in
He spoke to
human language?
He spoke to Moses literally, but Moses wasn't able to see him. He could only look at his back, but even that did something to Moses, which frightened the people. And what it did, I believe, is caused him to have a glow about him that was unworldly, otherworldly.
So does God
almost maybe like he was almost irradiated?
Does Yahweh fly around, or is it transcend dimensions, or like, do
Yahweh
you know how that works?
transcends dimension. He transcends time, because look what biblically, what does it say? It says that he was and is and always will be. Now think about that for a second. I'm just going to explain something. This is my theory, and many people I have heard actually have touted on this, and others like rabbis and this sort have agreed with what I say. I say Yahweh Elohim, whatever, is trans-dimensional time. He is, was, and always will be. In other words, he lives in every time, every point in time, all at once. That's how he knows the beginning from the end, because time to him is nothing. He is time itself. So in other words, everything that's happening on this flat plane of existence that we live on has already occurred beginning to end. We are just having to live it out. You understand what I'm saying?
Or you could say, Vernon, that time doesn't exist.
Time doesn't exist for him. It already has happened. It already is over with.
Right. That's what I think too.
We just
He's
are
outside of it.
living through it from beginning to end.
Right.
Where for him, it's already happened from beginning to end.
Yeah, it's our
over,
perspective or
and
whatever.
we haven't had the time, quote unquote, to finish it.
Then what are we doing here?
We are waiting for the end, because time to us is relative, because we're not immortal and we're not trans-dimensional. We are stuck because of our sin. We lost those privileges.
Oh, okay, we're going to go into the sin
in the
thing, 'cause I don't
beginning,
believe it.
there were gods. That was us. We were gods with God. We were created in his image. We weren't just these human forms we are now. We lost the status of being immortal. That was taken away from us, because remember, he said, well, if now, since they know good from evil, in other words, we know what he knows because of what Hashan or Satan or Lucifer did. If we had eaten from the tree of life, which is what he eats from daily, we would live forever in sinful nature. That could not be allowed. You see what I'm saying? We couldn't be allowed to live immortally with him, like him, but be evil.
Oh, that makes sense, actually, Vernon. That makes a lot of sense.
Because there is no evil in him. And everything he says, it is. So in other words, if I looked at you and said, hey, Peanut's a duck, then you would be a duck. You wouldn't be Peanut anymore.
If he had that power or whatever.
He does have that power. In other words, if he said, oh, you are a duck, you're not who you are, you're a duck. You'd be a duck all of a sudden.
Yeah, I like the way you describe that, Vernon. I've kind of thought about that too, like just
because there is no untruth in him.
Not what you're saying, but like the part before that where like maybe we're around before and then I didn't really connect it to the tree of life, but like that, like I saw this movie once where like
I believe truly that millions of years passed in the time frame that we were supposedly here unsinfully. Yes. And that's why it seems like such a long period of time has gone by on this earth that we don't understand. Because see, at that time frame, we wouldn't have seen time passing. Millions of years, because a day is 1,000 years in the eyes of God, right? That's what the Bible says. Well, if you think of it that way, when we were immortal in the beginning, a day was 1,000 years to us because we were just like him.
So can I ask, are you basing this all off of historical?
I'm basing it off historical account, and I'm basing it off what the Bible says. And you can't, the Bible, you have to take poetic measure with the Bible because it is poetic. And also it's literal. So if you look at the Bible and it says, well, the day is like 1,000 years, well, then you have to think about one day, the first day was equal to 1,000 years, basically. Or it could be 10,000 years. See, the thing is in understanding this, you have to realize, okay, the day is like 1,000 years. In other words, they're saying it could be 1,000 years, it could be 1,000,000 years, it could be 1,000,000,000 years. Because he is unending. He is transitional. He doesn't comprehend time, period. See? Because time is irrelevant to him. It's non-relevant. It doesn't exist. But it does for us because we're human. And we're based on 120-year increments now. Maximum. You'll notice nobody that we know right now lives past 120 years. Right? And if you get to 120, you're old. And there are a few people that have made it that far. We probably don't know any of us. Now, I know one person that I know made it to 114. My great-great-grandmother. I met her, which is very strange. Most people that never happens to. But I did meet my great-great-grandmother, and she was 114 years old.
So Adam lived
to be 114. She died before she actually.
Adam lived.
She would have been 114 the next month. So before when she died, so she was 114.
Vernon, how old did Adam live? How old did
Adam lived? Adam lived after he became human. After he became human, he lived for what? It says, oh shoot, now I can't even think. It's like 860 some years or something, wasn't it? I can't remember exactly. I'd have to go back and look at it. I'm not as good as memory as I used to be.
Right, it was 800 something years, I believe, but
it's 800 and some years. Yeah.
The point is,
after he became mortal, he lived for that many years. But before that, he probably lived for 3 million. Who knows?
Well, I just want to know where I want to send the paperwork to God so I can get my 800 and some years.
Well,
here's right. Sure, that was taken away. Because the thing is, you got to remember, from that moment on, when they became mortal, their DNA also started to break down. Because their DNA was no longer perfect. It was no longer like the jellyfish where it could re-establish itself. Because see, that's what you got to base our life existence upon, is like the jellyfish. What are they capable of doing? They're capable of literally going through their lifetime their DNA breaks down. They're able to replace their DNA structures, regress in age, and then start over again. Well, humans back before the fall of human beings, or the fall of man, let's say, because we weren't human then. We were like God. We were much different than we are now. So before this happened, our genetic structure was perfect. As a matter of fact, the double helix is the most perfect structure that was ever created, and it's the most sound and strong structure known to mankind. But it degrades now. If you look at the jellyfish, it degrades too, but it also rebuilds itself as it goes. So it gets old, it gets to its old age, regresses itself, and starts over again as a brand new thing. And then so it has no end. Every jellyfish that we know of in the ocean, unless it's been killed, can regress itself and get old, and then regress itself, and then get old, and then regress itself and get old, and it never has died. So there's some jellyfish in the ocean that may have never, ever died. They may have been there since the beginning of mankind.
Now I have a question.
Since the beginning of Earth, since the beginning of creation.
So
they
Moses,
that's true.
Moses apparently Moses told everyone, like, what, 3,300 years ago, that he talked to God, and you're basing everything off
on
of
the
account.
What, Tim? I didn't hear you. Can you finish your sentence, Tim?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to
basing
understand
everything off the fact that
Vernon, hey, please give
many things in the Bible have actually occurred, and you can go back and almost flawlessly recount everything that has occurred in the Bible. That can be recounted. So if you can recount it, it's got to be true, and if it's true, it's true.
Well,
like
not
the fall of Jericho, it happened.
Well, they taught me some true things in school and a lot of lies. So if I said, well, the Pythagorean theorem checks out, c squared equals a squared plus b squared, so therefore history, as they tell me, is correct, and Big Bang explains our creation, I mean, that would be a fallacy. So I don't think that is necessarily proof of the other stuff. And these are very important questions, so I'm trying to catch up, and I'm trying to, I don't want to overlook something.
Absolutely.
The answers are in a book that's been available to me my whole life. I just have to be extremely skeptical with everything that, whether it's coming from the scientists or whether it's coming from the biblical scholars. So my understanding is that Moses says he talked to God on Mount Sinai 3,300 years ago. And we're reading about the account of what he said and what people remembered of what he said. And I wonder, like, why did God swoop in at that point to tell humanity about what's up, and why if God can do everything, are we constrained to the understanding of reality from that? Why did he feel, and I hate using the word he, but I'm just going to do it for convenience.
Yeah.
Why did he feel obligated to tell us what's going on, but only once, and then expect us to accept it and to know it to be truth? And then, well, I guess some people say he sent Yeshua along 2,000 years ago. I just don't really, I mean, I'm no scholar, definitely. I don't understand exactly what's going on, but I just have a hard time taking this on as like fact. There's not enough backing it up. And I know there's a lot of propaganda, a lot of burnt books and deleted history. I just,
well, I'm going to say this, if men in the past, all down through history, have seen the Bible and the Torah as such a disastrous book for them to have around, you know what I'm saying? In other words, if it was such a danger to their progression as far as being in charge of this earth and in charge of everything that they want to take charge of, and if they want to have all the money and all the power and all the glory and everything else, why is the Bible such a threat to them?
Right. That's what I'm saying, Vernon. Absolutely. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Right. Just like to say, like
Where
if
there's
you could,
smoke, there's fire.
right?
And
Yep.
if Australia's on fire, there's smoke. And if it's smoking, it's burning, baby.
Is that
Do
the
you
only thing
think
you're going by, though?
Australia? Do you think the fire in Australia is bullshit?
Because you know they play both sides. It's in the government, everything. They fund
also-
wars, both sides.
Also,
Well,
like reverse psychology is
But
a
you know
very
what?
real
I
thing.
mean,
right?
both sides.
Yeah.
Both you can play both sides, but truth is truth and right is right.
Right. And it's,
I don't.
it's
I
Are they
don't
really
care.
scared?
I don't
Are they
care.
really scared
I
of
don't
the
care
book?
what you do. Right cannot be wrong, no matter how
right.
Okay,
how
a,
you scoop
a
it up.
question,
Yep.
Vernon. A question. Why did they name the Bible after Bibelius, the northern Syrian goddess?
You know what? That's a question you'll have to ask somebody else because I don't know the answer to that. And really, you know what? I look at it this way. The Bible to me means this. Bible, basic instruction before leaving earth.
Yep. Yep. Not only that, but like
And you can call it whatever you want to. You can call it toilet paper to wipe your ass. But the thing is it still has the truth in it. And I'm going to read it. And I'm
Right.
going to believe it because it was written by men and by an omnipotent creator that gave a man the truth before I was ever even thought of.
that and like
And those truths have been proven over and over and over again down through the ages, no matter what anybody says. Noah was proven factual.
that and like the
Moses was
stories that are
proven
in the
factual.
Bible that are still relevant today because
They are absolutely
right,
relevant.
exactly. So if you read the Bible, you say, well, look, maybe someone came up with this or they faked it or whatever, but you don't even need to see that. You can just see it in the people around you. They do the same things over and over and over again. So
Love is the basis on what the Bible is written about.
Well,
Now,
I'm not saying
yes,
there's not truth in the Bible. I love.
Yeshua, Yahweh was an angry God to begin with. It said he was. He was a jealous God. Because, see, men were like us, were evil in our hearts. And there was nothing but evil in our hearts at the time of Noah. It says that. And he destroyed men for that because they didn't love him back.
Because he was
And
angry
the
and jealous,
fallen
right?
ones,
Isn't that
no,
a sin?
because
Isn't
the
that evil?
fallen ones were here and had put evil into the hearts of men. They had taught them every kind of evil thing, cutting of herbs and roots and the making of cosmetics to for the women to put on their faces to look like something that they weren't, to make jewelry to put on ourselves, to make us better antennas for the fallen to reach into our minds with. You know, that's all a necklace is to make you a better antenna. A crown is an antenna on a king's head so that the fallen ones can get into his brain, quite literally. Think about it. It's a heavy metal. If I ground it up and let you suck it up and breathe it in, not only could I control you, just like men control us now with this crap, but an angel could possess and control you as well. And that's what all these heavy metals are about. Control. It's no different than in the days of Noah.
well, look at it this way though. Let's say for example, the opposite is true. Let's say that like the Bible was just merely something that they kind of tamper with. So they want us to a lie. Right. Thanks. Let's say it was a lie. Then if they control everything and they control the lie and everything else, then what's the point of even thinking about it anyway? Because we're already doomed anyhow. What would be the point of our existence? You know what I'm saying? And why wouldn't they have already killed us or done X, Y, and Z? Because if we're already doing what we're supposed to do anyway, then and if they control both sides, then that means they control all sides. So that means no matter what side you pick, you're doomed anyway.
That's right. So what harm then to believe something that is
right,
more powerful and honest than love, which is what the Bible confers to and refers to over and over again, that you should love your neighbor as yourself, that you should do all these things, that you should love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your mind and all your spirit, that you should love your neighbor as yourself, that you should honor your
Which we do
father and your
naturally.
mother, that
Which
your
was
days be long on the earth. All these
which we
things.
do
What?
naturally, though. You know, if we weren't in the position we're in, you know, if they didn't have to make ghettos and
No,
everything, none of us
no,
have to have a third world
we don't
country.
do it naturally,
People,
Bob, because in the days of Noah, in the hearts of men were evil all the days of their life when they were cannibals back then. So really, we're not. You know, I mean, I get what you're saying. I understand what you're
I
coming
see people
from.
coming together all over the place. Everywhere there's a disaster, you're at. What would you do if you could help someone? You'd want to help them, right? And it's not because of a
Absolutely,
book.
I
It's
would.
because
Absolutely, I would.
that's what I do. I mean, I'll help anybody that needs help.
Because it's the right thing. But you know
Right.
what? It is because of what has been instilled in our parents and our parents' parents and our parents' parents' parents down the line, that has trickled down to each and every one of us, that gives us that little bit of good.
I got to answer that though. Let's say we're like, well, you know what? People are going to help people out anyway. So why do we need
Not
God?
always.
Because we always have that goodness in us. We don't need God. We're good without God. So why would we need that? We can do it ourselves. We can help a volcano victim out. We don't need some God in there. We got this, right? But God, but
No, we
we
don't
can't
really.
we can't birth ourselves, and we can't also like save our souls.
Can you
when
create
we're
yourself
dead.
in the Matrix?
Right. Exactly, Vernon. Exactly. Someone else had to do that. So that's that. Talk about the spirit of pride
Something
again.
else had to do that, not
Right.
someone else. Something else.
Right. Exactly.
Right. And I'm
Something
not saying
way
that
bigger than us.
I'm not an atheist. I definitely agree there's something way bigger than us, but I'm afraid of believing something that's wrong, because I find that to be a contradiction.
Well,
and I'm
Same
not.
here.
You know what?
I'm not an atheist either.
How
but I
many
do really
many millions of people believe in the Satanic Bible?
Vernon, why don't you do this? Why don't we pray for Tim and Bob right now?
I'm just
Let's say a
asking.
prayer for
Well,
them.
I'm just asking you. I'm just asking. Well, we can do that too. But
Yeah.
I'm just saying. How many people believe in the Satanic Bible?
I don't know. I would imagine very few.
Yeah, you have to
Really?
research it to really
'Cause
have a
I've heard
comment on that. And I never
the
researched it.
last time I heard, quote unquote, that how many people believe in the Satanic Bible and have read the Satanic Bible is around 80 million people.
How many people believed in Santa Claus when you were growing up?
I didn't.
You didn't believe in
Never
Santa Claus?
did.
Well, yeah, right,
Nope,
right.
Never did.
Okay, what was your point about the Satan Bible?
How many? Well, 80 million, around 80 some million people read and believe that the Satanic Bible is truth.
Well, they're idiots as far as I'm concerned. I mean, no offense
But you know
to the
what? The
Satanists.
thing is, the Satanic Bible was written by the authority of Aleister Crowley, just like Moses, by the divine, quote unquote, divine word of Satan in his ear.
Well, if by that notion, then you can't. How could you ever read a book? Because any book, let alone the Bible, because how could you ever believe?
You know
any
what?
book
You
is
have
true?
you have to be able to use your human and discerning spirit, because what we are given by Yeshua, Yahweh, Ruach, is a spirit of discernment, and that is what we use to know right from wrong. Like Bob was talking about before, if people get hurt in a volcano, I don't even believe in God, say, well, I'm still going to go help those people probably, but does that mean I'm going to make it to heaven in the end? No, because I'm still maybe going out raping little boys too. You know what I'm saying? People do that kind of crap, and it's sick, but it's true. But look at John Wayne Gacy. He went out and helped people all the time. He helped people out of bad trouble. He helped them get their stuff back together. He helped them get their things back from police. He helped them do all sorts of things. But in the end, he was still raping young men and murdering them, and bury them in the basement.
But you
Nobody
know,
knew about it until all
even
of a
if they
sudden.
were a good person and they saved the volcano victims, and even if they weren't like Eric Casey, but it was super nice 100% of the time, their whole life from beginning to end, were did everything perfectly.
It's
it was
still
nice.
not good enough.
Exactly, Vern. It's still not enough. The only way you can get saved is through Jesus Christ. That's the only way.
The blood of Yeshua,
amen,
is the only thing that saves any one of us. The only thing that makes any difference in anybody's life was the fact that he gave his life for you, for me, for Bob, for Giggles, for everybody down in the chat right now. He came knowing that he was going to be ostracized by himself. He was going to ostracize, be ostracized by his own spirit.
Yep.
And be alone
with him spitting on him, right?
He created, and be spit on, and be crucified, and be urinated on, and be beaten and throttled, and all these things done to him, with a crown of thorns crushed onto his head that literally pierced into his skull. And he still came and gave his life for you.
Right.
And
all you gotta do is
else
believe.
here.
That's all you gotta do is believe.
And all you have to do, you don't have to do anything else. You just have to believe that he came and did that for you. And that's good enough.
And everything's all better.
And everything's better.
Not this life.
And you know what?
When it comes.
But you know what? If you're praying to him and you're looking for him to be the one in your life that is making things better, it's that faith, that little faith, that still small voice in you that makes all the difference in the world. Nothing else does. You know what? And all the things that have happened to me, all the evil things that have been done to me, everything else that's gone wrong in my life and is wrong in my life, even now, because I'm in a nursing home dying. Everything that is in my life that is bad, there is nothing above Yeshua that makes it better than that.
Amen.
But Yahweh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you're dying, Vern. I'm sorry to hear that.
See, I just think religion is such an important thing because it seeks to answer the most important questions. Who are we? Why are we here? The story of our creation.
Where do we go when we die?
Where do we go when we die? And I'm not satisfied with the explanation that's coming out of the Christianity camp. And I mean, no disrespect, but it's all good. It's too important of questions. These questions are too important for me to just believe. Like I'll take it into account. I'll add it to my my understanding of the world as one possibility, but it's too important for me. The God that I worship wouldn't want me just to believe some men.
Let me ask you this. What do you think a Christian is?
Well, there's all sorts of different definitions. I think the widely accepted one is somebody who thinks that Christ is the Son of God.
No.
Okay,
what is it?
That's not.
A Christian is a person that
the
tries
definition
to attain.
Of a Christian. Let me
go ahead, Vern.
Let me finish because I asked the question and I want to answer it. I don't like people answering my questions for me because I have my own mind. Thanks. But anyway, I don't even know who was answering. I'm just saying. Anyway, a Christian is literally this. A Christian is someone that takes Christ's example and applies it to their life. That's it. So you know what? Many religions say, oh, I'm a Christian. Or people say, well, I'm Christian. They're Muslim. They're this. And they claim Christianity is this big, wide world religion. And really, Christians are millions and multiples of whatever. It's all crap. The only thing that makes you a Christian is if you try to become Christ-like. That's what a Christian really is. And to be like Christ is to follow his example down to the letter.
Hey, Tim, have you ever read the New Testament?
Not all the way through.
You read the entire Bible?
Well, definitely no.
Read the whole thing.
Well, I've skimmed through it. I love Matthew 7 is my favorite. I think that what was I going to say? Jesus seems like a great guy from what I can tell, and I think people should model themselves after him. And what I'm really interested in, and I mean the story of Jesus is interesting, but what I'm really interested in is
you broke up, brother. I couldn't hear you.
The story of our creation is what really interests me, and
Genesis,
the history of creation, and to me, it's not really about whether I'm a Christian or not. It's just like a label,
right? But I agree with that, really, in a lot of ways.
So I'm just trying to understand, what is the history of our creation and the story of our creation, and there's so much I don't know, but I appreciate your guys' conviction and your passion. It sounds like you guys will
Well,
definitely
Christ
make
literally,
the list.
Christ literally
right.
means Messiah. It means chosen. And I think that's what we all need to really worry about, is that we use what Christ showed us, what the chosen one, the Messiah, showed us to do, and follow that. And then the rest of the Bible is really instructions. It's something that we need to use as an instruction manual to follow the guidelines for health, wellness, comprehension when we're having problems. You look at Job when you're running through hell, like I am right now. I have to look at Job a lot of times and go, wow, at least Job was on ball, man. Even when he had boils all over his body because Lucifer was allowed to attack him, he was able to say, well, I don't know why you're doing it, God. I don't know why you're treating me so bad. But he wasn't thinking about it, that, it wasn't God that was treating him bad. It was Lucifer that was allowed to tempt him, that was allowed to take away the things that he had, because Lucifer made a bet with God and said, well, if you let me hurt him, he'll cuss you, he'll curse you, and he'll die, and I'll get him. And God said, well, go ahead and do what you want, because I know he's not like that. And he knew that he wasn't like that, because he knew the beginning from the end. You see what I'm saying?
Well, God reportedly effed with Abraham a lot, right?
Well, he allowed things to happen.
Didn't he ask him to kill his son?
Yeah, he did. But the point behind that is that you have to be able to get rid of
actually strike
anything. You can't. Nothing can become an idol more than God. That's the point of that. Is that whether it's like music or women or money or whatever the thing is.
Are you willing to kill your son?
You have to be able to sacrifice. Nothing become more important than God. That's what the point of that is.
Exactly. He absolutely didn't expect him to actually do it.
Right.
But it was his heart that he was willing, that he went even unto striking his son, and he was stopped.
And it's not just his son,
he was stopped, and a ram was given as a sacrifice, so that he could go on with the sacrifice that he was going to make of his son.
Could I ask you that? And Vernon, if you guys, if somehow the CIA could do voice to skull, and you heard in your head, God, this is God, and I'd like you to do this awful thing, would you guys do it? Or
no, because you could tell a tree by the fruit it bears. There's
That's right.
You'll know.
It would depend on if I really knew it was God. And if I knew it was God and he said, hey, I want you to take and do this thing, I would just go, well, you know what? If it's something you really want me to do, I expect you to show me a whole lot more than voice.
And by the way, Abraham with his son, that is also the last stuff in the Old Testament is a reflection of the New Testament. What that also relates to is how God gave up his own son.
That's exactly right.
Hey, Giggles.
That's the big part of the story. Go ahead, Giggles.
What I was going to say is I think we need to simplify this a lot more for Tim and Bob here.
I agree.
Right now I'm just answering questions, but that's all I can do is answer questions.
But I think it needs to be more simple. It needs to be more simplified, because look at the opportunity you have with Tim here.
Right?
For
exactly.
instance,
yeah, exactly. And that's where I'm trying to go with it, but it's hard, because some people are very, very legalistic to the point
full
of
knowledge,
fatality.
But it needs to be simplified.
Giggles, why don't you take a crack at it? Why don't you simplify it for us?
You do it. If you can do it, baby. I'm all for it.
Okay. What the point I'm trying to make here is Tim really has an open mind. He's actually looking at the Bible, and I've been there. I understand his questionings, like at first being fearful of voice to skull and all that. But really, you believe in a creator, right, Tim?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Or multiple. I actually really appreciate that they were saying that Elohim is multiple creators, and it's a complex entity. And with all that. I don't claim to understand the creator though. Like I don't think I'm
me
buddy
neither.
with them.
Me neither, brother.
Okay.
I wish I could.
Right. But the point I'm making is, since you believe, ask him for guidance. Ask him for the truth, because that's one thing in the Bible is they are a lover of
Amen.
truth.
Amen.
And
That's
if you
exactly where I was
truly-
going with the whole thing.
If you truly believe in him and you truly want the truth, they will give it to you.
He'll
And
show
then
you.
from there you will have your journey.
Amen.
You know,
Amen.
the seed is
Right.
planted, and
Right.
you know, you really want the truth, it will sprout. It will grow.
In earnest, though, right, Gales? You have to say in earnest,
Yep.
like, God, if you're
Yes.
real,
You have to search in earnest.
help me understand, right? You can't just play like
Right.
whatever I said, God, whatever, help me. You have to earnestly think it's possible, right, Giggles?
You have
and then
to seek.
and then say, God, if you're
Seek
real,
and you
if you're
shall
real,
find.
please lead me to the truth. I want the truth. I want the light. Show me, guide me. I want to believe in you. So and like that, right?
Yes.
Shine your truth into my heart like no other can, and truly prove yourself to me.
And then when you
and then have faith.
truly,
I gotta go. Bye, guys.
See you,
bye,
Peanut.
Peanut.
Okay, Peanut.
So
Talk
let me
later,
ask
brother.
you, and I'll try that. That's good advice. I haven't ever really gave it an honest go on that front. But what if God doesn't respond to our desires to be informed? What if God is an absentee landlord?
He does.
How
he
you know?
does, but you really have to listen. You can't just go, okay, God, well, just do it for me, because you have to do the hand and footwork, and that's the hard part.
I honestly,
in our lives, I think.
Vernon, I honestly believe he is sincere, and if he really asks for the truth and everything,
I think just pray for you, brother.
You will feel him. You will feel it in you, and
Hey,
I
Tim?
honestly believe.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I honestly believe.
I was just going to say, Tim, if you want to really want to, man, I'll pray for you right now. I'll pray with you. I'll pray with you to accept Christ in your life, and whatever you want to do, man. I'll pray with you. I'll pray the sinner's prayer right now with you, man. If you just want to accept him and take a run at it. I mean, what do you got to lose?
Vernon,
soul?
I wouldn't push it.
I'm just
I wouldn't
saying.
push it anymore.
No, I appreciate.
I'm not.
the
I'm
offer.
just saying.
It's a very
I'm
nice
just saying
offer.
if he wants to.
I would pray for somebody else. But if you want to pray for me, that's fine. I don't know if we want to do this on air, but it's a nice offer.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm not saying you got to do it here. I'm just saying if you wanted to, man. Hey, you could call me. I'll give you my phone number. Whatever you want to do, man. I'll hook up with you. Whatever you want to do.
No, and that's what I love about Christians is they are very good, very nice, very good intentioned. I just I try to look at things from like a factual position. I'm not saying that you're factually incorrect. I'm just like, I'm so afraid of stopping seeking and coming to a conclusion that is inaccurate, but then just kind of fooling myself into thinking it's correct. Like I'm a computer programmer by trade,
Right.
and I write scripts, and then you execute them, and it's really eye opening, like how bad at logic
I understand
people are, and so I don't want to fall into any traps, especially.
Funny how much like God you are with the program, isn't it?
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that at all. But
no, I'm just saying to a computer program, you're actually God. You're writing the program as if you were creating it, because you are
creator.
creating it. So in that sense, aren't you God? You're the creator.
Do you script or do you program, Tim?
I don't really see
your program. You're God.
Well, that's an interesting point, and I've also heard that the word God, it kind of relates to the word guide, but I don't know.
Gadriel is actually a name for a fallen one called Gadriel, and that's actually the mistake that everyone makes. But I'm using it just because it's simplified and it's what your understanding is. Otherwise,
Right.
I go by Yahweh or Elohim always. I don't use the word God except with people that just know the word God, and it's easy. But I don't want people to use it. You know what I'm saying? Because God is actually a term that the Jesuits used for a fallen angel by the name of Gadriel. And so I really don't like it. But, sometimes you got to do things that you don't necessarily like to get a point across.
Yeah, well, you're a very interesting man and interesting perspective. I can tell you're well researched in it, put a lot of thought into it. So I'm definitely considering it as such.
My whole life, brother, and I'm 54 years old. And you know what? The thing is if I'm wrong, then I'm in a world of hurt in a pretty short period of time because I won't be here anymore. And that's something I have to look forward to, is the fact that when this life is over for me, I'm going to a better place. I'm not going to be where all this stuff sucks. I'm going to be with the Father and the Son in paradise.
Remember what I told you, Vernon, about that dream of mine?
No. Oh,
And how I knew there was
I
God?
do. I'm sorry. Yeah, I do.
How
Yep,
I knew there was
I
God. I don't believe I
Yep.
know.
Yeah, I know there is because I've been dead and I've seen angels. I've seen my daughter. My daughter died 30 years ago this month. She would have been 30 this month on the 29th, just a few short days from now. She passed away August 30th, 1991. She was born January 29th, 1990. And so, you know, it will be her 30th birthday. And the thing is I've seen her several times. And when I saw her, she looked like she was 25 years old. And I died a couple of years ago. I bled to death in the hospital. And that's what ended up me here because I stroked and I no longer have the use of my left leg and some things. And I you know, I'm on oxygen, some things like that. Anyway, but that's irrelevant. But the real thing is, you know, I know he exists because I've seen the work of his handiwork. You know what I'm saying? That's what I've seen. So I know what I know to be true. It's not I have to guess. It's not I have to read this thing and wonder. I know that I know, or I wouldn't tell you these things. You know what I'm saying, brother? So, and with that, you know, I'll let you do what you want. If you want to get in touch with me, Bob knows how to get a hold of me. He's got my email address. And if you want to email me, brother, I welcome it. And I'll give you my phone number. We'll talk, whatever you want to do. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
would love to talk to you. Would love to talk to you. My email is timtruth@protonmail.com. And we'll set something up and chat.
Promail.com.
Proton mail.
Timtruth@proton.com.
Almost protonmail.com.
If you want, you put it in the chat.
Protonmail.com.
I can put it in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Timtruth@protonmail.com.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got that.
Yeah, would love to talk. And I really appreciate people doing research and just being genuine and saying what they are thinking, what they mean, and saying what they think. And I can tell you're doing that. So props to you for that. I just
well, thank you.
I'm just so concerned with. I really want to know. That's the thing. It's like I want to know so badly that I just have to kind of withhold jumping to any conclusions.
You don't want to be deceived again, right?
That's true. Yeah, that's one of those things. Is during school
Who of us do?
What's that?
I said, who of us do? We've all been deceived so horribly,
right?
And so often that we're tired of it. We're sick of it. I know I am. I don't blame you one little bit. It took me a while to really. Well, I've been doing this my whole life.
What were you saying, Tim?
Well, I was just gonna say that yeah, it's tough the first time you realize that you've just been duped. You know, once you get out of school and they just stole your whole childhood, and with all the time in school, all the homework, and then you realize it's all a lie and you have to start back over from square one. But I'm not at this point so worried about being deceived. That doesn't bother me. There's, you know, men are liars, but I'm more concerned about being wrong, if that makes sense. It's like
yep.
I'm just more concerned about being wrong, but maybe that's foolish in the sense of not know. Well, I don't know. I really don't know much. That's what I'm starting to learn.
Right. You're on the right path, though, and you'll get there. Just have faith in the creator you believe in. You know what I mean? And I can tell in your heart it's genuine. You're genuinely wanting to know the truth, and he will provide. He will lead you.
Possibly.
Anyways, sorry. I wanted to welcome in Tinfoil. Haven't heard from her in a while.
Giggles.
Hey,
Truth
Tin.
Seeker.
Welcome back.
Tim. Drop.
Hey, Tinfoil.
How you guys doing?
Good. Now that you're here.
Sorry to hear that, Deaf Bread. You had a friend that died in a crash at 28 years old, 2 a.m. Hit a tree.
Oh my goodness.
Is
Very
this
sorry
today?
to hear that.
Jeff's going through some stuff, you guys.
Sorry about that, Deaf Bread.
Yeah.
We have you in our hearts, Deaf Bread.
So earlier you had some questions you said, Bob, and you were saying something. Do you remember anymore?
What's that?
Do you remember what your question was earlier that you were getting ready to ask?
I don't know. I've had several of them. No, they're gone.
Aw.
It's all right. It's more important everybody talks, and I'm listening. But I hear what Tim's talking about.
Show me Sasquatch said he had a friend commit suicide last night.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Sorry to hear that, Sasquatch.
Yes. Wow.
I'm very sorry to hear that.
Bob, did you see that link I put in there? Oh, I'm sorry, Giggles.
That's what I was looking at, yeah, but okay.
Because we talked about that last night, about the Federal Reserve being enacted and the 3 people that were on the Titanic that would have stopped the Fed.
Exactly.
I got that article for Bob, so he can go ahead and pull it up if he wants to. He doesn't have to, if he wants to.
And isn't it interesting that no politician will ever come out and speak out against it, except for maybe like Ron Paul, but he just wanted to like audit it. Or I think it's like, it's the worst thing to ever happen in this country, and not a single politician is going to speak about it.
Ron Paul wants to go do another tour and see how much gold's really in that vault. That's what he wants to do.
In Fort Knox.
Yeah, and others, yeah.
Well, that's good. I mean, I want to know too. I doubt they're telling us the truth, but the whole fact that we have to borrow money, or we basically sell treasuries, which is borrowing money from a super secret private bank, is like the #1 issue in this country, and nobody talks about it.
We briefly touched on that last night, along with what you guys call the straw man thing, or whatever it is.
The all caps.
Yeah, I've done some videos in the past called USA Inc., and it talks about talks quite a bit about the Fed, talks about the government, how it became a corporation. Your birth certificate's really a bond of capital, which is water. That's basically why they want to control the water.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
that was on last night's show.
I don't know what happened.
Welcome back, Vernon.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I was back. It said I was backstage, but something was up, and I don't know what happened. That was weird.
Well, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Oh wow, we're on a whole different subject. Okay.
Yeah, I usually try to avoid religion.
Anyway, Tim, that's really all I had to say, brother. I just wanted to, I got your email, and I'll get a hold of you, man, and we'll talk.
Great, I look forward to it. And I always, whenever I encounter you on this show, I'm always really impressed with your knowledge, and you definitely thought through these issues. You're not wishy-washy on your beliefs. That's for sure.
Yep.
I'm sorry, there's buffering going on. What'd you say, brother?
I just was commending you on having thought through these issues and not being wishy-washy, and coming to the best answer you can and staying true to it. I may not agree with everything you're saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't know. But I look forward to hearing you out more, because one thing I know is that different people are exposed to different information.
Well, thank you.
It's hard for somebody to catch somebody up to speed really quick when they've done years of research. It's like, how do you put it into just a few sentences? That's an issue I find myself having on all sorts of issues.
How do you tell a duck he's not a duck?
I don't know. Never tried.
Kind of like it. How do you tell a swan he's not a duck? Hello?
I'm thinking. I don't have a good answer for you. It's a tough one, especially because most ducks don't speak English.
It's kind of like right. Well, it's like that old story, the duck that thought it was a swan, or the swan that thought it was a duck, or whatever. How do you tell it wasn't? You really can't. It just thinks it's a swan. Anyway, it's nice talking to y'all, and with that, I was going to go to bed earlier, and then I got a little hung up on some things and couldn't, so I jumped back in and I saw what was going on. So the Father just impressed me to at least put my word in, at least, and otherwise I wouldn't be standing in the right spot, I guess. So with that, I'm gonna step back out, but yeah, I'll get in touch with you and we'll talk, man. Thank you, Bob. Good. I appreciate it, and I always appreciate you letting me on the panel and letting me have my word. And maybe sometimes I talk too much and maybe not enough. I don't know, but
you're always welcome on a panel.
Will I try to do what I can?
You just gotta give a little break in between. That's all. Because when someone else tries to jump in there, they can't. That's all. But you have a lot of information there, a lot of good information, and like Tim said, you're on it. You got,
Angels on your pillows, Vernon.
Yeah, have a good night, Vernon.
Yeah, you take care there. You'll be hanging out in chat, right? Yeah, Vernon's a good guy.
I think we lost him.
I think so. And did you want me to pull that back up? Drop?
It looked like a hit piece by Business Insider trying to knock the conspiracy theory, make it look ridiculous.
Do you want it on the screen?
No, I don't really want it. I put the link in there, but there's other articles that you can find on this, that say similar things, that 3 people that were opposed to the Federal Reserve were taken out by the sinking of the Titanic, and that's how the Federal Reserve came to fruition, because of the fact that these people were not there to oppose it.
Now, the article mentions the Rothschilds, but I always heard J.P. Morgan. I guess J.P. Morgan's probably a Rothschild puppet, but...
Well, J.P. Morgan's the same person that screwed Tesla.
There was representatives from J.P. Morgan and Rockefeller and the Rothschilds. Let me see. Try to get this pulled up here. This book has the information of that in it, by Bill Hughes. And then
Giggles
the whole chapter.
Has got the books.
Oh yeah, and this is Sinking of the Titanic.
You've got a lot of books.
Oh yeah, you guys haven't seen any.
You do too, because one day when they try to erase everything, I know Giggles has got a library.
Oh yeah.
Now, what's interesting about the Titanic is they make like a point to teach it to everybody. It's not like a lesser known event. They make it into like this huge event, and I don't know. That seems a little odd to me. It seems like it's a bit blown out of proportion. I mean, it is super important, especially given this context. But I wonder why it's almost as if they're like putting it in everyone's face.
Right, Tim. But you know what? They always hide stuff in plain sight in front of us all the time. So if we see it all the time, we just discount it. And how many times have you seen that been done?
Yeah. And some people say that they have to do revelation of the method. I think a lot of it's just damage control and trying to train people to mock something or to think a different way about something. I don't think they have like some secret code that makes them tell their victims how they're perpetrating the scam or the crime. I think that they only do it when it suits them and is actually piling on the damage, if that makes sense.
Well, they seem to do it a lot.
So are you one of the people that think that they have to reveal their method in their satanic rule book or something?
Yes.
Yep, it's part of their deal.
It doesn't compute to me. It doesn't make sense. It's like we're going to say these people are completely evil, but they have to tell us.
So that they can triple laugh at you later.
What does Satan have to do before he can? What does Satan have to do before he can deceive you?
I don't know. Is Satan real? What's Satan again?
I think he is, Tim.
They believe he is. I mean, we're inundated with it everywhere we go.
There's something bad out there.
Well, there's something bad out there. I just and yeah, they do. They are mocking us, but it's really I feel like it's trying to get other people to mock us. You know what I mean? So like if we go tell our parents about something, they'll mock us. They just want other people to mock. They want to delegate the mocking, so that people are conditioned to how to respond to things.
Like I was saying last night's stream. Good night, Susie Q. What was I saying though?
I was trying to say good night, Susie Q. Angels on your pillow, girl. Thanks for coming.
Good night, Susie Q.
I totally lost train of thought.
Happens to the best of us, doesn't it?
Well, when you get in your mid-50s, you might have problems.
Chemtrails.
Oh, no way.
Eat some superfoods and you won't be that right, Two Seeker?
That's right. Pull the metals out of that brain.
That's right.
Decalcify that pineal gland.
That's right. And nutritional yeast. Lots of it, you guys. It's good for you.
I think, reiterating back to the Titanic, I was going to make a footnote that what I think is their way of shit. I just had a brain fart.
Wow.
But kind of letting us know that it's kind of mockery to us that, what am I trying to say? That the sinking of the Titanic was something important. It was one of the turning points of making us their ultimate slaves, because they stopped them from stopping the Federal Reserve. And what happened with that? We got the birth certificates, we got all of that.
So do you think they're gloating? They're gloating about their accomplishment.
Exactly.
Yeah. Seems like a bit of that, but also it's like misdirection. Like think about that. Wasn't it like the biggest box office grossing movie for a while? That movie Titanic, which
that's what they're indoctrinating everybody to think something warm and fuzzy.
It's all
about
a love story.
Well, they have an older version.
Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
Yeah, nothing happened.
But it's just interesting that Yeah, I think that they're just trying to muddy the waters in terms of these important topics. So when someone brings up Titanic, everyone's like, "Well, I've heard about that one to death," and this guy's probably obsessed with the Titanic because we hear about it so much, and then you got to turn everything into a conspiracy. I don't know. I don't think it's like because they have a satanic rule book that says you can do evil, but it's bad to do evil without revealing your method. That's off limits. You have to, when you do evil, you have to tell them what you're doing, but you can do it in really sly ways that are misleading. I don't believe that. Not that it really matters what I believe as far as this goes, but I do hear that a lot. And I think it gives them, well, I'm not going to say it gives them too much credit, but
maybe it's half a truth and half a lie.
I think there's plenty of things that they do that they don't reveal. Just my assumption, because it's hard to tell, but
well, nowadays they're starting to show everything in plain sight, and they're not even afraid.
Everything? How do you know?
Well, a lot of things. I don't know.
That's true.
That's
a
true.
lot of things.
Good choice of words, Tim.
Well, that could go into a very long spiel, but I digress.
So looking forward to California, like we basically been sold out to the Chinese.
Yeah, that's true.
The Chinese have actually said they want to wipe us out.
Just like they took all the water in Australia.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they're buying up all of our largest meat packing companies throughout the world.
Yep.
The only one standing is still what, Tyson?
And Tyson just had a massive fire last summer, remember? And
Uh-huh.
they think it might have been revenge on part of the Chinese. Who knows? Our food supply is being attacked. We know that, you guys.
Yes.
Well, they bought up Del Monte, and now the Chinese own Del Monte, and they're moving everything over to the Philippines, and they gave out that BS excuse for they couldn't get the cans to can the vegetables because they had to import the cans, and I'm like, are you serious? Because they make cans in this country.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of can companies are closing up too because
And now, yes, now I heard it on the financial market today that the price of corn is going up on the futures because the Chinese are buying so much of it, when it really is also a shortage of corn from the floods this summer.
And isn't corn subsidized too by the government? I just wonder how that plays in. I'm really a novice as far as
Well, I think all
agriculture
farmers are subsidized. If you look at it, even the dairy farmers are subsidized. If you had to buy milk for its actual value without it being subsidized by the government, I think it'd be like $8 or $10 a gallon.
Interesting.
They pay farmers to not farm for like a contract of anywhere from 1 to 5 years, especially with the dairy farmers. I know that in Washington.
Oh, that's right. You're over in my state.
Exactly.
But I do know that they pay farmers not to farm, like Giggle says, and
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
if they
that.
if they don't want a certain thing produced to control the price, they'll for like tobacco, they'll pay people not to grow tobacco, to produce tobacco.
Exactly.
And
that's what they do with the dairy farmers here in Washington, and they have for years.
Right, and there's several programs where if you're a certain ethnicity, they'll pay you extra money if you have a qualified farm every year. So if you're like African American, I think it was like $50,000, but I saw that in the news like 4 or 5 years ago. I don't know if that's actually true, but in Georgia they were supposedly.
Angela in chat says milk with a green face. I know, isn't it gross?
Yeah, don't drink milk.
Yeah.
Not unless you raise your own cow.
I don't like milk either.
Even if you raise your own cow. Oh, that's true, I guess. I don't know. No other species drinks another's milk, though. But we found, and we covered it quite a while ago, that a gallon of milk has several hundred, I think it's 700,000 pus cells in that milk. And
not to mention chemicals.
Right, not to mention
metals.
Exactly,
yeah,
right.
like mercury and stuff.
Yeah, because they try to treat the cow from all the infections. But the government allows 700,000, I believe, don't quote me on the number, but it's up there in the hundreds of thousands high of pus cells in milk.
The same thing with the apple juice. It's not good for you either.
Well, I was going to say you couldn't pay me to drink a glass of milk, but I probably have a price on it. But you'd have to pay me a lot to drink a glass of milk.
Yep.
I love it, Jim.
The more you learn, it's easier to stop. I used to love milk.
Yeah, they lied to us when we were kids about a lot of things. Like I still eat meat, but I think it's a little weird that they don't tell the children what it is. They're just like, here's some chicken nuggets, and the kids have no idea what they're eating. At least I didn't.
Well, if it's McDonald's, you don't have any idea what you're eating.
Right.
That's nanotech.
I plan on getting some chickens and raising them myself because I'm not really confident that the meat they're turning out nowadays doesn't have a bunch of stuff hidden in it
Exactly.
for controlling us. And I really don't eat a lot of meat anymore. I used to like to eat meat all the time. Now I'm good with a little 2-ounce steak or something, or a small piece of chicken and a bigger salad that I raised in my greenhouse indoors or outside.
I hear you, Leo.
Yeah, I cut down my consumption of meat as well. Smaller portions.
Yeah.
Big Rock Uncle Productions.
Very,
Welcome.
very little.
And I'm into raising my own food. I've been gardening for years, but I just haven't really grown a garden to actually self-sustain myself. But I'm going to start getting into that, where I'm going to start eating my own food that I grow, and I'm probably going to grow them in greenhouses to keep the deer out and the CT trails out.
Yep.
Because I think eating healthier, and there's a big difference, from like I raised zucchini last year here, like I did for the last year, and it's so sweet when you eat it. And then you go buy the stuff in the store, the same zucchini, same size, and you try to eat that. That stuff is disgusting. But the zucchini I grow is really sweet and very tasty. I mean, you wouldn't think it was zucchini. It's actually very tasty. It's very pleasing to the palate.
Very easy to grow.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it grows like crazy out here where I live. I mean, just everywhere. You get tons of it.
And crookneck squash. That's another really good one.
Yeah, I love those too.
My background here is made from a picture from my garden in the summertime. The butternut squash.
Oh yeah, butternut's one of my favorites. You can have spaghetti squash. I'm not really fond of it. We can hear you talking.
Fire in the hole.
Fire in the hole.
That's what we used to call it when I was a kid, token.
Yeah.
But I just think that everybody should start learning how to garden and start eating their own vegetables, because this industrialized farming is not going to be around much longer. It's failing because of the grand solar minimum just wiping things out. And you talked about we didn't know how the sun works. Well, I gave you a link for the electric sun. I remember that, Bob.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you have to walk us through that theory. So is there one real sun and one electric sun, or is there only one electric sun, or how many suns are there, and are they all electric?
Well, you have to think about the electric universe and Birkeland currents, because we get fed through other universes, through the stars. That energy is flowed through it, and it flows to the earth, and then it flows to you. And then the sun gives off energy, and whatever this planet doesn't absorb off of that, it goes on into space, and it gets somebody else gets it. So you talk about
space people.
I mean, there's somebody else gets the energy. The energy goes somewhere, doesn't it? But it's not a nuclear reaction at all in the sun. It's an electric sun.
It's an electric sun.
Right.
Well, I do think. Well, I don't know exactly. I'm not going to say what I think the sun is, but it does just seem like a big light source that does provide energy. It is a perfect circle up in the sky.
Is it?
Well, yeah. When you look at the profile of it, I don't know if it's a sphere or a hole or whatever, but I would guess a sphere. What do you think?
I was talking last night about Primer Field Technology. That's by David LaPointe. Not LaPont, but LaPointe. He talks about plasma and his theory on that. If you think about the north and the south magnetic lines, what do you call it? You stick end to end and you create the actual toroid of the earth for its magnetics. Tesla said that the earth is nothing but a toroid, but it's actually two toroids stuck together, going in opposite directions. And you can look at the magnetic lines, how they change on some sites, I forget which sites they are. And you can see that they don't run north to south. Some of them run, west to east, and several variations of that. But
should I be picturing a sphere Earth or a flat Earth?
Well, the Earth's shaped like an egg.
An egg, okay.
Yeah, it's
Good
more
night, Stephanie.
it's more like an egg than
Angels
a
on your
than a
pillow.
good night.
Hey, Stephanie.
But you know, I'm not going to get into the argument of flat Earth that people.
Well,
say,
I'm just wondering because you're walking through a diagram, so I just different people have different thoughts on it. You sound like you have a pretty concrete model in your mind. Just wondering what you were picturing. So you're talking about the oblate spheroid, but they say it's pretty nearly a sphere, just minor differences between the longer and the shorter dimensions. But so do you see it? Do you think the NASA photos are real of the Earth?
No.
Okay. Yeah, me neither.
About 99% of all the photos that NASA shows you are a graphic illustration of some type. And, you know, they do an overexposure on the Earth when they go to show the Earth so that if, you know, that's how they get the picture of the Earth. They use tricks and cameras to make that happen. Exposure time.
Yeah, movie magic's what got us to the moon, I think.
Yeah, and they didn't really go to the moon for what purpose you think they went there for. They went there for collect evidence of a micronova from the sun, which happens periodically that they know of. And they want to kind of gauge when it's going to happen again.
Well, I look at it differently. I was just joking when I said movie magic got them to the moon. I don't think they actually went to and walked around on the moon and took samples. I think that they lied about it.
They did, but they didn't show you what they actually did there. A lot of it was made up and you know, scripted as a movie, and some of it is a movie.
You sound confident. I mean, I try not to talk in. Well, I said I think. I guess. How do you know that for sure? You're talking uncertainties. Is my point.
Yeah, I know I talk uncertainties, but you know, I have a formed opinion. Then I have to go dig up a bunch of links and all that crap on the internet so people believe what I know is to be true. But you know, I'm not going to get into that. Just like I don't get into the belief in religion, whether this book's right or that book's right, or there's really a God or not a God. There is a God. Trust me, I know there is God. But as far as some book being the ultimate guide to God, I question that quite hardly.
Fair enough.
Because I believe that we're all part of God, that we are God, and we're all part of the greater being in one way or another, even if we're just a little cell. Maybe we're all God and we all have multiple personalities to the trillion personalities.
Maybe.
And Vern will be right back up here to correct me. But you know what I'm saying. I mean,
there's a lot of possibilities.
A lot of possibilities. There's a lot of things that could be discussed, and people should have open minds. Personally, I don't care if there's flat, round, or oval. We're here. We have to live here. So that's the reality of it.
Well, we're certainly here, and we have to live here. I do care, though, personally. I really want to know. But there's arguments on both sides. I don't know.
Well, there's arguments, and then there's debates. Debates are always go a lot better because people can express open ideas about what they believe, and people who have an open mind, then it goes pretty good. So like I said, I don't care if there's flat or round or we live underneath the petri dish. To me, we have to live here, and that's all that really matters.
It's definitely a higher priority, but if we want to have a big picture view of our existence and reality, it does kind of factor in there. But I hear you. It's not like it's not going to solve the world's problems.
Well, it's like time. You know, they said that this is what happens with time. If you travel outside the Earth and you go to a distance, you accelerate and you come back and you'll be young still, and your twin brother will be old. That kind of theory. So how does time really exist? Because it's not linear.
Seems pretty linear to me, and I don't know if I believe that science fiction stuff about time at the speed of light. I just don't. I don't think it's practical. I just don't know. So if you're going fast, does that mean your time goes slower? But as you keep going faster and faster, your time keeps slowing down? Or is it only when you hit the speed of light?
Well, that's the theory that we're talking about, because that's what they were taught you in school, right?
Yeah, but I don't believe what they taught me in school for the most part.
Right. And I don't believe time's linear.
Okay.
Because if there's an all-knowing God, time doesn't exist.
I think time exists. Well, I mean, I don't know exactly what you mean by that. I feel constrained by it, definitely.
So you think that we get 120 years max and then we check out and that's all there is to it?
I don't know. Now you're asking about the afterlife. I was just talking about time.
I kind of correlate both of them together.
Okay, even if we came back, couldn't that exist with a linear time?
Well, people always think that things have to be the same. They have to be constant. You know, we're taught that everything's constant. Is it?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah.
Cinder in chat says, we do expire, though, from the stage.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm at. I kind of think when we die, we decompose, and the energy lives on. The energy is not going anywhere, but I feel like I'm my body, and I see what happens to bodies when they die. If anyone thinks I'm wrong, let me know. But I'm looking forward to the rest. But I don't believe in heaven. I don't believe in hell. I kind of believe in reincarnation, but not in the sense like that my whole spirit's going to go into another life form all as one. I think it's more like spirit goes everywhere, and some of it goes here, some of it goes there, and so on and so forth.
It's all good, Tim.
Wow, I'm so full of questions and stuff earlier. Now I'm just blah. My mind went blank.
I know. I'm just tired tonight. It's been 2 or 3 late nights lately.
Yeah.
My brain is fried, and I can't even hardly respond to questions. And
Yeah.
so maybe I'll go down from the panel and take a rest tonight and not stay up till 3 o'clock with Bob again.
6 o'clock last night.
Well, it's 6 for you. It's 3 for me.
Right.
Oh, dang.
Daylight.
Yeah, you guys kept him up
Then
late.
I went out and
there, Bob.
shoveled snow after that.
Again, yeah. Well, I'm gonna hop on down for a while unless I actually hadn't had my nap today either. I'm old, you know. So.
Well, have a good night, Drop. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, sorry I'm not more engaging on the conversation, but I'm just really wiped out tonight.
I feel you, man. I'm super tired.
All right, we'll talk to you all later. Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Thanks a lot, Drop.
Take care.
It was a pleasure.
Bye.
He's gone.
Angels on your pillows.
I'm messing around there.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
wow.
it's just the crazy people left. Yay. Fire in the hole.
Already?
Fred Truth. Tinfoil puts up a new display for us every live, Tim.
It's very nice.
Yeah.
Sorry, my kid's asking for kerosene. No, I don't think I have it.
Oh, they got the Earth thing going on in the chat, huh?
Yeah, I think they were talking about flat Earth and stuff.
Yeah, I don't get into that either because that's irrelevant whether it's round or flat. We got serious things going on here.
When it comes to that subject, I don't dwell on that. I I do know that NASA is just one big flipping lie, and we're paying out the wazoo for them to control our weather, blah blah blah, and that's the end of that story.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. He said that the reason they went to the moon was to go collect samples about the electric sun or something. I think the reason they lied about going to the moon is so they could show us that fake photo of where they say we live. For whatever reason, I don't know the real shape of it, but I'm pretty sure that's not it. And I think there's a reason why they're showing us that image all over the place as propaganda. I think we've talked about the possibility of more land, and I do think that that's a likely possibility, and maybe one of the reasons why they went to the moon, so they can get far enough away to give us that shot. And people love a photo for proof.
Yeah.
It's interesting how Universal Studios had the same globe picture in 1923. That's what makes me raise an
And they
eyebrow.
matched exactly. It was like, hey, you guys got it pretty close.
Yeah, and then that one scientist was talking about it being plasma, like like Enoch describes in the Book of Enoch, and then all of a sudden we went to the moon after that. So there's a lot of things that make you raise your eyebrow. And then now NASA admits that they had the technology, but now they don't because they lost it. And then there was a guy doing a documentary that went and to their records, and somehow mysteriously all the records from going to the moon are gone. So like, yeah, whatever, dude.
Yeah, it's super interesting. Have you guys ever seen the diagrams of
Sorry.
I'll see if I can pull it up on the screen here. Diagram of the moon mission. What they say they did to get there. I think there's an Easter egg here. Let me share my screen here. Where are we?
One other point I was going to make real quick is, I don't know if you ever watched Jesus Freak Computer Geek, but he used to work for NASA. And one point he made that was really good was when you look at the Google Earth, and they're, supposedly our satellites are way up in space and all that crap. But why is it that all the mapping they have, you don't see any planes at all?
Good point.
So that makes you think too.
Well, I'm pretty sure they even admit that those photos, I mean, they do make it ambiguous, but we know that they're high altitude planes. Or maybe not even high altitude, but they're definitely, I think it makes most sense with plane photography. But
Why
look
do
at these
planes have fish lenses in the windows? You ever notice that in a plane? They're fish, those round lenses. They're not, they do that on purpose, you guys. But anyhow, I digress.
Right?
Well, check this out. This is what they say. This is how they say they went to the moon, and so it's kind of hard to see, but they say they did a couple of orbits. These guys are like the masters of orbits, I guess. They can just fly around things, and then they slingshot off. They're like, okay, we're done with the orbit. We're gonna slingshot off, and then they go into the orbit around the moon. They land, then they corkscrew back out. Kind of looks like a phallus here. But what I really think is interesting is look at how they depict the Earth. Doesn't that look just like the UN logo? With the North Pole right in the middle, and the continents splaying out, and you can see them all. I just think that's like an Easter egg. Like they're laughing, and all of them have it just like that. There's like a bunch of them, and I noticed this. I haven't heard anybody talk about this, but I just think it's interesting that all of them from the period have the same AE projection map thing going.
Wow.
But just if you look at what they claim and you just picture being an astronaut pulling this off, I don't think it's possible, especially given the tests that we can see video of them doing, all the mess ups.
And another thing that makes you go, is the computers that they had back then are equivalent to what we have in a birthday card now that sings to you. You know what I'm getting at?
Right. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
They got it just on the first go, apparently. I mean, I know they did a lot of tests, all the Apollo missions, and they they do like one where they see if they can get orbit, and then they move on to the next step. So, but once they took a shot for the moon, they made it, and they had a pretty good track record, which is amazing given that it's 230,000 miles away. The vacuum of space.
Yep.
I like listening to elders and that watched it live, and back then they claim it was BS too.
Yeah, it's like 9/11. By the time 9/11 happened when I was in elementary school. By the time I got to high school, it was just like stated as a fact in the history books, and
Right.
that's I think what all history is. It's just a lie and misrepresented.
It's a slap in the face when you find out everything's a lie, isn't it?
Yes. It was depressing when I first woke up to everything being a lie, because I was like one of those know-it-alls that thought I'd figured it out because I listened to the TV when they told me who the smartest people were, and then I'd go watch all their videos on YouTube, that kind of thing. And then I'm like, wait, all these people are lying to me, and I have no idea. I've wasted all my life.
Right.
I was pissed, Tim. I was so pissed. They lied to me for 50-something years. I was pissed.
I was pissed when I learned about Santa Claus.
Oh, I was
or the lack
too.
of Santa Claus. Like, why would
it was like, why lie to me? Why lie to me?
Right.
Or the Tooth Fairy, or the Easter Bunny, or the boogeyman in your closet if you don't be good.
Your parents taught you that? That's
No, my big brother did.
Oh, okay.
When he was babysitting us, he was like 10 years old enough, so he threatened us with that. You better go to sleep and close your eyes, or I'm going to make the boogeyman come out and get you.
Good night, little step.
No wonder I'm so traumatized. Good night, little step. Angels on your pillows.
Good night, little step.
I feel like we've been ignoring chat.
Yeah, I
bit.
just got in here and there was 120.
We're
Trying to-
sorry, you guys. We love you in chat.
Well, I'm going to have to sign off for the night, but I appreciate you having me up here for so long, Truth Seeker. And it's always great to talk to the Truth Seeker family.
Always welcome, Tim.
I really appreciate you all. Have a great night, everybody.
You too. Take
You're
care.
awesome, Tim.
Take care. You guys are awesome. You rock. Have a good one.
Thank you. You too. Take care. Much love. Tim's awesome.
He is.
I enjoyed that.
And I like listening to Peanut, too. He's good, too.
Yeah.
And Vernon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Peanut surprised me. You know, when he first started coming here, he was all jokes, you know. He's got good info also.
Yeah.
He just tries to make light of things. So do I, because it is kind of scary and awful in a lot of ways. But we're going to get through this, you guys, because we're going to educate each other. Hey, Giggles.
Yeah.
I think we should make Bob go to bed. What do you think?
You don't have to stay up here. I'm going to go a little bit longer.
You look like you're tired.
He does.
I'm good. I slept all day. I slept till 3:30 in the afternoon.
Oh, wow.
I couldn't believe it.
Bones? No.
Yeah, I looked at the clock, saw 3:30. I'm like, wow, I slept a whole day away. It was much needed, though.
That was like your Sunday, huh?
Pretty much.
That's good. Well, I'm glad you caught up. I was just concerned because Giggles and I know you've been doing a lot of long ones, so.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And we care about you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I care about all you too. Everybody. Absolutely. We have an awesome crew here.
And we need to say hi to people in chat.
I've been trying to stay up with the chat while we talk. I always try to stay with the chat, but sometimes I miss some messages, and I'm sorry if I miss one of your messages. But I usually try to keep up with it.
Oh, someone said something about Masonic deception. They had a Catholic priest doing the service today, right? And I was paying attention to, symbols and all that. And I found it interesting that on his sash, there was a cross and a Masonic M right underneath it. I was just like, wow.
Where is this at?
The funeral, the priest, he was a Catholic priest.
Oh, okay.
And they wear those sashes, or a scarf kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And first thing I noticed was, the one side has the Virgin Mary, and then the other side had a big old cross. And then I looked underneath, and I was like, is that an M? And as soon as he moved his hands, I was like, dang, that's a Masonic M right there in plain sight. It blew me away.
What's up, X?
X.
Fresh blood.
Very fresh blood. Come on in. Take a seat.
Hi,
Are
X.
you crazy like us?
I.
What's up, X? You there?
Mike messed up or something?
I don't know. Welcome to the panel, X.
We can't hear nothing, though.
I can't hear anything either.
Yeah.
Is that Weed Wizard?
I don't know, but I don't know.
That was Weed Wizard. It had to have been.
Yeah, I took a chance. I was thinking Axe Blade.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
It's 11 o'clock here, so we can have another one, right?
Absolutely.
Well, we haven't seen Awake tonight, you guys.
Not at
What's
all.
that?
Awake, she didn't come up here at all, did she, tonight?
No, she didn't.
Hope
You're
she's
right.
okay.
Usually she's here by midnight, but last few days she's been coming early.
Awake, if you're out there, we miss you and love you.
So is that you, Buried Axe Blade? I'll put you back up. Is that you on the panel? He says he's a minute behind. If you're a minute behind, try refreshing.
Tell you what, if I can sleep till 3:30 tomorrow, I'll better do it.
Can you? You have anything going on tomorrow?
Nope, nothing.
Good. Good for you.
All right.
Do it then. Take advantage of it.
I'm definitely gonna give it a try.
Yeah.
Oh, the last 5 days, I think I'm lucky if I got 6 hours of sleep.
Oh no, girl.
Ugh. I
You
get to
do
that
need a
point.
day.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
for what?
Because I interrupted you.
Oh, you did not.
Much love,
But your
Angela.
text today. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say
That's
your
okay.
text today meant a lot.
Thank you, Giggles. I was thinking of you. Like all of a sudden, I was doing some paperwork, and I don't know. I was just, I gotta send a text.
Yeah, I didn't want to
It meant a-
interrupt you.
Sorry, Bob.
No, Bob can interrupt anytime.
No, I was talking about on texting. I don't know if she's having a busy day. You know, I don't want to.
Oh, you can anytime.
I just got this weird feeling that I should text. It was just one of those things. And no, I'm not, psychic or anything.
We know that, Tin.
Okay, good, because, I ain't smart enough to be psychic. Not that way. No.
Yeah.
So what is it saying in chat here?
I don't know.
That's
I'm gonna drop
something
the
enough to
link.
do.
I'm gonna drop the link in chat if anyone wants to come up with us. Got room for 3 more.
1111 says, okay, really? I will try not to mention any food. Are they talking about munchies?
I don't know. Yeah. Okay. It says Axe Blade. I'll put them back up there. It says,
Yeah, I
how you
can't
doing
figure out
here?
what's going on.
Hey, Axe.
Leo! Can you hear us?
I don't know. It says like a minute behind.
Is he in another country?
Some bad signal. Axe. Hello.
Huh. Oh, he dropped out again.
Yeah. Wasn't sure what he was trying to show. Did you see it?
I didn't.
No, it was so quick, I guess. Maybe I was too stoned to see it.
Grumpy Troll says Axe Blade is on the moon. Yeah. It looked like a moon, all right. That's why I got rid of him.
Oh wait, a butt moon?
Yep.
Oh my! I'm glad I
Was
wasn't
that
looking.
a troll? Is that a troll, you guys?
I guess.
Oh wow!
We got trolled. Whoa. We must be special. We're very
Must be.
special. When you get a troll in your live stream. Yeah.
1111 said, beam me up.
Oh my goodness!
Wow, cool. We got our troll. We welcome everybody, even trolls.
Yeah.
Because we can't stop you, say whatever.
I don't care to see a butt though.
No, I'm glad I didn't see it because I was looking down at chat.
Oh my goodness!
Welcome back,
I think
Cinder.
if I would have saw it, I would have said time. I like to yell that time.
You're good at it.
I freak out when things get heated. it's like, hey, can't we all just get along?
I know.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just agreeing on the same.
I mean, we're not all going to have the same opinions and agree on everything. I realize that. But as long as we know that we're good people inside and we can agree to disagree, then.
Exactly. It depends on whose butt, the American one. Gee.
Yep.
Pisces should share the fire in the hole with Axe. No, not if he's giving me a moon. You're not deserving a fire of the hole if you show a moon on a live stream.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on in there.
Yeah, I missed it. Thank God. That might have hurt my little eyes.
So what do you think about everything that was talked about? Either of you?
Which one?
Any of them
Which
had
one?
any input about anything?
Well, I know the Titanic was a cover-up because they had to make a movie years later to make it a love story, so we would never think that it was anything but that. 9/11, yeah, that was bullshit. Oh, did we talk about 9/11? I don't know.
A little bit.
Let's see, what was the other one? I feel like there's a God, and as far as whatever the Earth's shape is, really, what am I gonna do about it? If it's flat, if it's round, if it's an egg shaped, I can't change it. I ain't got those powers.
Exactly.
So, but things I can work on is like telling people things that they can buy at a dry store and teach you how to cook from scratch again. If all you do is buy everything from a box, I can show you a few of those things.
It's important things.
Well, kind of, yeah. I think it is. Because really, I think the big picture of it all, you guys, is we're going into some deep doo-doo as far as our food supplies, our population, and what the evil ones are going to do to try to control the situation. And if that means euthanizing us with chemtrails or vaccines or drones, don't drone me, dude.
Right.
Or the lizard people start taking our babies to eat. Tell the queen is a lizard. She really is. Things like that, It just scares me, but hey, we're going to make it through, guys. I know we will. So just start stocking up on food every week. Dried beans, stuff like that, rice, sugar, flour, staple food. Get your bug out bags. Have your car ready. Spend time with your family. Love your kids. Tell people around you every day that you love them.
Be a nice person.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
That's just a great way of putting it. Summon it, girl. I love you, Giggles.
I love you.
I love you more.
More. Oh, heck.
Leo is fasting on chemtrails, 11/11 code said.
How? My brain can't compute that sentence.
Anybody got any topics?
Yeah, no doubt.
Suggestions from chat, please. Oh, go ahead, Bob.
Pisces said he hasn't seen Wake since 3:28 p.m. today on her Chatsy.
Oh, I didn't know she had anything like that.
Yeah.
Well, I hope she's okay, girl. If you're out there, we miss you, and come up here. If you're lurking.
Yeah, it's too late to get her now anyway. She usually
Who's getting
quits.
the echo?
No echo here. Oh.
Was it me?
No, he probably had two things open.
Me?
No. Hmm. Should I?
Should you what?
Let him back up?
That's your call. I didn't see a butt. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, I seen his hand there on the keyboard. Could have been the crack between his fingers, you know what I mean?
Exactly. It's your show, Bob.
He's dropped that anyway. There he is. What's up, Axe?
Hey, there I are.
How you doing?
Uh-oh, it lost Tim.
Yep. Can you hear us, Axe?
Aw. I heard him a second ago.
Having trouble connecting.
Oh, do you have do you have YouTube open and StreamYard? If you do, you have to mute one of them. Hello.
That was fingers.
Right. I know it happened to another channel. That's why I'm cautious with it.
Oh. Whoop.
You okay, Axe?
Huh. I don't get it.
I heard him just a second ago.
Do you have a headset, Axe? Yeah, I know Amazing Drop. know. Anyway, giggles. Oh, the iPad died. Good night, tinfoil.
Is this real?
It's real.
I can hear you, but I don't hear me.
I hear you now. How you doing? Well, good night, tinfoil. Much love. I'm not sure if I'll be on tomorrow. Probably will.
You see what Drop said?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Somebody flipped their wanker?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I know one that got moons.
Oh, tinfoil's going to bed. Good night, sweetheart.
Yeah.
Love you, girl. Tommy, why don't you come up?
Tommy left.
Didn't he just talk?
Did he? Oh, Deaf Bread came back. Oh, he went to the other channel. I saw him over there.
Yeah.
Kelly Kibo came in here and dropped a link for another channel that's live right now. And I've seen a few people go over there. Deaf Bread went over. I thought it was kind of rude to drop a link to someone else's live in my live. I have no problem with dropping links and stuff, but that wasn't cool. You know what I mean?
Right.
Whatever. No more wrench.
Why don't you come back up, Drop? Yeah, I completely understand that.
Yeah, you could at least ask. I'd have been, yeah, let's do it, you know?
But didn't
But
ask.
didn't ask, no, just dropped it, and then I see,
Wow.
yeah, Deaf Bread and a few other went over. That's why I thought that was this axe was a setup. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
His mic is
Anyway,
in his truck. Well, you need another guest because I'm about to,
yeah,
listen because I'm so tired. Oh, he's tired too.
that's all right. I'll drop it one more time. No one wants to come up. We can end it. It's no problem. I have no problem with that.
Early night, Bob.
Yeah, I usually try to stop by 3 a.m. You know, that way I can at least get 4 hours sleep before I have to get
Right.
up.
Well, if you guys don't want the show to end, you got to get your butts up here. Chop, chop.
Yep. That's all right. We can close it, Giggles.
All right, that sounds like a plan.
Mm-hmm.
I had so much to say earlier when I was listening, but now it's all went away like a fart in the wind.
Yeah, it's very easily to lose what your question or anything. Because I had so many I was gonna ask, but then when I had a place to jump in, it was
Yeah.
gone. But
Yeah.
you're too quiet though. You got when you find a slot there where you can jump right in, jump right in. That's what everybody else does. You know? That's the only way
I'm
you're gonna
trying
get it
to
ordered edgewise.
right.
Yep. I even have to do it.
I know. All right, well, I'm gonna jump down, let you do your thing, Bob.
Yeah.
Much love. Love you, brother.
Love you too, Giggles. You
All
have a
right.
good night. Get your
You
sleep.
too. You too.
Thank you very much.
All right. Night.
Bye-bye.
Night,
We'll see
everybody
ya.
in chat. Much love.
Yeah. We're gonna call it an early night, 2:20 a.m. Imagine that. Yeah, I hear you, amazing drop. Even though I slept till 3:30 in the afternoon, I was still tired too. We got 22 in the chat. I'd like to call everyone's name. I don't want to miss anyone, but we're gonna call it a night. Yeah, I was gonna do a raid, but I changed my mind. Let me see. I'll see if hold on, I'll see if there's a good one on. Maybe we'll do a raid. Take care, Giggles. 11:11. Let me see. Nope, everyone else is off already. It's too late. So we'll call it a night. Love you all. 11:11 code, Def Bread, Mason Drop, Giggles, Buried X-Blade, Richard Borba, Angela G, Leo Lion, Cinder Loner, The American One, Pisces, Grumpy Troll, I think I got everybody, not sure. Pisces. Good night, everybody. Tinfoil, if you're still here. Yeah, Vernon has a lot of good info too. Amazing drop. And Grumpy Troll. Good night. Much love. Much love to all. Probably same time tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hey, Vernon. He's still here. Lurking. Get your sleep, Vernon. Get ready for tomorrow. Much love, Vernon. Much love, everybody. Giggles, Richard, Pisces, everybody. Everybody's still here. It's awesome. Leo Lion, code you too, brother. Good sleep to you, sir. Thank you very much. You too, Leo. You need to get sleep. You're up all night long with us all the time. You put in as many hours as I do. All right. Take care, everybody. Much love. It was a good stream. Good information. You're very welcome. Amazing drop. Yep. I'm gonna keep it up as long as everybody wants to come up and do what we're doing. Love it. Thanks, Steph. Angela, you probably got to sleep too, right? Yeah, raid each other. Raid each other. Chat. That's right. If you don't have it, and you see someone new in chat here, grab them up. You all should have each other already. All right. Take care, everybody. Much love. See you tomorrow.